Mic check, mic check. Okay, I'm gonna get started then. So, where is it? The Sorcerer. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Sorcerer today. Give me a second here. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Sorcerer today. Last time I played Spiritborn, but I think that I've done most of the testing that I need to for Spiritborn. All that's really left is to put the build guide videos together. I have for Spiritborn the Seeker. The Seeker certainly works. The other one for Seeker is, or the other build that I don't have going for Spiritborn yet is Razor Wings. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not so sure what I'm gonna do about Razor Wings, but yeah, just thinking here, Razor Wings. Yeah, because Razor Wings feels like really weak. I don't know like what level of equipment I would need to pump out for that. I don't know if it's worth really pushing for that one. I think I'd rather focus my efforts on pumping out the Seeker. And the next season when Spiritborn comes out, maybe I'll play uh I'll actually play like Stinger or something, like a poison-based build, because I think dots are going to be very strong. But anyway, that's not relevant right now. Today we're talking about Sorcerer. So for the Sorcerer, there are two builds in particular that I have an interest in. So the first build is here, the Blizzard Sorcerer, and then the second one is Ball Lightning. Now, I was already in the middle of working on the Blizzard build since before. And then I also have one coming up for Ball Lightning. I haven't actually finished putting that one together yet, but I think I'll probably, realistically, I'm gonna start as a Blizzard Sorcerer. Like, I wanted to, I guess, put the preliminary like details together for my Blizzard Sorcerer. I think I already did that. I actually spent a day or two working on like build guides or build planners for all my builds. I have almost a dozen ready for next season, and some of them I've played on the PTR, some of them I've tried here, and some of them I'm like playing on season 8, and some of them I've been running for seasons after seasons, like the Companion Druid. So yeah, right now I just need to double check and make sure that this build will work even without any of the boss powers. That's what I had in mind. If this build can work without boss powers, then for sure next season it would be feasible to play it as my main character and try to get from level 1 to Torment 4. So yeah, I'm actually going to try to do a run real quick. I'm just going to try to reacquaint myself with everything here. 2, 3, 4. And I think the pit tier that well, let me start off with pit 54. I should have actually done that before I popped my elixirs and incense, but that's okay. So, pit 54 here. I'm gonna begin the run, and I'm gonna see if... I think Ice Spikes works just fine in pit 54, if I remember right. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Where's my Ice Spikes? Yeah, I don't like this at all. Is it because there's DR? No way, right? No, even the DR monsters take, like, no damage. I see, like, 12.7 million, but there's just not very many of them. There. Now they're starting to take more damage. I think the problem is I need to get more Ice Spikes to spawn, because I see a lot of, like, 1 million damage ticks, but I definitely need to get a lot more Ice Spikes to show up. So that's a bit of a problem right now. Yeah, I definitely have enough power to kill them. I have enough survivability to stay alive. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I took off my boss powers, so I don't have as much crit strike chance. I'm not entirely sure. Well, whatever. Okay. Yeah. I can kind of start with that as the baseline, I suppose. So, okay, we've got... All right, I've got a nice little baseline here. So, what can I do now with all this? All right, so I wanted to test my build planner. I think that was the main thing that I was sort of curious about. Like, this build that I have going is pretty decent, or like the level of equipment I have is all right, but it doesn't entirely line up with what I had on my build planner. Chance for Ice Spike to deal double damage. Hmm. Yeah, not having very much crit chance is, I think, part of the problem too. What's my crit strike chance? It's actually fairly low, 23% only. So I want to say Elementalist aspect. Wait. Where's Avalanche? Yeah, I have Avalanche aspect. Well, the mana cost on this is really high for some reason, despite that. Is it because I'm in town or something? Why is the cost on it so... Yeah, it's not doing anything for the cost, at least not in town. It probably goes down when I leave town. I imagine that would be the problem. But as for what's going on here, well, I may have to reorganize everything. Okay. Where... Where's my build planner? Alright, there it is. Blizzard Sorcerer. Yeah, it's a good thing that I'm testing this now rather than later. I'm quite grateful for this. I was gonna try Fists of Fate. That's what I was doing. I have 3 sets of Fists of Fate, but the one that I need the most is gonna be Crit Strike chance or Lucky Hit chance. This one's a 300%. I don't care about 300% nearly as much as the actual rolls on it. But unfortunately, Lucky Hit... Oh yeah, here we go. Here's a good one. So 7.9% and 30.8%. The attack speed didn't roll very high, neither did Vulnerable, but I don't think I care about that. So if I start with this, my crit strike chance goes a little bit higher. Lucky hit chance is a lot better, so that should help with my blue rose ring. And then what are the other things that I was using? Oh, I was using Tybalt's. I was using Tybalt's with... Oh, okay. It's starting to come back to me. It is starting to come back to me. Siphoning Gizmo. I'm like looking and my build planner has a bunch of stuff from season 9. But I guess like that's not relevant here, but still, just looking at it. +2 Blizzard movement speed. Okay, I remember now. It's starting to come back to me. So because this build is like really pumping up the damage of Blizzard, but it's actually like my build planner is like pumping up the damage of the ice spikes. And I haven't actually bothered to upgrade any of these either. And what's my helm? My raiment is good. Yeah, my raiment is solid. This is better than what I have on the build planner even. Fist of Fate, this is okay. Okay, so for my helm, I'm currently running Juggernaut's aspect, but it's supposed to do the one for lucky hit. Yeah, this one. Yeah, really trying to pump up my lucky hit chance on this build. This is so that I can generate more ice spikes via Blue Rose, was what I had in mind. Lucky hit chance bonus 44%, lucky hit. Oh, lucky hit chance to make them vulnerable. So almost 50% lucky hit chance. That's good. It could be. Oh yeah, right. I was supposed to um frost skills. I think it was this one. Lucky hit chance. Gonna boost that even higher. And then Tybalt's. Oh, I was supposed to do Mind's Awakening. Well, unstoppable and for 4 seconds afterwards. Yeah, I don't think I care about that. So let me do Mind's Awakening. I can afford to toss this in. Now I don't need to keep recasting my barrier on my boots. Blizzard size and teleport cooldown reduction. Okay. This is good. Starting to come back to me. Teleport cooldown reduction. Well, not using evade, so movement speed is fine too. I think Blizzard size is more important, although I guess an argument could be made that I should do lucky hit chance. I think Blizzard size first. Let's try that. Ooh, first try. I might have to get another set of boots later, but I'll worry about that separately. So this is for ice spikes to deal double damage, and then I could try to throw on cold damage too, but I think that's not super important right now. My amulet. What did I run on my amulet? Oh, that's why. I'm missing a Frozen Wake aspect. Yeah, let me get Frozen Wake on here.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Frozen Wake? But then I do lose out on this aspect. Reduces the cost of frost skills. Again, I don't think that ice spikes count as a frost skill, though. That's part of the problem here. But then again, I guess neither does Edge Masters, so I'm gonna have to run this. Spotting an ice spike increases your damage by 3% up to 30 times. Oh, I didn't know that if I put it on an amulet, it can actually go up to 90%, because the base value is normally only 60 as the cap. But okay, so I'm gonna try this again. Again, I don't have Tybalt's. Do I have a way to get unstoppable? Maybe not. Would be nice to get some source of unstoppable. But yeah, this is kind of what I have right now. Sans the fact that this is only a 37% chance for Ice Spike to deal double damage. Wait, Ice Spike? Yeah, that's right. Ice Spikes. I'd like to... I would like to boost that up even higher, but... So now... My Blue Rose... 19.6 million. So the damage numbers are starting to go up. But the problem is, I am running out of mana. Well, this is exactly why it's important for me to test this before I actually try it in the live season. Same thing with Ball Lightning. I'm going to test both those things today. And then I need to figure out... and this is like Torment 3 stats too. And this is with Elixirs and Incense. I have all of my... Yeah, I see it. 27 million, 28.4 million. I'm definitely getting some of the damage numbers. Oh, I'm actually above the cap this time. But there are some issues so far. Wow. Yeah, this isn't too bad. This actually isn't too bad. I was thinking that I might be abandoning the build soon. Huh. 19.7 million. That's another thing I noticed too. A lot of these damage numbers are white, meaning that they're non-crit. Um, just normal damage numbers. That's not good. I may have to switch to... Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to switch to Shatter. I think I'm going to switch it over to Shatter. I think that would be... I think that would do it. Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to switch it. I think the cost of my spells are going to go up quite a bit, though. If I do this. Which is too bad, really, but... Costs 30% less mana. Oh, I just realized, too. If that's the case, I can throw this in. Because if I don't have this, then at 800 armor, I'm taking 35% of the damage. Now I'm taking 15% of the damage. So I should be taking like half the damage that I was before. Maybe even less. All right. Here we go. There's the Shatter. Definitely have some resource cost issues. There's no question about that. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to fix my resource cost problem right now. It would be nice if there was. Directly spawns ice spikes. Yeah, it's partly because of this aspect too that I threw on my amulet that now I'm doing a lot more damage with my ice spikes than before. So that helps. DR removal would be good here. It would have sped up this pack. I don't really have very many sources of crit strike chance. I may have to switch out my amulet or my weapon actually for a one-hander, like a focus, and a weapon, so I can get more crit strike chance. That might be necessary. I mean, I think the Fist of Fate also helps really boost the overall average damage output. What is this? Your attacks randomly deal percentage of damage. Ice spikes. I know there's also deep freeze. Deep freeze increases the there's one for frozen. There's an aspect called like frozen wake or something. No, frozen memories. That one boosts the radius, but it doesn't actually boost the damage. That's the problem. I have a problem here. There's too many. I can freeze them. I can shatter. Yeah, I'm just gonna tank with these for now. Too many explosions, but alright, yeah. I mean, this is pretty close already, the fact that I made it this far. But there's gotta be more I can do. Maybe I need to amp up the ice spikes, or maybe I need to buff up some of my equipment. 750s. I think I'm just getting stat checked here. I mean, I guess everything's a stat check, technically speaking, but in this case, I think it's, like, thinking about it, I don't even really have any of my equipment, like, masterworked. Like, this is all, like, non-ancestral gear. This is all just, I put this together with a box of scraps. Okay. Ice armor, maybe do a bit more damage here. Yeah, the resource cost is also a problem here, I think. If I'm to run Shatter. I may have to switch my gloves. I may have to. I think I could get by with like a little bit less life as long as I have... Oh, wow. There's all 44 million. Okay, what if I didn't use Fists of Fate as a crutch? Uh, the other thing is the boss. I wonder how long the boss is going to take. I kind of want to finish this run just for that alone. And this is... What? Maximum resource, too? $60 million. Well, 58 million. $58 million on that hit. Ice armor. Hmm. Okay. There is not enough crit strike chance. I think that's the problem here. And I can double check that Elementalist's aspect doesn't work with Ice Spikes, because if it does... I mean, I don't think there's any way, but if it does, then there's a whole lot of implications there. If Ice Spikes does somehow work with that aspect. Shatter. There's also an aspect that helps with Shatter. You just need more aspects. Like, having these Ice Spikes alone doesn't... Like, the Ice Spikes themselves do a lot of damage, but maybe I need more aspects that do different things, not just more damage from one aspect. And maybe... I wonder if there's a way to increase Ice Spike radius. Certainly does a fair bit of damage. It just isn't as fast as I'd like it to be. And I'm like Paragon... Well, on this setup, I'm like Paragon like 205 or something. So... Already a lot stronger than I would be if I were doing a T1 to... Like a level 1 to Torment 4 run. Although I guess, in all fairness, I don't have any of my gear up to... Well, actually, no. Most of my gear is 800 item power. It's really just my amulet that isn't. And that's because I grabbed Permafrost on it. This one's even this one's a 2GA. Are they... Oh, they are still unstoppable. Oh, shoot. Okay, that was a stupid death. I was about to activate Deep Freeze, but I thought I could survive. And I'm just a little embarrassed about that one, but whatever. I don't think I care too much. Alright. Oh, it's working. This isn't bad. It takes a while for Blizzard to ramp up, though. This is the thing I'm kind of trying to figure out. Like, why does it, like, not do any damage for the first bit, and then suddenly they take, like, chunks of damage at a time? Well, I'm glad I chose to finish this run, but makes me wonder if this build can survive without... Oh, is it because of Frost Nova? It might be Frost Nova. When I activate Frost Nova, they take 15% more damage for 8 seconds. Bosses, I mean. 8 seconds. Hmm. No, I should actually be using this more often. Whoa. Maybe I'm just not activating all the damage modifiers I need to. I'm not entirely sure here. That was a relatively easy run. Chest armor. Attack speed. No, I don't really think I need those. It's got to be Blue Rose, just because of this, like, 300% ice spike damage. That alone is already pretty nuts. But, okay. Hmm. Mastery skills gain increased damage. This is for if I wanted to pump Blizzard's base damage. And then... I think there's gotta be one for ice spikes, right? Ah, this one. Stalagmite. Yeah, start pumping this up. Alright. This is a good run. Got a chance to see how well this would go. Hmm. Okay, I might try to do the run again, but I want to use the build planner and skill setup that I cooked up. Uh, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna save this for a second. Oh, actually, I have multiple. Well, I should save this for no. Well, this is actually. I'm gonna rename it Ice Spikes. Okay, and then my last slot will be for Ball Lightning. So I'm gonna respec this. Refund all. And then... Why Frozen Orb, though? Hold on a second. Oh, I remember. Blizzard... 1 second. Yeah, Blizzard is not a dot skill, or... Like, this is actually useless, I realized. Because Blizzard is not a direct damage sort of skill. So, I should actually replace that with Frost Nova. Or, not Frost Nova, sorry. Where is it? I gotta replace it with Frozen Orb. Yeah. So, back to respec. Frost Orb, and this, or Frozen Orb, and this, like, if I grab this, then it would also give me greater, greater Frozen Orb, which applies vulnerable. It's either that or destructive Frozen Orb. That's something I need to figure out after. I think I'm supposed to get this. Core skills do increased damage. But there's an argument that should be made that I don't bother with that either. Actually, I don't even think I need that. This is Chill close enemies deal increased damage to frozen enemies. That's fine. 3 for lucky hit. Yes. Max these two. Probably mana shield too. And then 1, 2, 3, I suppose. And then the last of it would be 1, 2, 3. Did I also do cooldown reduction too? Oh, that's just where the last of my points go. I am still missing one of my modifiers though. Oh, I know where. It's this one. Yes, good. And the rest of my points go here. Nice. Alright, I still have another 3 minutes before my elixir and incense runs out, so I'm gonna start this real quick just to see. I see there's a bunch of people watching on YouTube. Hello folks, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm just doing some theory crafting in preparation for next season. And yeah, let me know if you need anything. What is happening here? Why do I do no damage? I respect my skills, but yeah, my Paragon is exactly the same. Did what? Oh, oh, that is a costly mistake. I was hitting them with Frozen Orb rather than Blizzard. Alright, well that explains everything. The reason why I mistook Frozen Orb for Blizzard is because it like as an enchantment my Frozen Orb is also pumping out Frozen Orbs, but then the Blizzard following me around is actually from the enchantment. But yeah, I had it like in reverse. Okay, yeah, now I'm doing a lot more damage. 36 million. Oh, they are dying fast. It takes a while for the damage to ramp up, but once the damage gets going, they die pretty quick. Yeah, and this is without me running the other key passive either. Yeah, I definitely need more crit strike if I can manage it. Wait. I don't even have I don't even have the right enchantment. Oops. But this is good. This is promising. The way that this setup is working. I'm seeing like 50 million, but maybe that's because I'm actually activating the right skills now. Maybe Ice Blades would be a good idea. If I ran Ice Blades. Alright. I'm gonna back out. Blizzard. I got Blizzard here, and if I get hit, I have a 7% chance to apply Ice Armor. I don't care. Frozen Orb. Yeah, this belongs here. And I did lose out on a chunk of health from my elixirs and incense, but maybe I might still be able to survive if I'm a bit more careful. Take a look at my stats real quick. Ooh, they're pretty low. Ooh, it actually does apply vulnerable the way that I wanted it to. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, this is a good setup. I'm actually liking this. And this is like... this has a lot of potential too. Yeah, this has a lot of room to grow. I'll probably end up dying soon, but... Ooh. Got frozen. Where's my frozen orb? It's not really popping as often as I would have wanted. Maybe ice blades might be better. Hmm. Gonna repair real quick. I have max resource on this one. Or on my current helm. Maybe... Ah, it's mana per second. It's running mana per second on my stuff. And I think my pants are Tybalt's on my build planner. But I don't really need Tybalt's. Like, it would help, but I don't need it. +2 core skills. What did I run? Or what was the other option for core skills? Just to make enemies vulnerable. I don't think I care about that though. Resistance to all elements, attack speed, lucky hit chance. I mean, all those would be good. Resource cost reduction. Yeah. As for ice spike, deal double damage, resource generation. Could have really used at least one resource cost reduction rather than resource gen. That would be nice. Hmm. Hmm. Permafrost int glass cannon. That would be the ideal amulet. Um. Oh yeah, my boots. I run armor rather than blizzard. I ran. Yeah, because with blizzard, I have like ranks of blizzard here, but most of the damage is coming from ice spikes itself with this setup. Lucky hit chance is increased by 30% while I have a barrier. Well, this gives me barriers, so my lucky hit chance will go up. Or my boots, I mean. Yeah, so I get barrier off this. I get lucky hit chance from this. Plus 25%. That's fine. If I take this off, my lucky hit chance goes down substantially, but then again, how much do I care in comparison to when I have blue rose? And then, in addition to that, if I had ice blades, every 31 seconds in cooldowns I spend a chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Wait, I gain increased attack speed per active ice blades? If I had any sort of like mana cost reduction, that'd be quite helpful. But I think most people use this for cooldown reduction. So that I can keep getting my ice armor up and frost nova. Hmm. Cold damage against vulnerable enemies. Yeah, I can try to readjust my Paragon board too. Start off simple, and then work my way through it. Yeah, I can always switch it back if I need to. So, Paragon board. It's gonna take a bit. 200 points spent. So here we are. And I think next season, the interesting thing about next season, or well, one of the interesting things for next season, is that the there is an infusion. Yeah, there is actually an infusion which allows you to get damage to an element equal to your highest damage type. And the thing is, on Sorcerer specifically, usually your highest damage type is already going to be like non-physical damage. So damage to cold, damage to fire, all that are going to be roughly equal to one another. Yeah, I think this is Enchantment Master board. Huh, that's weird. I don't know why the board does it like this, but be like this instead. Okay, there. Okay, that's one down. All right. I think Icefall board comes first. The more boards, the better. And then this. And all these. And which glyph did I use for this one? Winter? I used Winter glyph. Okay, well, maybe one of the other ones might be fine too. This is for Dex. Wait, hold on a second. Why am I not using Destruction? Huh? Where's Destruction glyph in all this? I don't have Destruction glyph. Because I'm supposed to be hitting them with Destruction, but anyway. I don't really know if I have very much crit strike chance either. That's the other issue. Whenever I chill or freeze an enemy, do increased damage for 10 seconds. Does Destruction? Yeah, I can just run with Destruction. Why not? I'll use Destruction instead. That should help. I just don't know how I really get that much crit strike chance because this particular build doesn't have very much crit strike chance. I guess I could like get a focus with crit strike chance on it. That would work, but it's not exactly how I would ideally like to do things. Frigid Fate. Okay. Which glyph did I use here? Stalagmite? Alright. Stalagmite it is. Hmm. Okay, yeah, right. This gives me more crit strike chance on my ice spikes. Hey, Lee. What's up, man? Yeah, you had a necro to show me, didn't you? I told you to wait until today, so here I am. And, yeah, I think I'd like to be able to stream tomorrow, but I think I'll be a lot busier tomorrow. So I figured that today would be the day that I could try to stream. And now, so if you have anything you wanted to show me, I'm ready for whatever you got. Uh, it's this, yeah. Hold on. Why am I going all the way around? I can actually just go from here, can't I? Yeah, that would make the most sense. It's sort of strange. Yeah, this would actually unlock more nodes on this side. You need decks. Yeah. Well, I guess maybe not. Yeah, because I'm actually using a dex node. Okay, that's fine. I'll just leave this then. Okay. Yeah, you see all builds for Season 9. I'm going with Spiritborn Season 9. Okay, great. So you're playing Thorn Spiritborn, or what do you have in mind? Because I actually cooked up, like, you were here when I did my last stream, and on my last stream I cooked up 2 builds for the Spiritborn. The only build that I haven't yet really done one for by now is Rogue, but I don't intend to touch Rogue until next season. Because to be honest, there are 2 builds that I'm interested in playing for Rogue. The first is Dance of Knives, of course, and then the other one is going to be, well, the thing of, okay, so it's Dance of Knives and Flurry, but Dance of Knives, the changes that I want to try out are only in next season, not in this season. And then, yeah, okay. So yeah, there's Dance of Knives, and then there's Flurry. And Flurry has a new unique coming out next season, so I mean I could try it. I could try to putting a build together this season, but it doesn't really interest me trying out the build until the unique, or until I can try it out with a new unique, because there's some pretty cool interactions I can come up with for it, but that only applies to when next season actually comes out. I'm gonna refund this. I am short 1 Paragon point. I had spent 201, I think. Okay. I'm missing 2 Paragon points that I didn't throw in somewhere. Is it on this side, maybe? No. Oh, I know where. It would be here, right? Probably be here? No, that doesn't make much sense. You're on now? Okay. You're getting on? Nice. Okay, I'll take a look at it in just a second. I'm just gonna do, let me just finish this up real quick. I've already picked up all the legendary nodes. Oh, yeah, let me throw in a glyph here. Is this where Elementalist goes in? I think this is Elementalist, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Oh, I guess I misclicked earlier. There's still 1 point that's missing, though. I don't know where my... There's like 1 Paragon point that's unaccounted for. I'm not sure exactly where I lost a Paragon point, but... I mean, what's... It's not like it would make a huge difference, right? I've got all my glyphs and everything, so... Maybe here? Whatever. I'm just gonna let it go for now. Necromancer is too slow. Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it's slow, but next season I think there's some witch power or sorry, heraldic powers that might help speed it up. I can kind of talk about that a little later too. Okay, here's the damage. It starts to ramp up over time. Oh no. I can't just sit there and face tank it, I guess. Why? Oh, I don't even have the... I'm actually missing a set of gloves. Hold on, hold on. There's my gloves. That brings me into 903, and then my resistances are a little bit on the low side. I guess the easiest way to fix that... Oh, I remember now. It's starting to come back to me. So the way that I was able to refill my mana is by using Pock Lum. That's what it was. Pock Lum. Oh yeah, and I have Ahu Gar. Kurgar. Kurgar, and then this is Ahu. I don't care about that. Kurgar with... Where is it? Okay, I'm just gonna take a look at your profile. I think I'm gonna do that. Let me just get my last rune. I think it's Pock rune, right? Where is it? I had like a... Do I really only have one Pock rune? I think I might only have one Pock rune. But this is how it's supposed to be. Yes. Pock rune.
There is power in these
2 topazes. Yeah, sorry about this. Just trying to make sure I don't forget anything here for this setup. Pock, and then... Where's Lum? Here, I recognize that. Okay, there. So now I shouldn't be running out of mana. I get to try it out after I look at your little build here, and then I can keep trying all this out. Yeah, I am running low on these though. That's okay. I should have more than enough to test out the remaining things I need. All right, and if, worst case scenario, I can always just do Tree of Whispers. Okay, so your build. Oh, okay. All right. Your Bone Spear build now is very strong now since last time I saw it. Okay, so let's go through this one by one. Is it really supposed to be like this kind of amulet? Like, I don't doubt that your build is strong. Soul Rift. Yeah, because I don't know how to make a Bone Spear Necro anymore. I made one way back in like season 0 after my companion druid, but like that Bone Spear Necro functioned completely differently than how Bone Spear Necros function now. Like, you run like Indira's Memory, which turns Bone Spear into like a blood skill. So I don't know how all that works. Yeah, because I thought that for your amulet, it's supposed to be Banished Lords. Skills that consume life deal increased damage. That's another thing too. Your next core skill costs life. Oh, right, because this thing this is a resource skill that gives you increased damage, and then this would Indira's memory makes it so Bone Spear is consuming life, so it does a lot of damage. Sacrifice bonuses are increased. So, are you following a build guide for this, or a build planner, or is this like you hack this together yourself? I'm guessing you're following a build guide, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh, you're missing an offhand too. I see you don't even have a focus, but Doombringer, huh? Max life, damage reduction. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say here. Yeah, your Necro is looking really nasty. Wait, why do you have Blight? What? I thought that it's supposed to be Bone Spear. That's supposed to be doing all that damage. Guaranteed to overpower enemies within Bone Prison. Yeah, this is honestly when this got announced as an aspect, I suspected it was going to be really, really strong. But next season they're really toning down overpower by like 80%. So I think that like I'm actually curious to see how well these overpower builds function next season. They're still probably going to be very strong, the ones that were in S tier before, but hopefully it's not like, oh, I throw an overpower and it does 6 times the damage, right? Um, that's how it was for me, my sorcerer this season. And then like but the thing is, like, I was playing Blood Surge in the PTR and that was taking forever. Anyway, whatever. Oh wow, you actually have this at triple masterwork Tides of Blood on a 2GA Indira's memory. That is sick, dude. Those are some pretty insane rolls. Those are like the two good modifiers to have GAs on too. Only thing is the unique effect on it isn't perfect, but who really cares? Blood Wave is additionally a bone skill. Yeah, and you're running Soul Rift. I don't know what's up with that. Like, I don't know how those two would work together, but okay. Path of Trag'Oul. Yeah, Bone Prison cooldown reduction and bone skills. That again makes a lot of sense. Hmm. Movement speed, armor. Shroud of False Death. This one's all over the place. I'm surprised you didn't try to like masterwork for all stats first, and then like try to like triple crit it, because if yeah, unless you just went and triple masterworked, like, you know what? I think I get it. You're just hitting whatever you can with your masterworking. You don't really care for which modifiers you're hitting, because otherwise this would not be. You'd probably be pumping out int on this rather than crit strike damage, right? And then this would definitely not be like hitting core, lucky hit chance, and attack speed. But either way, wow, that's cool though. I mean, that's a good setup. Thanks for showing me. Plus 12 bone spare. Yeah, that is a nasty deathless visage. Only unfortunate thing about this is is that the roll on it is so low. But well, I guess this deathless visage could have been like could have been a lot better. The unique roll, I mean, it's ancestral, which is great, but yeah, if you had like GA on chance for bone spear projectiles to cast twice, or GA on bone spear, that would give you a lot more damage too. That's impressive. What's the highest pit tier that you can clear with this? Because you've obviously put a lot of work into this. Your build is kind of nuts. I honestly am I'm actually thoroughly impressed by how much effort. Like, oh, I meant to ask too, or I'll ask that after, I guess. I'm actually thoroughly impressed by how much effort you've put into your characters, even like well after season 8 was announced, because, or season 9's been announced, because season 9's like right around the corner. It's like coming out next week, right? So I don't think that I think the majority of players are just trying to take it chill, and it's not like anyone's really trying to push super hard right now into the pit or sink a lot of hours in the game. We're kind of like having some breathing room for next season. And you're still going at it. Yeah, build very good. 70. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, I see. Did you need any help with clearing? Actually, wait, no, I wouldn't be able to help you on that. I was gonna say, did you need help with clearing pit 75? But I think we already did a pit 75 together with someone else. and I wouldn't be able to run a Pit 75 with another player. Like, I barely cleared Pit 75 on my companion druid as it was. I mean, like, I could keep buffing it. I could level up some stuff here and there, but um, to be able to run it, but I don't want to. Well, I mean, you've probably already cleared it, so like, who cares? Attack speed, masterworking, yeah, no, I mean, I'm not sure what to say. It's interesting. Your build is really, really cool, like, in terms of the fact that you have everything almost masterwork like rank 12, the fact that you have all the necessary items. I think it's really just the masterworking roles that are kind of like, they could be a bit better. That's not on you, but just on RNG, and probably would need to reset some of, like, put quite a bit of effort into resetting these to get it. Yeah, I've been putting work, man. I've been grinding. Yeah, try not to burn yourself out too fast, huh? Or yeah, try not to burn yourself out too fast, because yeah, like, the new season's coming out, so uh, when the new season comes out, you gotta have enough, I guess, oil in the tank to, or gas in the tank to keep grinding when everybody starts, like, because at the beginning of the season is the most fun when nobody has anything really, and everyone's trying to, like, figure stuff out together, and everyone's still trying to, like, get their builds up and running. And the next season, there's not going to be, well, maybe, like, somebody will probably discover some really broken interaction. That's going to be the meta, but until that happens, like, they're not being overpowered means, like, does mean that things should be a bit tougher for most people, I think. So yeah, good for you, man. Thanks for showing me the build. Okay, so at last I gotta take a look at this. I'll probably be streaming a little, like, once more this week and once more next week is kind of what I'm thinking right now, what I'm planning. But I just don't know the exact dates. Like, next week, I'll probably stream on Monday. Well, obviously before the season begins. When the season actually goes live, I will be, like, playing that pretty much nonstop. That's a given. But oh shoot. Yeah, they do so much damage. I may have to actually pop my elixirs and incense. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Don't play too much. Me, or you're talking about for me or for you? Because in my case, I think I've already told you, right? You've heard me say this multiple times already, that my only real interest right now, for, like, playing this season is trying to hack together the build guides for next season. That's it, really. Give me a second. I'll get one royal skull, and then I want one diamond. Okay, good. Alright. I'm also lacking a lot of damage because I took out so many Paragon points, but it's fine. Yeah, I don't play too much. You said you've been putting in work, and your gear is like Masterwork rank 12, so I feel like, yeah, you must have put in at least some amount of work into getting all this put together, right? That's what I would think anyway. Oh, shoot. Maybe I should deep freeze here, actually. There. Damage numbers are starting to ramp up a bit. Yeah, but they hurt, though. I don't know why they hurt so much more than the last time I ran the... Oh, you know what? I know what's going on. It's because I'm missing out on a lot of damage reduction, I think. And life modifiers. That has to be it, right? I can't really think of anything else that would be causing this issue, really. Speed. I guess some life here would be good. I don't want to pick up Tybalt's. I don't want to pick up the Tybalt's. But then, I mean, anytime I go unstoppable, I get a 15% more damage. Haven't masterworked everything. I haven't even masterworked this. I feel like I get a lot more damage out of this. I just don't really have a good staff. Anyway, but yeah, Lee, I don't plan to play that much in the coming days. I'm just playing today because I'm trying to do some experimenting with the with more builds, right? That's it, really. And then next week, if I stream, I'm probably only going to be streaming because I wanted to like chat with people and kind of. Well, yeah, that's mainly that would mainly be it, just to chat with people. Either chat with people or like if you wanted to show me another build that you're working on, you know, I'd like to see it. Chat with people and also explain to them that yeah, I will be streaming next season and you know remind people that I'll be on. So that's basically it. You're playing Spiritborn Thorn build in season 9. Yeah, I wanted to play Thorn's build too, but I'm not so sure. Here, hold on a second. Cold damage. Yeah, I would like to play Spiritborn too, or Thorn Spiritborn, but I think everyone's playing Thorn Spiritborn, so I'm sort of debating whether or not I should bother. Like, there might not be a point. If everybody's already playing Thorn Spiritborn, then I don't really gain anything, or, well, people don't really gain much out of me kind of showing them more gameplay for a Thorn Spiritborn. This, I'll try. This is my last attempt. I don't think I have enough gold to keep remaster working, but that's fine. Let me also masterwork this. I'm actually surprised I haven't masterworked all my equipment already. All my equipment should be masterworked. And at this point, it's almost guaranteed that no one will be asking me for new items this season. So, I might as well just do this. Crit strike chance, blizzard size, and blue rose. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be asking me for more equipment. Okay. Crit strike chance, nice. So, I'm at 36% base crit strike chance, plus 25% from this rune. So that brings me up to 61%. And then if I factor in this glyph here that I picked up, then that brings me up to 40. But that brings me up to 80% crit strike chance. Now, survivability. I don't know what's going on with survivability though. I don't know why I'm dying so easily. I mean, I amped up my resistances a little bit. Maybe that'll help. But that could be a problem. Oh, hey, you're totally, yeah, no, you're very welcome. Liebergus, it was my pleasure. Thanks for helping you out a lot in Season 8. Can't wait for you to start Season 9. Oh, yeah, like, we'll be there before you know it, for sure. And I'm going to be playing a lot, same as this season. But, I think this season I stopped after, like, a month because they had already announced the PTR and that the new season was coming, so didn't really see much reason to keep going if the new season's already right around the corner, you know? Anyway. Yeah, I'm liking this. Yo, this build is actually... Yeah, this build's a lot stronger than it was last time. Just even off of masterworking. Just that alone. And I'm a lot tankier now, too, it seems. Oh, dude, they're dying real fast. Yeah, and I spend resource and drain resource, so... This helps a lot, too. Anyway, sorry. You think a lot of players are going with Sorcerer? Yes, a lot of players are going Sorcerer, but a lot of the people who are opting to go Spiritborn are going to play Thorn Spiritborn. I'll have to see. I'm actually more interested in well, yeah, I think I'm more interested in playing Thorns I'm more interested in playing I'm more interested in playing the Seeker and Stinger builds than I am like the Thorn setup for Spiritborn. But let me think about that one. Because, yeah, I actually have no idea. It's kind of, I should maybe do some more research on it. I just automatically assume that a lot of people are going to be playing Thorn Spiritborn because I feel like that's like a hyped build. Like, people have wanted to see Thorn's Spiritborn for like some time, so Yeah, I would be surprised if, or to see like a working, functional Thorns setup. It does kind of, it is unfortunate though that Thorns Spiritborn feels more like Thorns in name only, because in reality, Thorns is like, Thorns should be like they have to hit you, and then that's where they take most of their damage. But I feel like Spiritborn is using it mainly as a conduit to boost other sources of damage. It's kind of what I gather from the Thorns Spiritborn setup, but I mean, whatever works. Yeah, okay. I think I'm pretty happy with how this build is right now. Could it be better? Yeah, for sure. It totally could be, but uh I can't really complain right now. Like this is yeah, this is good. This is really good. Spiritborn OP, it's crazy. Is it yeah, is it really? I'm actually not sure. I don't know what's like, I know Hydra. I mean, you said it yourself. Like, you think a lot of players are going Sorcerer? Yeah, fair enough. I was originally excited to try Hydra, and then, well, it turns out that yeah, everyone wants in on Hydra. Not just because Hydra is like a cool build. Like people wanted to see Hydra build work for ages, but yeah, like it's also shaping up to be one of the strongest builds of Season 9. Unless they announce during the campfire that, oh yeah, we've nerfed it, but uh right now, if they leave things the way they are, this Spiritborn, or sorry, Hydra Sorcerer is actually looking pretty strong for next season. So, lucky hit chance 66%. Whoa, lag. Yeah, well, having said all that though, next season there's two builds that I want to play. Not Hydra. For two Sorcerer builds I want to play. Neither of them are Hydra. The first one is what we're witnessing here, Blizzard. I'm probably going to open up with Blizzard Sorcerer. I actually have a kind of a soft spot for Blizzard because, like the spell, I mean, not the company. Because Blizzard is just such a simple, straightforward skill to use. You just throw a Blizzard and it like hits everything in an AoE, like damage over time, right? Uh, Yeah, like, I mean, there's other skills like Blood Surge and, like, there's other skills too for, Sorcerer that are very AoE based. Like, obviously, there's, I think of some good examples here. There's, like, Incinerate. Like, yeah, you could spin in a circle, and that would, in a way, that would be some sort of AoE, I guess. But, I think it would be nice. Oh, and this is without powers too, I just remembered. I don't even have any powers equipped. This is like base Blizzard. But, yeah. Anyway, yeah, again, it was my pleasure, Lee. The one thing I will say about next season, like, I'd be more than happy to help you out when you need it, except for probably well, at the very first day of the season, I'm gonna be trying to grind out to Torment 4 as quickly as I can. So that's like the one stipulation I have, that for next season I'll probably be, you know, like I'm gonna be committed to trying to hit Torment 4 as fast as possible, so that I can get out my videos saying to people that, hey, yeah, this is my companion druid, I reached Torment 4, that kind of stuff. And then if you want help after that, yeah, I can assist you. But yeah, I'm actually really excited for Season 9. I have so much stuff planned. Like, I have, like, 3 build guide videos already completed. I have a 4th one in the works. And I have the... when I say I have a 4th one in the works, I mean I have the gameplay for it, like Blood Surge Necro, and I just need to put that together. Then I have 2 other builds that are also, like... I have everything ready to start creating those, too. So there's, like, a lot of... I still have a lot of work this week to do. That's another reason why I said that I'm only going to be streaming today and maybe like one other day next week, because I still need some time to properly put all this together. Okay, there. I think this is fine. It's either this or Enlightenment, but I don't think I care too much about getting Enlightenment, really. Because I don't really use skills of different... Oh, hold on. That was another thing I was curious about. Does Shatter occur on this? Actually, or on bosses? I don't know. I don't think it does, but it certainly helps against ads, which gives me more time to deal with the boss. So I think that part's okay. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm actually liking it. There. Wow. Good. Hmm. And I can actually upgrade this too. This is Destruction Glyph. Yeah, I actually think I'd prefer Destruction Glyph over... I could even replace Eliminator if I really wanted to, but... Was it Winter Glyph? Yeah. Let me replace this with Destruction. I don't know why I don't already have that. Hmm. Wow. I think it's just because I boosted up my crit strike chance. That's what it feels like. Like, why I feel so much stronger than before. Okay, hold on a second. I'm just making adjustments to my build planner. But yeah, yeah, once again, Lee Burgess, if you ever need anything, just let me know, okay? Like, I actually hold on to equipment so that you folks, if anyone asks, I can just toss it your way. So it's really not a problem, as long as I know what it is other people are looking for. And that's the other reason why I try to make one of every class, too. It makes it much easier for me to go and find these items for other people. And yeah, going back to this discussion about Sorcerer and all that, well, I do think that, yeah, I think that a lot of people who are going to be playing Sorcerer are going to try and play, they're going to try to play Hydra. So I'm trying to avoid Hydra like the plague right now, and that's why I'm trying to Theorycraft a working Blizzard and Ball Lightning build at the moment. That's kind of the reasoning. And then similarly with Spiritborn, well, I don't know how many people are going to play Thorns. I just assumed everybody's going to play. Like, every player, or most players are going to be playing Hydra Sorcerer, probably because it's looking like it'll be the strongest build for, like, pit pushing next season. But I don't know how strong Spiritborn is going to be. I was under the impression that Thorn Spiritborn is also going to be a very strong pick, too, like, second only to Hydra Sorcerer. If that's not actually the case, then I might actually end up playing Thorn Spiritborn if, you know, it's not going to be this, like, meta build that everyone's just going to jump on. I expect that Hydra Sorcerer will be this way, but I don't know about Thorn Spiritborn. Either way, assuming that both of those builds are as, like, overpowered as I expect them to be, then that's why I'm thinking that if I play Spiritborn, I need to pick like a lesser used build, like the Seeker or Razor Wings is like kind of a cool one, or even Stinger. Those are the three that I'm looking at right now. All the other ones, no interest in at the moment, but yeah, those, like, Seeker is my own personal build. I've already cooked it up. I just need to do a video on it, really. I even have the build, or I even have the build planner for it already made. Razor Wings, that one, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Like, I have all of my gear, like, pretty kitted up, and it's still struggling, like, pretty hard. Unlike with Seeker. Seeker, I feel like, even if you don't have everything, you'll still be fine. But anyway, so I'm gonna save this Ice Bike setup that I have. This is kind of what I was hoping for. Now, the only other issue that I have is I want to run Pit 55, but I think in order to run Pit 55, I may have to make some adjustments to the build. Yeah, I think I'd probably rather have just standard pants rather than Tybalt's. I already have more, like, my resource costs are not that bad right now, I don't think. Okay, I'm gonna
I
replace
won't make you wait
this.
your return.
My lucky hit chance is still pretty decent, like 60%. Okay, I mean, I can take that. And then because my armor is so high, I should actually replace my. Oh, this my armor is actually ridiculously high. I should actually replace these with three. Do three regular diamonds. Okay. Wow, I'm actually still down on resistances. There's gotta be somewhere I can yoink resistances. There's plenty of places I can get resistances. I would just need more damage and all that. Anyway, I got 11 more minutes. I'm gonna try a pit 55, but I don't actually expect to clear it because I think that I just don't have enough resistances. Hey, Simon, what's up, man? How to get on now? You mean for season 9? You can't. I'm trying to theorycraft for season 9 using season 8 as a baseline on builds that aren't expected to get on builds that haven't received any buffs or nerfs. That's all I'm doing right now. So you're not missing out on anything. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I'm just excited enough for next season that I want to like figure all this out ahead of time. You know what I mean? I just kind of wish I had a way to pull these guys in with like steel grasp or something like what the barbarian has. Yeah, I definitely need some like resource cost reduction too. Well, I already have resource cost reduction on my weapon though, but more resource cost reduction would be sort of nice. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. I'm gonna have to switch out Tybalt on the build planner for what I have here. Because I don't really have an easy way to... Oh, shoot. Surprised I lived through that. Yeah, I had Tybalt's on my build planner, but I don't think that's what I should be using. And in fact, if I get rid of... Oh, well... Oh, there it is. Casting ice armor makes me unstoppable. Oh, okay, no wonder I can't get on. Yeah, how are you doing, Simon? It's I'm glad you're able to make it today. Um, yeah, what are you up to? Are you Yeah, what are you up to right now? I mean, I'm excited, like I'm guessing that you're probably pretty excited for season 9 too, right? Like I am. Oh man, I can't wait for next week to come. I'm actually so hyped for it and I'm really just waiting. That's it. I'm just waiting for it to come. But while I'm waiting for it to show up, all I'm really trying to do is piecing together these builds. I have about a dozen build. Well, I'm exaggerating a bit when I say that. Well, actually, do I have a dozen builds lined up for next season? Let me take a look. Let's see, 5, 10. I have almost a dozen builds ready for next season that I've put together build planners for. Mm, do I have one for Blood Surge Necro? I have that. Yeah, no, I have about 10 build. I have 10 build planners for next season so far. So far. I mean, there's probably going to be more to come. Like Stinger Spiritborn is another one. Patiently waiting for S9. Nice, nice. Spiritborn Thorn's so good for speed farm. Burgess, you're saying? I wouldn't know. I didn't try Thorn Spiritborn, so I actually have no idea if it would be like really good for speed farming or not. But yeah, I'm really just patiently waiting for season 9, man. I can't wait. I don't know. I like here's the thing though. I'm going to give you a sorry, one sec. Giving you a sneak peek into next season. I have a whole bunch of you want to check out the all priest necro, but you mean all Mages, right? I'm just inferring from context because priest necro build, but I'm guessing you mean the archmages, with the hand of Naz. Yeah, I am gonna be making one of every character next season, like I always do, but I don't know if I have very much interest in doing like a minion build with like hand of Naz, and the reason for that is I think that most like everyone else is already going to be uh playing the Hand of Naz minion necros, so I don't really see a point in doubling up on that and just making the same content that everyone else is going to try and put together, you know? So I'll probably do a necro, but I'll probably do that one last, and I need to figure out if there's some other build that I want to play. I'm thinking like Bone Spear, maybe Blood Lance. You tried one of every tune this season? Okay. How'd that go for you? Because in my case, yeah, like I always, well, ever since was it 6 or 7? I think it was season 7. Season 7, I made like one of every class. I've kind of upped the number over time because they've made the game easier and easier, like objectively, right? Like season 2, I only had time to really put together, well, and I've gotten better at the game. That's a simple fact, right? Like, I didn't know as much about the game in season 2 as I do now. That just comes from playing it like all the time, over and over. And then in season 2, I only really ever had time to do companion druid, maybe and a sorcerer. Season 3, I think it was the same. Oh no, I actually upped it to a whirlwind barb too. And then season 4 I did necro. Season 5, I think I added like a rogue, right? So that was like so I went from like, it's actually kind of funny. So from season 2 all the way to season 5, the number on that season directly corresponds to how many builds I tried to use. So like season 2 I ran companion druid, of course, and then and also chain lightning sorcerer. Season 3 I did, I think, sorcerer, or sorry, companion druid with incinerate sorcerer with whirlwind barb. The season 4 I added minion necro into that mix, and then season 5 I added barrage rogue into the mix. I think is how it went, something along those lines. Then season 6 Spiritborn came out, and well, I guess we add Spiritborn in the mix, Quill Volley Spiritborn, and that makes 6. And season 7, I mean, there's only 6 classes, but sure, I think I played Blizzard, or I played Mega Meteor, and then I also tried to do a Blizzard Sorcerer too. That makes 7. It's kind of funny. Uh, it's kind of funny how, yeah, every season I basically add another build. But I didn't even think about it until just now. But yeah, the number on the season directly corresponds to how many builds I end up playing, just by sheer coincidence. Anyway, sorry. I got sidetracked though. So you ended up liking the speed of the sorcerer best. Yeah, I think that sorcerer is kind of a staple for a lot of for a lot of players, not just because they're like the strongest class or anything like that, but because they are highly mobile with teleport, more mobile than just about any other class, except for maybe Spiritborn. I don't know. Like you can't really beat like just teleport spam. At least Spiritborn has like their little dash or evade build or whatever, but you still will never be able to stop infinite teleport from being able to speed farm so quick or so quickly. You had bad luck with mythics. Oh, that's too bad. Lee said that he had bad luck with mythics. Well, what mythics were you missing? You had Shadow Falls Death, I thought. I guess you also had Doombringer. It's not great, but yeah. What were you like looking for? Like, what were you missing? In my case, this season I didn't. Oh, yeah, no, this season I didn't have a single mythic aside from, where's my Doombringer? I had a Doombringer somewhere. Maybe. Yeah, I had my Doombringer here. But I had to actually put in 2 Resplendent Sparks in order to get like craft it. And obviously, I would have much preferred Ring of Starless Skies or uh Harlequin Crest or Air of Perdition or Shadow Falls Death. Shadow Falls Death, I think, is the number 1 for me, but yeah. I haven't had any mythics this season, is what I'm trying to get at here. So, at any rate, yeah, I'm like dying in these runs, and I think that kind of stems from me not having enough resistances. Whoa, like what should I do for my resistances? Okay, there is a way. There is a way. I can take these out and then put them in here. 12 to all resistances. Third. Chill 18%. There's gotta be... Oh. Oh, this guy's giving me Fortify. Well, there is one way to fix my resistances problem, but then I'd lose out on Fortify. I'm actually a little curious about that. Oh, is that where so much of my armor is coming from? I think it is. So if I try to go down this way, my resistances will reach the point where I think they're fine now. Yeah, but then I lose Fortify, all my Fortify, so I'll see if I have any chance of surviving this. All the builds I initially try. Wait, hold on a second. Me too. All or gear in stash. Can we sell it for season 9 gold? No, I've told you multiple times. You cannot carry over any gold or materials from season 6 to season 8 to season 9. It's the whole point of it is that it's supposed to be a fresh start. All builds I initially tried called for mythics, Simon said. Oh, wow. Well, I only now at P250 have the basic mythics. Ouch. I'm pushing 250 soon, and I only have one Doombringer. That's it. Wish we could use mythics from past seasons. That's fair. I understand that, but no, I mean, it is, you know, it wouldn't really be a new season if they didn't make it so that you only get access to the like, obviously they can't do that. I know that you might wish for that to be the case, but it wouldn't make much sense in the context of seasons. You ever be making coffee? Okay. They need buff mythic drops? Okay, now that's the one thing I can kind of get behind. I feel like, yeah, they probably should. I don't know what to do about mythics. Honestly, I'm not sure what they should do about mythics. I don't have a very good, like, no matter what they do, there's gonna be a drawback. Like, right now, mythics are like a chase item. Okay, fine. They're a chase item. It works well in that... Well, originally, when mythics were released, they were meant to be this sort of, like, chase item that only a select few, people got access to, right? Yeah, it was supposed to be this, like, chase item that, oh, maybe, like, the elite, like, 2-3%, or, well, 0.00002% of people get access to. But then, now, I don't really know what their goal is with mythics. They're obviously not build-defining, though. Like, they're not, like, standard uniques where, okay, if I didn't have... I don't know, let's say like Storm's Companion Pants for my companion druid, then I would be completely miserable playing it. But on the other hand, the way it is right now, well, if you don't have it, then you're gonna suffer a lot of... You're in a situation where you're missing out on a lot of damage, right? So, yeah, I got, I'm not sure what to say. And then, of course, like, there's players who try to play to push the pits, and there's some people, such as myself, who only really care about being able to clear up to Torment 4. So, This is another reason why I don't want to speak on behalf of other players. Like I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just sharing, I guess, I try to accept the game for what it is, but I think my biggest concern, which I think is a pretty valid concern here, is that, oh, I guess next area. I think one of my biggest concerns about Mythics is that their acquisition rate is based off of what's currently on the market right now, which doesn't actually sound all that bad until you realize that many of the people who have access to these Mythics are either running through the game with other people, which isn't, there's nothing wrong with that, or they're getting it from like duped mats, the stacks of like 99 like husks and whatnot. And if they're basing it around, an economy that is dependent on people exploiting the game, well, I kind of would have preferred then if they just made it so that the way to get mythics was that you had to like work for it rather than via RNG or something. Sorcerer Hydra is very strong. Oh yeah, no, it is ridiculously strong. Yeah, it's looking like, I think I mentioned already, it's looking like it's slated to be one of the strongest builds for next season, bar none. Not factoring in any sorts of like bugs and whatnot. I'm thinking for next season, I want to play my Dance of Knives rogue like I always do, but I have like a pretty crazy twist for the Dance of Knives rogue that I think might make it easier to play than as compared to this season. Although I guess at the start of this season, there was a lot about the build that was not ideal or optimal. Namely, I was using Shadow Imbuement rather than Cold Imbuement. So I was lacking a lot of potential damage. And I also had one glyph, I think it was called Chip Glyph. Chip Glyph gives physical damage, but that's kind of worthless if I switch over my damage from physical to cold imbuement. So there were a few different ways that I could amp up my damage. And then now next season is coming out, and there's a couple of really interesting things that I could, well, there's a number of changes for Dance of Knives that make it sort of interesting. One being that you can no longer snapshot, so that's a huge L. But on the flip side, with the new season powers, there's a chance that I might be able to run Poison Imbuement with the power that allows me to detonate damage over time effects. So there's like a lot of different combinations there. Dancing Knives build, sorry, you build around it. What do you mean by that? Yeah, I am building around Dance of Knives, or at least that's my intention for next season. That's the build that I'm most interested in playing, yes. So I will be building something that kind of works well with Dance of Knives, or at least that's my intention. All right. I was actually lamenting how long this is taking, but I realized this isn't actually all that bad. This is Paragon 200, and this is with, like, not even all Masterwork 4 out of 12. Sorry, this is... all of my equipment is Masterwork 4 out of 12 only, not, like... You know, nothing beyond that. And a lot of the items I'm running right now too are non-ancestrals. Like my pants, for example, I ran them because they have resistance to all elements. So there's like a substantial amount of potential on this build. Also kind of random. I just remembered. I really do kind of wish I had made like a deep freeze build last season. This season, they've kind of capped out the damage on my deep freeze, unfortunately. Otherwise, it could have been kind of cool. To like put together like a deep freeze sort of build for like speed farming or something. I don't know. I really wish that they would have grouped up a little bit more nicely. Now I have to kill them all individually. Oh, there. Applies vulnerable. Maybe a way to do it is instead of getting my frozen orb to apply vulnerable, I should get it to regen mana instead, because I feel like I have other ways to apply vulnerable as it is already. May have to try switching it up. You love Dancing Knives build too, man? Oh, okay, that's good, because yeah, next season I'm going to be playing Dance of Knives. It's just a question of like what order I'm doing it in. Like, I'll give you my roster. You love Diablo 2, man. It was very good, and you love the story. Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of great things about Diablo 2. I played Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I myself really enjoyed the game. So yeah, I'm not really too surprised that you feel that way about uh, about Diablo 2. But oh shoot, I like turned away from the screen for like 2 seconds to read the initial comment you had. You love Dancing Knives build. So Dancing Knife or Dance of Knives, the builds that I plan to play for next season. I'm gonna start off with Companion Druid, of course. Then I am thinking of doing a Blizzard Sorcerer second, Dance of or Whirlwind Barb third, and then Dance of Knives Rogue fourth. And the reason for this is I want to make like I'm actually most interested in making a Whirlwind Barbarian, the same Whirlwind Barb that you saw from this season, but like I think it'll actually be stronger. Like a lot of builds are getting knocked down in power next season, but my Whirlwind Barb is actually going to be even stronger because of the way the powers work. Because the way the powers work, they're gonna make it so that I can actually stack up my crit strike damage. Like I'll get like double the amount of damage that I would have this season from pumping up crit strike damage. So that's a pretty big damage boost. But then in terms of like making content, I think that there's already so many people who are going to be making like Whirlwind is usually very popular, but a lot of people play when people play their Whirlwind Barb, they usually run like Dust Devils for their Whirlwind Barb. So that's something that I don't really I'm not particularly interested in it, but I think there's more people who enjoy that sort of build because it's like objectively stronger than just pure Whirlwind by itself, right? Maybe I really do need to get Frozen Orb restores mana. I think I may have to at this rate. Yeah, this fight's taking a while. Let me step away from that real quick. Does one of my powers have vulnerable? No, I don't think it does. I think I'm busy using my powers for other effects, like DR removal and all that. Oh no. Hmm. Okay, gotta back up for a second. This is taking a while. Flame shield for me. Uh, oh. Keep my distance on that, shall I? There. Finally. Ah. That was quite the run. Yeah. All right. I've proven that a Blizzard Sorcerer can handle it for next season. Yeah, with this level of equipment. I mean, I might have to record this with no commentary. I'll do that off stream though. But at least I have a pretty good gist of how the build operates and what to expect. Yeah. Ooh, that's a nice one. It's just, it's unfortunate getting these, like, GA chest armors because, like, for Sorcerer, because Raiment is always going to be, like, a safer pick. Okay, back coffee in hand. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, if not for running a new tune and getting the extra Mythic Spark, I wouldn't have had any. Yo, I completely understand. Like, I have not had a single Mythic drop the whole season. But to be fair, I didn't really run too many of the bosses. I know it's like a season of the bosses, or boss powers and all that, but I, ran the bosses to get their boss powers, and I didn't really care too much to go get the mythics. Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear your coffee is on hand though. So yeah, just to kind of refresh or give you a nice little rundown of where we're at. I just finished running a Pit 55 on my sorcerer with this level of power that I'm showing here, I guess. So yeah, this is good. And in fact, that means that I also need to make some adjustments on my build planner. Um, yeah, gotta make some adjustments on the build planner, and I gotta do like a recording. Sorcerer, do a recording and update build planner. Well, I don't really need to do a recording. I just need to show my gear. That's mainly it. Actually, in fact, I can do that now. I'll even just talk while I kind of cover it, I guess. Although I'll probably have to go over this again when I do my actual video. My build guide video anyway. But then, I'm gonna think of it. This is sort of pointless, right? Because I'm actually going to be playing this character, and I'll only make the video after I finish that character next season. You know what? You know what? Just don't even mind me. I mean, I'm doing this now, but this is all completely pointless. I realize. This is all pretty pointless since next season, I'm gonna follow the build planner. I already have that, and I am gonna have to kind of redo all this again anyway when I actually do have the powers and all that. Yeah. Like next season, I'm gonna have all these Herodic powers, like disabling DR and all that. So my runs are actually gonna be quicker than what we saw here. But the proof of concept is there, though. If I can do, like, the way that I'd look at this is like, okay, if my character is missing like a set of power well, yeah, a set of power, then certainly, oh, but I'm still able to clear Torment 4, then certainly with those powers, it'll be even easier to clear Torment 4. And that's exactly what I was here to check today, and what an accomplishment. Hold on a second. Uh, okay. And so the next character or next build, sorry, I want to put together is Ball Lightning. So just to recap, right, and this kind of goes hand in hand with what I was trying to explain to you, Simon. So the whole purpose of today's stream, aside from getting a chance to chat with Lee Burgess here, who wanted me to take a look at the Necro build of his, was to kind of determine whether or not like how I have like a build planner for my Blizzard Sorcerer, and I wanted to see whether or not like Blizzard Sorcerer is not being changed all that much next season. So if Blizzard Sorcerer works without powers in season 8, like this current season, then certainly it'll work even better in season 9 with the Herodric powers. That was kind of the reasoning I had, and with that in mind, I've just proven that yeah, like I can clear Pit 55 with it to unlock Torment 4, and I don't even have to like masterwork very much stuff either. So yeah, the build's looking pretty good. I can move on to the next build that I wanted to try, and as I wrote in the title, I'm going to be theory crafting now for Ball Lightning. So give me 2 seconds here. Lee Burgess also wrote, my go-to class going to be Druid Season 9? Spiritborn? I would not have expected that. Spiritborn I can understand. I thought you were going to play Sorcerer, though, or like Necro or something, but Druid? Okay, that's interesting. So what kind of Druid are you planning to play? Companion Druid like me or something else? Because you know me, I'm big on Companion Druid, but one of these days I'm kind of debating whether or not I should try to play like a NATO Druid or like I don't know. I don't know what other druids I'd really be interested in. The reason why I'm kind of tempted to play a Tornado Druid is solely because there's been a number of people who have asked me like, hey, yeah, can you put together a NATO Druid sort of build, right? I kind of want to do Trample Slide. Like, I'm kind of tempted to do Trample Slide too, because Trample Slide is like a really fun and highly mobile build. Yeah, so I want to oh, you want to do a Druid pulverized Druid in season 9 too. Okay. Pulverized Druid in season 9. Now, I actually personally don't have very much interest in the shape-shifting. Oh, you know what? There is one other build I was curious about for Druid. So I said I'm going to play Companion Druid for sure. Yeah, that's like my number one always. Tornado Druid's another good one. And then the last one was actually Stoneburst. When Stoneburst first got announced, I was actually really excited to play it. But then, for lack of better words, it was pretty bad. And it couldn't even overpower at first. But now it can overpower it. This season, I didn't really see anyone. Oh, and there was one other one, but I'll talk about that after. So, yeah, like the Stoneburst was one that I don't really see too many people talking about, and I'm sure there's other people who are at least somewhat interested in some Stoneburst build. So that's one that I might consider trying to make in the future. But I mean that's like low priority for me. And then there's one other build I just remembered. There was Boulder Cane. Yeah, if you were to like hold me up at gunpoint and force me to make like a druid build that wasn't one of the three that I just mentioned, like companions, NATO, or Stoneburst, then probably I would hack up like a Boulder Cane sort of build. So Simon Gentry says, I love the Earthquake / NATO build. Earthquake and NATO. Oh, you're talking about Dust Devils, right? If you're talking about Earthquake, you're talking about Earthquakes and Dust Devils, and that's for Barbarian. I'm just talking about Druid specifically. But if you're talking about like Barbarian in this case, then yeah, like NATO Earthquakes are pretty pretty solid. Ball lightning. Ah, yes, here it is. Okun's catalyst. Okay, now it's time for me to hack together the ball lightning build. So let me switch this out. And I'm kind of happy too because this build is clearly much stronger than what I had before. Like if I switch this back from ice spikes over to blizzard, um, yeah, my armor stat or my armor and resistances. Oh yeah, they're higher because I have more paragon points. I see. Yeah, but it'll be weaker. Lee, I always start with necro. Wow, nice. Right, and this, you said that this season you played like every class, but I guess next season I don't know if you're gonna be doing quite the same. Okay, let me try again real quick. Yeah, okay, I remember. It's coming back to me now. So this is with my old build. Yeah, my old build was way weaker, like without a doubt. And this is also like max ranks of Blizzard. I'm still not. Uh, I think that. Wait. I just realized something. Didn't they buff it so that ranks into Blizzard like work better with like ice spikes or something? Or am I crazy? Or is that like something else that I'm thinking of? Yeah, this isn't bad, but my build with the ice spikes is much stronger, I believe. Okay, hold on a second. Ice spikes buff Diablo season 9 or season 8. Ice spike damage. Uh, well, I thought that they changed something in season 8, right, for ice spikes, or am I crazy? Season 8 patch notes D4, and I could have sworn that they had ice spikes. I guess not. Hmm. Okay. Well, oh, how many more? I'm gonna try one other thing really quickly. Then in that case, so we set it to Torment 4. I'm gonna go to Kyovashad, and I'm gonna go to Training Grounds. Cool, Necro got lots of good buffs. Did they? I thought that only really their basic skills got buffed. I don't know if anything else really got buffed, though. I don't really think anything got buffed, aside from, like, basic skills, really. Um, yeah. That's my recollection, anyway. Like, I feel like they need to be bolder with a lot of their buffs, and they're playing it very, like, cautiously. Like, you really gotta shake up the meta more, you know? But whatever, sure. Okay. I should really time this. Yeah, I should really time this. Well, I can actually just time it on the, I can time it on the recording, I guess. I guess with Deep Freeze it'd be a little quicker, but still, 10 million damage number. Not the best, not the worst. I definitely feel a big damage difference with Frost Nova, though. Okay. Whoa. Increase to 8 seconds against bosses. 15% more damage. Oh, this only gives me increased damage to frozen enemies. So if the boss is staggered, then if I activate Ice Armor, I take a lot more damage. Glad you streamed today. I love watching you play it. Well, I really appreciate that, Lee. I mean, I'm glad that you enjoy watching me play because, you know, again, at the end of the day, I'm just playing. That's it, right? So I don't ever really expect that anyone who's watching my stream or content would really be enjoying it any more than if they themselves were to play the game, or if they were to watch some other YouTuber instead. So yeah, I must say that that does warm my heart a little bit. a second. I kinda wish I had a timer on this kind of thing. So okay, give me a second. I have to actually go back through the stream and see what like how much time this took. So wait, no, this was the wrong stream. All right, 159.07. All right, 158.42. $8.42. 158.42 to 159.37. Okay. So it took 55 seconds to bring this boss down. And then now if I switch it over, I have about 60 seconds here. I need to take out something that doesn't really help me. Maybe I don't know, let's say this one for now. Oh wait, this is already maxed though. Oh, this is with my dude, I did this test all wrong. It's fine. I'll wait for my elixirs to drain out, and then I can just... Actually, wait, no. This is fine. I should equip this. Ice spikes. So this is with the ice spikes set up. Here. Hmm. Okay. Mana is another problem. I keep running out of mana. Oh, right. Let me switch this. Explosion restores 5 mana when hitting a frozen enemy. Here. Let me check that this works as I would have expected it to. It only works for AoE though. It doesn't really work for... this is like... Here, if I do multiple training dummies maybe? Yeah, I think that mana going up is from my... That's probably from Frost Nova. Or the Frozen Orb. But I don't like that these guys aren't all... These guys aren't all vulnerable. Like, they're very clearly not all vulnerable. So let me switch it back. So... Hold on. Yeah. Like, look at this. They're all vulnerable. No, I can't switch off of Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb applying vulnerable is great. Like, it doesn't work 100% of the time, but it's a pretty reliable source of vulnerable. Do I have any other way to apply vulnerable? I'm kind of surprised that I don't, actually. The funny thing is, I have ways to take advantage of them being vulnerable. I even have a way, lucky hit chance to apply, like, to instantly freeze, but I don't really have anything that applies vulnerable. It's the funny thing. Oh, I didn't put points in elemental attunement. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Okay, so the thing I was originally trying to test is if I try to take down a boss training dummy, right? And I used... Yeah, if I tried to use a boss training dummy... if I have, like, a massive difference between bringing him down with Blizzard at max rank versus, you know, rank 1 versus rank 5, then yeah, maybe I should run rank 5 Blizzard. because I remember hearing. I recall hearing that Ice Spikes actually scales off of ranks of Blizzard now, or that's what I remember hearing. But I could be completely. I might have it mixed up. Okay. Lee, you were saying, so it looks like you do Druid first, season 9. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. That is the one certainty for next season. I will pretty much never, unless they were to like remove Druid out of the game, or they were to like really butcher Companion Druid or something, I will never play a season where I don't start Companion Druid. Far and away, Companion Druid is the only certainty for next season. I will play Companion Druid first, and I will very likely be reaching Torment 4 by the end of the first day. Those are the two things that you can expect at the beginning of next season, without question, without a doubt. After that, I don't know what builds I'm going to play across the board, and I don't know what order I'm going to be playing them in. But I am Companion Druid, okay? So I have to play, like, I will be playing Druid, and it will be Companions. I just don't know, like, if I'm going to do Whirlwind Barb first, or Dance of Knives Rogue first, or what, because all of them have their pros and cons as to which one I should start with first or later. And me personally, I'm thinking Dance of Knives Rogue goes, like, 4th, because I don't know how long Dance of Knives Rogue will take in actuality, and they've actually got hit pretty hard with nerfs. Or at least they kind of removed the snapshotting for concealment on Dance of Knives. As for yeah, aside from Dance of Knives, there's like Whirlwind Barb. I think I talked about, yeah, I'd love to play Whirlwind Barb. That would be like the second one that I'd be interested in making. Like in terms of overall enjoyment, I enjoy Whirlwind Barb second most, second to Companion Druid, like starting off with it. But again, then the problem is that, okay, who cares about pure Whirlwind when Whirlwind with Dust Devils and Earthquakes exist, and that does way more damage. And then if I look at Sorcerer, then there's like, you know, I could play Blizzard. Blizzard's probably like a pretty good all-rounder, but no one's talking about Blizzard, so I don't... If I make a video for Blizzard Sorcerer, I don't know who's going to end up watching it. So, you get the idea. You can't wait to see me play Asking a Druid. You know, honestly, yeah. I just realized you only joined, like, you only found my YouTube channel after, like, well after Companion, or well after I did my Companion Druid, right? Like, you didn't find my channel, like, the first, I think it was Ice Shards. I think it was Ice Shards Sorcerer that you, like, when you found my channel, and that was after I'd already done my Companion Druid. So, oh yeah, you'll enjoy me playing Companion Druid, I'm sure, because Companion Druid, me playing Companion Druid is usually when, like, it's usually when I'm not yet familiar with the mechanics of the season. I haven't gone through the seasonal quest line, so I spend a great deal of time trying to figure out the season mechanics first. And in addition, I'm also, like, Companion Druid is actually sort of insane for the amount of damage that it can output while leveling. So you'll get a chance to see me do, like, really ridiculous amounts of damage on the Companion Druid. So, yeah, you get the idea. I think Companion Druid, like, you might enjoy watching my journey on Companion Druid. But the flip side is that with my Companion Druid, I don't know. I'm still waiting for the campfire chat, but I'm kind of thinking that I probably won't be playing... I probably will not do Vessel of Hatred campaign on Companion Druid, but I'll kind of sort that out a little later. Okay, give me a second. I want to... Oh, you found my channel through Dance of Knives. Oh, that was, like, way later then. Because I'd already done, like, Thorns Barb. I mean, I think... No, Thorns Barb was last, I remember. I did Thorns Barb, like, second to last, and then Spiritborn last, like I usually do. So Dance of Knives Rogue was 4th, and I chose to do Dance of Knives Rogue 4th because I knew that one was going to take... Wait. No. I think I did Dance of Knives Rogue earlier because I thought that wasn't gonna take as long as it actually ended up doing. Anyway, okay, well, yeah, stick around for the start of next season then. My Companion Druid, like, I do it every season, but Yeah, dance or companion druid is usually where I've just started. Like, I don't have access to like 200 paragon points. I don't have access to like all of the tempering, like the legendary tempering recipes at the start of the game. So usually my companion druid run I think is the most interesting because I have to work with what I'm given, and I have to actually claw my way up. Like, I don't just have everything handed to me as with my other characters. And then, in addition to that, yeah, like Companion Druid isn't played very often, and it does absurd amounts of damage while leveling. It's not as fast as the other classes, but it is very, very strong. Although next season, the fact that we have the herodic powers and those some of them give move speed might actually mean that my druid will be much, much faster than in past seasons. Okay, let me get a timer out here. Okay, I want to test this. So I'm gonna reset it, and there. I really don't like that. I really don't like that I keep running out of mana though on the boss. There needs to be a way to like fix this issue, I think. Yeah, I need there to be more. There needs to be more damage. Okay, we get ice armor up. Shoot, I mistimed my cast there. This is taking a lot longer than my previous run, I do have to say. Uh, what setup is this? This is with ice spikes, right? Maybe there is an argument to be made that I should keep ice spikes. You know what? But my other setup is using 250 Paragon points. Hmm. This is actually taking a while. Yeah, it's a little bit on the weaker side for bosses, I think. Okay. 154. 1 minute and 54 minutes. So my previous run was 55 seconds. This one was 154. 1 minute 54 seconds. So there's got to be a better one next. Chance to instantly freeze, lucky hit chance. I mean, I gotta take points out of something somewhere. Maybe... Oh, I got it. Mana shield. Let's get rid of this and align the elements. Yeah, I don't need damage reduction when I'm just testing this. So I'm going from 252 to 336, so... A 33% damage increase on Blizzard. Now I shall see how this translates into an actual... until an actual run here. Okay, I'm gonna reset this. Oh shoot, I should probably start this timer. Yeah, really being gated on mana right now. Needs to be a way to fix that. Maybe I should just get rid of Shatter. Maybe, yeah, maybe I just get rid of Shatter and that might help fix some of my problems here. Like, swap out Shatter for resource cost reduction and all that. Well, this is much quicker. I may have to actually stick with that then. Yeah, I should also always be spamming Frost Nova when it's up. Hmm. Well, I'm almost there. Okay, I'm gonna stop that then. Okay, 135. Okay. Alright, 1 minute 35. So, this is with standard Blizzard with 400 or 250 plus Paragon points. So this is 1 minute 54. Rank 1 Blizzard or Ice Spikes build. And then I got 1 minute 35 seconds running Ice Spikes with rank 5 Blizzard. So based off this, there's a very noticeable difference. But now actually I'm curious, what if I did not use Shatter? What if I used Avalanche instead? Then what? Yeah, because if this counts as like, nah, that would be kind of crazy. Alright, let me rerun this. And nope, hold on, I didn't time it right. Okay. Okay, starting a timer now. Oh no, it's already staggered. Oops. Hold on, have to reset all this. Wait, isn't there a way to like reset cooldowns? There's gotta be. I'm surprised they don't have a way to like reset cooldowns, but whatever. Although Boulder Hurricane is fun. No, Boulder Hurricane is very fun. There's like a lot of really fun Druid builds. I think Trample Slide's a really cool one too. There's also Companion Slide. That's one that doesn't get talked about enough, I think, where your Poison Creeper can actually generate the landslide spikes, and those landslide spikes use Poison Creeper's lucky hit chance, so that allows you to do all sorts of madness. But yeah. Okay. Hope I'm not boring you guys to death, but again, like, I really do want to, like, this is what I do on my, like, on my off time sometimes, when I'm trying to sort everything out, right? As to what builds yeah, like what builds are like to use for the season and like how to like craft them. I usually go through this process, but I do it like off stream. Yeah. It's just that I think most people don't get to see that whole process. Yeah, this is far faster than the previous attempt, I think. Because there's no downtime when I spam my Blizzard. Oh, yeah, I actually forgot to activate my ice armor. This could have been even faster. Okay, done. Wow, that was like half the time. 54 seconds. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do then. Here's what I'm gonna do. I guess there's a good argument to be made for running this because rank 5 Blizzard. Because if I don't run rank 5 Blizzard, then I wouldn't be able to use that that boss power anywhere. Not boss power, Herodric power. Here, I gotta check my. Where's my Blizzard? Ah, yes, here's my Blizzard. So yeah, I'm running Siphoning Gizmo right now. So let me. Siphoning Gizmo is the one which detonates my Blizzard. I feel like there's a pretty substantial damage difference here. So I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try this one more time, but the difference is without rank 5 Blizzard. I'm gonna see if that makes any sort of difference. But again, this is like without Siphoning Gizmo. If I have Siphoning Gizmo, I feel like my damage is gonna skyrocket. So I probably should just have rank 5 Blizzard regardless. But sure, like just for the sake of science, let me switch this. I'm gonna switch it up. Okay. What? I clicked boss training dummy. Okay. All right, I'm gonna start it. There also should be a better way to get my Frost Nova back. That's another thing to note too. Oh, I should have a Frost Nova active. Okay, I activated my ice armor a little early, but that's okay. Oh shoot, I activated this too early. It's still okay. I do get the extra damage out of it. I just don't get the stagger. Not that it matters, because I made it to the end anyway. There, done. 1 minute and 4. Okay. I think for me, the difference is very noticeable. So that is decided then. I will run rank 5 Blizzard. Nice, nice. That was a good test. It was very worthwhile. I got a lot of information out of that. 1 minute and 4 seconds ice spikes with rank 1 Blizzard. With rank 1 Blizzard and I think I used Avalanche. And this was with Shatter. Okay, no, Shatter probably not the way to go. It's got to be, or sorry, yeah, Avalanche is not the way to go. Avalanche is much better, I think. So now the only question is, what am I going to take points out of to accommodate this adjustment? Now that's the fun part. What did I originally yoink points out of even? I think Potent Warding? Maybe I just take points out of Potent Warding. Precision Magic, I kind of want to keep that. Yeah, so the reason I'm maxing out my Lucky Hit Chance isn't just for Blue Rose, but it's also because Siphoning Gizmo is also dependent on Lucky Hit Chance. So, yeah, the more Lucky Hit Chance I have, the better. Have a barrier up all the time. Elemental Attunement. This is... I'm getting this from my item, so I don't think I care. So I got 2 extra points. These go in Blizzard, and I just need to find 2 other points I can take out. Maybe here? Protection, maybe? Frigid Breeze, perhaps? I think Frigid Breeze. Yeah, like how often do I really run out of mana? If I'm running Avalanche, then I don't think I need to have that much on Frigid Breeze. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to do that then. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try one more time with, I don't think I really need to try one more time, though. I already tested what I needed to. It's really just... cold damage against vulnerable enemies. Well, this could work against bosses, though. I thought this is against frozen enemies, but it's not. Is there something else I can get? 3% increased damage for each skill I have equipped of their type. The bonus is doubled if all my skills are the same element. Well, that would have been nice, but... Well, actually, what if I do that? What if I just took off Flame Shield? Yeah, like, what if I just said, yeah, no Flame Shield required? Flame Shield. Take out Flame Shield and teleport? I'd lose out on Unstoppable, but then I'd get like a substantial amount more damage. I don't think that's worth it though. Cold Front. What other things can I get? I already have Potent Warding. This thing applies Vulnerable. I like that. I think I keep that. Hoarfrost. Okay, definitely gotta keep that. I gain DR while I have an active barrier, 6%. I feel like it's an awful lot of points for not very much DR, to be honest. Dampen Layer. I think I'll get rid of Dampen Layer. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna feel the difference while I have an active barrier. Like, I have DR from so many other sources that I really don't think I'm gonna notice it. But yeah, resource is the real limiting factor here. So I'm gonna make some changes, make some adjustments to my board here. Okay, let's take this out, put it in here, and then I think dampen layer, right? Yeah, it's looking real good. Okay. Uh, the only other thing I don't understand is why is my original build like, oh, because it has 250 Paragon points, that's why. If I threw in all my Paragon points, I'm sure it could do more damage than what I've been able to pull off here, but yeah, whatever. I think that's a completely separate discussion. All right. I think I'm good for now. Oh yeah, and my armor. Or my pants rather. I gotta adjust my pants. I was using Tybalt's on the build planner, but now I gotta change it for still want Poklum. Intelligence, max life. Poklum. And I think I was running resistance to all elements, if I recall correctly, on my pants. Either resistance to all elements or armor. I think resistance to all elements here, plus total armor. Torment 4. You can run like disobedience or something. What are my current items? So I'm running should be Juggernauts, Raiment. That's Raiment and Snow Veiled. Oh, I was running Snow Veiled. Ice Armor grants me Unstoppable. I actually kind of like that one more though. What if I just do that? Snow Veiled. I don't like. I already have enough armor everywhere else. So Snow Veiled and then Lucky Hit Chance. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's looking real good. Lizard Size. Okay, and Poklum. It's looking pretty good. Helm is armor. Total armor, blizzard size. Uh, yeah. Yeah, resistance is looking pretty solid. Lucky hit chance, total armor. Oh, and I can replace this with Blizzard. Okay, so ranks of Blizzard are actually quite helpful then in that case. Uh, Probably gonna want to try to max that out if that's the case. Hmm, okay, all right. Armor. Wow, yeah, build planner works out pretty well. Um, Yeah, so Lee, I don't know if you're still here, Lee Burgess, but yeah, next season, like I mentioned, I'm gonna be playing Companion Druid first, but Whirlwind Barb will be another really fun one too. Because you said that you actually really enjoy my Whirlwind Barb build, and I think that next season, like it'll be even stronger. So, and sorry, not just my Whirlwind Barb, but I think for, like, I was talking about this earlier, my Blizzard Sorcerer, or, sorry, Companion Druid, I'm gonna be, like, testing out the seasonal content, like Nightmare Dungeons and all that, and trying to see, like, go through the seasonal quest line, see if I can, how far I get through leveling with that. Um, and I'll probably do a bunch of like overworld content like Hell Tides and all that. I was kind of tempted to try to do like a speed run with my companion druid, but I think I'll save that for another day or with another character even. Uh, in particular, I'm thinking that when I do my second character, the Blizzard Sorcerer, I'm gonna probably skip through the seasonal quest line depending on what I'm gonna miss out on for it, and then I'm just gonna try to do the Vessel of Hatred campaign to level. Because the Vessel of Hatred campaign, as far as I know, is still the fastest way to level by quite a margin. I was testing like, normal leveling uh, off stream, and so far I'm looking at like best case scenario if I'm trying to go like, and I have to actively concentrate too. With like Hell Tides and make sure I don't die because then I lose half my cinders. So if I start off the Hell Tide at like the start of the hour, and then I farm like 1,000 cinders and I manage to open all the chests on Penitent, and I do that like 3 times, that's already like 3 hours, and then just strongholds after that, right? So, um, yeah, there's definitely quite a bit of work associated with that too. So, all right. I think I made some adjustments on my build. That's good. I can't wait to see how it goes with the siphoning gizmo. Oh, you know what I should actually try and do? I should see how well this build performs in the pit now. Because there's no downtime of when I'm actually throwing out my blizzards, but I did lose that on Shatter. So I don't know if my run will be slower now as a result of that. But then again, next season, I guess I could argue that that for next season, like that I would have the I don't remember what it is. I'm gonna have the Herodric powers at my disposal, so that should be should help a bit more too. Okay, hold on. I think I kind of butchered this run, but might still be okay. Yeah, this is my damage. Oh, just instantly died there. Yeah, this is my damage without, or like I saw like a 63k there. I think my maybe my ice spikes really do get affected now by a lot of these modifiers. That's the only way I can think of that I'm actually doing this much damage, really. Otherwise, it makes no sense. I guess one really easy way to test it would be with Elementalist's aspect, because that gives 40% crit strike chance. So I would have to make like a fresh character, throw on like ice spikes, and then if I'm hitting like crits, like, way more often with Elementalist, then it's very clear that it works with like that my ice spikes work with certain modifiers. Frost Heals cost less mana, deals 60% more damage, and increased by 25%. Because there was this aspect that I'm kind of tempted to run instead. Um, yeah, I still think Fists of Fate would be the way to go, just because of the lucky hit chance. But uh, like that's an insane amount of lucky hit chance. Never mind like the vulnerable from lucky hit too, right? But if I threw this on, it reduces the cost of frost kills. Here. I lose out on a bit of CSC too. But, I mean, I have the runes that are giving me crit strike chance, so not as big a problem, I would say. Yeah, now I'm like permanently at full mana. That's fine. Damage to vulnerable enemies is increased. So yeah, this is a direct increase on all my damage. But it's probably still not as big a difference as if I were to use my Fist of Fate. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. It definitely helps a lot. But in comparison, yeah, I think that I was doing a lot more damage with Fist of Fate. I'm gonna go back. Can barely clear these first few packs. I guess that's one way I could have tested it out. I could have just, in the training dummy, just go either Fist of Fate or a set of gloves that have core skills. That could be kind of a fun thing to try out, but yeah, I don't always need to run the pit just to test this one modifier, right? Or this one adjustment. But I think that switching over to Avalanche at the very least is the right call. With Avalanche, I don't really need to worry about... Like, I'm just seeing like 65 million there. These guys are dying real fast. Only other problem is they don't get frozen as often as I'd like them to be. Shatter. Yeah. I think it's because of Lucky Hit, too. When I have more Lucky Hit, then this activates more, this blue rose. So, that's another issue, too. Oh, I just noticed there is a Whisper attached to the pit. So... Okay, let me just do this first. Let me just get this out of the way. The Whisper, I mean. Yeah. Remember, I should run like a pit 1 before. Yeah, everything should just instantly die when I tap them. Wow, the first... except the first, like, tick of my Blizzard doesn't instantly kill them. That is actually kind of embarrassing, I think. The fact that it does so little damage. But at least this kind of gives me a really good idea as to what is doing all the damage, right? Like, look at these damage ticks on Blizzard, like 4k. Versus... Like, I don't know where the 37k is coming from, though, but... Yeah, and I wish I could say this is Fist of Fate at work, but it's clearly not. Or, you know, I think I figured it out. Maybe the reason why they're only taking 10k here is because they only have 10k life. Or less. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that would actually make a lot more sense. Because otherwise... Yeah, like, what the heck is going on, right? Interesting. They killed Overpower, is that right? I will be honest with you, mate. They have done a number on Overpower. I don't know how to, like, the thing is, I don't know how to really answer that question, because on one hand, I want to say that, yes, they kind of did kill Overpower, and 80% nerf is effectively killing something, but, I mean, keep in mind that Overpower itself was, like, way too strong to begin with before, right? I don't know. I don't want to, like, I don't want to give you, like, a long-winded response, but I'm, like, really trying to think about how best to explain it. Yeah, honestly, yeah, they've hit it really, really hard. I'm not gonna... I'd be hard-pressed to pretend otherwise. But they kind of had to, right? There was no way that they couldn't, because Overpower was way too overpowered. Yeah, it's an 80% nerf. I actually released a video recently on, like, 10 things... Sorry. like Diablo 4 Season 9 explained. And yeah, one of the things I mentioned is that, yeah, right now it is an 80% nerf. That's right. You did not mishear me. 80%. So it's doing 1/5, sorry, overpower, like the overpower portion of an attack specifically, right? Now does 80% less than it used to. And here's the thing. On one hand, some people would argue that, wow, they've kind of like killed, like pushed overpower into the ground, but people have to remember that overpower was actually way too strong, right? Like I was doing some, like, what was it called, napkin math the other day to try to figure out just how crazy the overpower nerf really is. And think about this, okay? When I was playing my Blizzard, no, that's okay. So all the fun, silly builds then are gone. Okay, I'll talk about that separately. So let me just break this down for you real quick. I was playing Ice Shards this season, right? I was playing just standard Ice Shards when I cleared Pit 55 to unlock Torment 4. And then when I reworked my items to accommodate overpower, suddenly every overpower I did was hitting for 6 times the amount of damage that I was doing without overpower. Like my 1.5 million damage, or my damage numbers of like 1.5 million suddenly went to 7.5 million, and that was without fortify, and that was without overpower damage, like me, pumping out a whole bunch of overpower damage in max life. So I that just makes no sense, right? That I'm getting a 6 times damage modifier on overpower. Now suddenly, if I kind of that is an increase of about 500%. If I suddenly take out like 4/5 of that, then I'm actually going from like 1.5 million to 3 million, which is still a double damage increase. That's actually not terrible. It's just not as absurd as what overpower was doing for builds before, right? Just breaking down the math for you. Now there's two different ways you can really look at this. On one hand, if you look at the S plus tier builds, right? The S plus tier builds were all, or sorry, not S plus, but just S tier. S tier builds specifically were, generally speaking, abusing overpower. Every single one of them, except for like maybe like the occasional like earthquake or well, yeah, I mean, like there's some builds like Earthquake that were not dependent overpower. Sure, you could argue that, but the vast majority of them, Lightning Spear, Cataclysm, Blood Wave, in the last 3 seasons, were all abusing overpower, and overpower was just and the thing is too, overpower, like, it's not something that you like spec into. You just pump up your life, and suddenly you just get absurd amounts of damage. So I do think that overpower needed a rework in some way. I don't know if I agree with them nerfing it into the ground, but at the very least, I guess one of the upsides to this change is that it's not going to be the case that you need to have an overpower build just so that you can compete with other S tier builds. That's the first thing, right? That's the first way to look at it. And then that's a really random question, Angelina. Angelina is asking if I like Star Wars, which I haven't really seen Star Wars, so I don't know. Do I think Keanu Reeves would play a good Darth Revan from Knights of the Old Republic? I don't know who those characters are, sorry to say. I know Diablo. Huh. But now, so going back to this discussion of overpower, though. So, okay, I broke down what the changed overpower kind of means in terms of numbers, and then I talked about like meta builds. Now, when we look at, sorry, okay, when we talk about, or when we look at like the lesser used off meta builds, right? If we're looking at, let's say, I don't know, what is a like a really off, well, not even, yeah, sure, let's just say a like a pulverized druid. Yeah, pulverized druid takes a huge hit out of that. It's true. Or even let me say blood surge necro, because you're talking about fun silly builds. I don't know what a fun silly build would be, but I do know builds that are off meta and that utilize overpower, right? So I look at pulverize, rogues, I'm forgetting one in particular here. Barbarians. Yeah, there's quite a few barbarian builds that rely on overpower. And then there's Blood Surge, right? Like Simon, I don't know if you looked at my channel recently, but I released a video, Blood Surge, or sorry, I did a like on the PTR. I went level 1 to Torment 4 using the Blood Surge Necro. And the Blood Surge Necro, I made it all the way up to, like, this was at the end of the PTR, so I didn't get to finish, but I cleared pit 50 with like 5 minutes remaining. And then I think the following run that I did, I tried to do pit 55 to unlock Torment 4, and I cleared it, but I went like 5 minutes or some amount of time over the 15-minute mark. Boulder, yeah, so Boulder Cane. Yeah, that's another good example. So Boulder Cane, you know, Pulverize, you're gonna feel it for sure. You're absolutely gonna feel it. Like, all builds that use it, even the on-meta, like the meta ones, are going to feel that overpower nerf, without a doubt. But honestly, overpower is still going to be very strong on builds. It's just not going to be like, oh, well, I threw on overpower, now suddenly I can clear Torment 4, because that's basically what was happening in the current season. Yeah, no one wants to feel a nerf that, you know, like getting nerfed into the ground. But at the same time, like, the way that overpower was in the current season was that, yeah, as soon as you throw on overpower, suddenly you'll just crush the game. So I do think that something needs to be done about that. I just don't think that makes any sense. Anyway, but I'm not going to get into that full discussion. All I want to talk about is Blood Surge. Blood Surge specifically, I did a Blood Surge run, level 1 to Torment 4. Level 1 to 60 was whatever. I don't really care about that. Torment 1 to 4 was the real interesting part. Because I'm going to tell you this, right? There were a lot of people who told me that Blood Surge Necro in the current season, like, last season everyone was saying, oh yeah, Blood Wave is so good. Like, a lot of people cleared Pit 150 with Blood Wave. Okay, sure. But they also had added Krur's Embrace. That was a Blood Surge. That was a set of gloves that amped up Blood Surge, right? And there were people who said that, yeah, Blood Surge is also eating really well last season. And then I didn't really hear anything about it this season, but I would assume that it was still very strong because, you know, they didn't really do anything to overpower. I think they just nerfed Blood Wave, but they didn't really touch Blood Surge. Now, so Season 9, with the overpower nerfs, I decided to try Blood Surge Necro to see just how crazy the damage numbers, the difference in damage numbers are, and it is night and day. It really is. It's incomparable. Like picture this, okay? This current season, I have a Blood Surge Necro. You tried Blood Surge? When did you try Blood Surge? Did you try it on the PTR, or did you try it this season? Because here's the thing, Simon. I have... Here, you know what? I don't have any elixirs or incense, so I'll just show you. It's much easier this way. So, what I did in the... after the PTR finished, right? I recreated the same Blood Surge Necro as best as I could. The same Paragon points, the same skill points, the same items, the same aspects, right? And uniques. So now you can take a look. This is my... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay, I remember what's happening here. So this is the same setup that I had in the PTR, except here's the thing. I don't even have all this gear masterworked, right? And I'm going to show you something kind of crazy. Do I have my boss powers active? I do actually have my boss powers active, though. But sure, whatever. Let's just... I'm just trying to make a point here. So I'm going to go into Torment, in Pit 55. So this is the build in the PTR. I did have elixirs and incense running when I did the PTR, or when I did all this, but... Oh, whoa. Hold on. Wait, why am I taking so much damage? Is it because I really need elixirs and incense here? I'm maxed. Huh, I don't know how I died that quickly. Maybe armor. Maybe I'm missing some armor. I think that might be it. Oh, shoot. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. I don't have enough armor, but yeah, like, you can kind of see here. Shoot. It's just because there's a DR monster that's messing everything up. Otherwise, this run would be a little easier to... And he's got barrier too, because of course he would. Yeah, you see that the damage numbers I'm hitting are like 50 million, right? I'm gonna die here because I don't have enough survivability. But what I'm trying to show here is that the highest damage number that I was able to pump out was 50 plus million on a crit, like an orange number, right? Like a crit overpower. And this is with equipment that is half baked. Like if we actually really like look at my gear, I don't even have most of my equipment like rank 4 master, or yeah, I haven't masterworked any of my equipment. Some of them I haven't even put like a temper on some of them. Like look at this, these don't even have a temper on them. And then like, well, what else do I have, right? Kesame's, like, yeah, most of these aren't even Masterwork rank 4. That's what I'm trying to get at. And then meanwhile, in the PTR, all my equipment was rank 8. Oh, and that's another thing too. I have 86 Paragon, like, yeah, like I didn't even use up all the Paragon points that I have either, because I was trying to emulate what I had in the PTR, right? So despite not having masterwork like like any masterworking, let alone like in the PTR, I not only tried to masterwork everything, but I actually tried to get like the right rolls for like intelligence on some of them too. And despite that, the damage that I have here is comparable to the damage on the PTR that I had, despite the fact that on the PTR I had like masterwork rank 8 and I'd sank like 16 plus hours on that character in Torment alone, right? And then and also like keep in mind, like this character that I had, I just hacked it together. I just took whatever items I had in my stash, and then I just, you know, threw them all in together, and then bam, there was my Blood Surge Necro. That's all I did, and it is performing on par with, if not even better than what my PTR build, which I sank like almost 24 hours on, was able to pull off. That's crazy to me. That's how insane the nerf was. Don't die boss power missing. No. That's on purpose. That's intentional that I don't have boss powers. The reason I didn't put any boss powers is because I'm trying to mimic what next season will be like, right? And in fact, like, here, let me just check something really quickly. Okay. I have, like, see, keep in mind here, I have 100% crit strike chance. So, this is, in terms of overall damage output, still better than what I have in next season because I have this crit strike chance power. But what I was just trying to show was just the damage numbers alone. Like, on the PTR, I was hitting for 50 million with, like, a significant amount of effort. Whereas here, I can do those same damage numbers without having that, nearly that much effort at all. Okay. If I just let them kill me, well, oh, it'll take forever for them to... Okay, maybe I'll just leave the game? Is that... Oh, no, they'll be able to kill me. Okay, good. I'll just wait for it. Yeah, so that's on purpose, that... Yeah, it's on purpose that I'm... Wait, why am I healing so much? What? This is so weird. I just want them to take me out here. Alright, finally. Almost dead. There we go, they finally got it. Okay, sorry. I had to be right back for a sec. So, yeah, Blood Surge. So you get the idea, though, Simon. Like, this Blood Surge Necro, I know I'm missing a lot. It's not like a one-to-one demonstration, but you're gonna have to take my word for it that, yeah, it is far easier to run this Blood Surge Necro, like, in the current season than it is with an 80% nerf, as I'm sure you can imagine. And keep in mind that I didn't start this season on Blood Surge Necro. I started on a minion Necro, right? So I didn't even have the right glyphs or anything like that leveled up. All I did was hack together a Blood Surge Necro using like whatever scraps I had from like look at my helm, right? It's got a sorcerer aspect on it. That's because that's one of the sorcerer things that I happen to have. That's something that I had in the sorcerer, like in the stash that I had for sorcerer. So I just took that, I threw it on. That was it. I just threw on some sorcerer helm, and then I threw on like an armor roll. And I did that with all of the items that I had. And then, you know, like I had some uniques lying around because I was like trying to play minion necro, and then they gave me like blood items or like items for blood surge or blood wave or whatever. And then so I spent 1 hour putting this character together. I just like on the PTR or on season 8, like I just looked for every unique item that I had. I threw it all on, maybe like try to do like a bit of master working here and there, ran out of materials, and then I said, okay, yeah, let's see what my blood surge necro can do. And then suddenly I was hitting for the same amount of damage as what I had on the PTR, despite having the same exact build, not even with more Paragon points, and despite having like no master working rolls whatsoever. So yeah, like I don't think that anyone would like, yeah, there are going to be naysayers such as myself who say that overpower was indeed overpowered. It was. I think anyone with anyone can see that, right? But on the flip side, like now with the changes that were made, it may have been not necessarily heavy-handed, but there's a lot of builds that weren't in S tier that were also quite reliant on overpower, and now they're in a much worse state than they were before. Now, at least with Pulverized Druid, like at least with Pulverized Druid and some of the other overpower related builds, you can kind of like pump up your overpower damage through things like, well, plus overpower damage modifiers. You can scale your life and all that, but there's other characters like Sorcerer, let's say, who didn't have the, like, they weren't meant to use overpower. And I guess what I'm trying to say here is now classes and builds that shouldn't otherwise be using overpower don't feel like they should be forced into using overpower necessarily. That's the one upside to all these changes, but otherwise, by and large, I think it's a huge L. That's what I was trying to get at here. Lee, you were saying that you were jealous of my druid build, lol JK with you. Which druid build are you referring to? You talking about my my companion druid? Because yeah, I mean, it is a pretty fun and cool build. I'm not going to deny that. All right. Anyway, you may turn this build out be for season 8. Turn this build out. You might try to make one of these for season 8. Is that what you're saying? Like a Blood Surge Necro season 8? Or you mean season 9? So I did that pit because I just wanted to pick up a greater collection of materials. Oh, that's lucky. Towards the end of the season too. 320 herbs. Okay, that should last me until the end, right? I'm hoping it does. Also, finally, I get these tempering recipes and a pock rune. Wow. It only took long enough, but here we are. I don't think it really much matters where I throw the pock rune to, because I'm gonna delete all my characters at the end of the season anyway, minus the companion druid. So I don't think that'll matter. Yeah, well, companion druid build is so awesome. Well, thank you, Lee. Yeah, I'm very proud of my companion druid. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm not. And it's a really strong, solid build too. Yes, it's true. Yeah, this necromancer build that I have. Oh yeah, I know. Like, I don't know. It feels very weak for season 9, and I don't think there's any way to get around that. That's my problem with it. At the very least, I would not start with it as your first character. That much I will say. Because in my case, like in the PTR, right? In the PTR, with all these like Herodic powers, I managed to clear Torment 4, like Torment 1 to Torment 4, Companion Druid, in 8 hours. Like 8.5, maybe 9 hours, something like that. But then with the Blood Surge Necro, I sank over 15 hours into it, and I still didn't make it into Torment 4. I was pretty close. Maybe like another hour or two would have done it, but I was so exhausted. Like, yeah, I'd been up for well past 23, well past like 16 hours by that point. So I was like really tired. Yeah, maybe I'm getting a little too old for this, but Blood Surge Necro, uh, just it was a struggle. And more than that, I spent a great deal of time farming on Torment 1 because while I could handle Torment 2, there's one very key weakness for the Blood Surge Necro. At least the way I set it up, which is that all the damage is in overpower, like all of it. If you don't do an overpower, then you do like 0 damage. You do like a couple thousand to be precise, but a couple thousand damage isn't even enough to clear like Pit 10 to unlock Torment 1, right? Like maybe it can, but it's still very, very low. So I cleared Pit 10, like after clearing Pit 10, I basically spent my entire Torment journey in Torment 1, because if at least in Torment 1, like I could like maybe like Blood Surge 2 or 3 times and then everything would die. In Torment 2, if I did my overpower on Blood Surge, then for sure I'd pretty much kill everything. But I'd have to cast Blood Surge 5 times, like without guarantee. Like I would my overpower would overkill them, you know, but I don't need an overkill. I needed to just barely kill them. But it was like an all or nothing. It just takes every big pack that I'd come across, I would have to Blood Surge 5 times in order to kill that pack on Torment 2 and Torment 3. I don't even want to get started on Torment 4. So yeah, that's why I spent like pretty much all my Torment journey on Torment 1 on the Blood Surge Necro. So yeah, if you're gonna make it for Season 9, then don't, then I really would recommend that you don't try and, that you don't use it as a first character. Normally, I'm a very big, like, believer of, you know, you run whatever you want, but I should warn you very heavily against that. And wow, I did not get as many materials as I thought I would out of doing that. So, I at least got some gold out of it. That's the one upside. So, I think I was running, what, Pit 55, wasn't I? Yeah, I feel like an easier wait. Yeah, that's right. It was Pit 55. I kind of want to run... Maybe I'll just do Pit 54. That might make things a little easier for me. I just want to know, like, with this setup, like, how much quicker the run is as compared to when I ran it earlier. I think that's really all I care about right now. Okay, once this pack dies, everything should go down a lot quicker, I think. Yeah. And again, I think I mentioned before, like, next season, I'm going to be missing out on a lot of damage in terms of just numbers alone, but I do get access to DR, right? A lot more DR than... sorry, DR or a removal. So, and then I'll also get, like, an extra source of damage from, I forget what it's called, like Arcane Gizmo or whatever, the one which will detonate my dot effects. So, there's definitely some extra power coming for next season, it seems. Yeah, getting a lot of damage out of this, and I'm never running out of mana either, so it's a constant stream of damage output. Even if Shatter might somehow do more damage, I don't think it's, like, for every explosion, I don't think it's worth it in comparison to the big resource cost reduction that I'm getting here. Yeah, I don't even think I need to really finish this run. I already have a good grasp of how, like, what to expect at this point. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna do my final run of Pit 55 on this Blizzard Sorcerer, and I think I'm officially done. Like, done for good. You never got to 55 on my Blood Surge? Really now? So how far did you get then? Because I made it to Pit 50. Like, I cleared Pit 50 with 5 minutes left on the clock, and then I tried to run a Pit 55, and then I failed by, like, about 2 or 3, like, I think it was, like, 2 or 3 minutes actually. Earlier I said 5, but I think it was actually closer to 2 to 3 minutes. So I was actually really close. I just needed just a little bit more time. Okay. I want to test hit 55. So this is like 1,000, right? My armor stat. It's capped now, snow veiled. Ice armor makes me unstoppable, grants me damage reduction. Ah, this is fine. I think this should be okay. It's just because my helm is missing a roll on armor, I think. That would help me reach the cap. Same thing with this. This is not ancestral and it's resistance to all elements. Okay, I'm gonna go into pit 55. And my resistances aren't quite capped, but if I use a potent warding, I should be able to get there. T1 and then it gave up. Oh, I see. You tried that, couldn't get the gear right? Oh, that's too bad. So... Why did you give up on Blood Surge Necro, though, this season? Like, what was, what stopped you? Oh, let me, keep my distance on that. Yeah, this is kind of nuts. I actually think this is the way to go. Like, it doesn't have the insane damage potential of Shatter, but this is kind of nice. 20.5 million? This is far better than anything I had earlier, for sure. I actually don't know why I bothered to pop ice armor. I'm actually popping... Yeah, there. I should be popping it only when I have... I have monsters that are... Well, when I am kind of dying, I guess? Or when there's, like, monsters that are, like, frozen. Like these guys, yeah. Oh, and I think I activated it too late, though. Otherwise, it might have been dead by now. Ooh. Poison, lightning. What's my resistances at if I activate this? Ooh. It's not quite there yet. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna talk about Bone Spear. I can give you the gear I kept finding didn't seem to help with survivability. Yeah, you could have actually asked us for some items if you needed in order to get your build up and going. Like, yeah, would have been more than happy to help you with that for sure. Okay. What am I missing here? $160 armor. This actually is pretty unfortunate. I'm just like a little short on armor and all this. DR. I cast a skill and it's not... It only brings me up to like 64% because I don't actually have all the points in the potent warding that I need. So I do need... You know what? I know where I can get like a bit of extra resistances. This is like an easy way to... This should help me round out my build. Like, I know it's more Paragon points than I had before, but whatever. I just want to... I don't want to spend all day on this. I just want to test and make sure this works damage-wise. That's what I care about right now. Get a little bit of extra DR too. Okay, yeah, this should be enough to cap me out. I also need to repair my equipment. That's why I came back. Bone Spear build is really good. It melts bosses like crazy. Yeah, that's basically been the story of Bone Spear since the game has come out. That Bone Spear just does such an insane amount of damage to everything, especially including bosses. The gear I kept finding didn't seem to help with survivability. You tried that you can get the build, you're right, reach some sort of ledge plateau. You mean for Bone Spear? Or you mean for Blood Surge? Because Blood Surge, I feel like, is insanely tanky since you're supposed to be pumping out, or maxing out max life anyway. But I don't know about Bone Spear. I didn't play that one, so a bit more hard pressed to comment on that one. Wow, that is a lot of damage. I should actually be activating my deep freeze more, though, I admit. Maybe like this pack. This is a good place to... Go and clear him. I'm gonna keep going this way. Yeah, I feel a lot tankier than on the previous run, without a shadow of a doubt. And now they're all, they seem to all be unstoppable, but at the same time, who cares? They just melt instantly anyway. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I think I can vouch for this setup a lot better than the previous run that I did. Okay. They're all frozen too. I wanted to deep freeze them, but I can't even do that. Because they're all frozen by the time I even get to look at them. No, it's ice spikes, man. It's ice spikes and the fact that I've like pumped out my my blizzard ranks like crazy. Oh, ouch. That hurt. I was tempted to burn flame shield there, but I didn't think I would need to. Okay, let me actually activate ice armor here because I sort of should in this case. I'm gonna activate this. I'll deep freeze it. Yep. That deep freeze is on cooldown. Maybe I should use like flicker step or something in place of this, so that I can keep resetting my skills, but then that would actually require that I'd have to keep evading past them, and I don't really want to do that, because I want to keep the build as simple as possible. Like, mechanically, I'd be able to pull it off, but I want it to be a build that, you know, anyone can play without having to worry about having to keep resetting just for resetting deep freeze just to get my cooldowns off. Other people have to wait for it to come off cooldown. That's perfectly fine, whatever. Dude, this is actually sort of nuts. Just a few, like, adjustments. I'm glad that I actually took the time to test this today. Yeah, having the stream up with you folks here is kind of a nice bonus, since I have some people that, like, I have you guys to chat with while I am testing everything, right? But I think the fact that I got to test all this is a huge, huge boon for me. Yeah. Alright. Let's see if I can start wrangling them in. The thing about Blizzard, though, is it's very counterintuitive in the fact that, like, I want to, like, pull the monsters together before I start hitting them, but if I hit them with a Blizzard, then they'll just freeze. Then there's, well, they're frozen, then obviously it's a problem. Since they can't come towards me, and I can't position them where I want them to be. That's okay, though. It's not a huge deal. And yeah, like, having maxed resistances makes pretty big difference. I'm not dying. I have all my resistances maxed, and some extra DR here and there too. I clearly don't need the there was like damage reduction while I have a barrier, so I don't, you know, thought maybe I might need that, but I clearly don't. It's good for us too. Oh yeah, you think so? Going to walk dogs. Oh, well, I appreciate you, man. Thanks. When I get back. Yeah, so, I mean, I think Lee said himself that he has some gear that maybe he can throw your way if you're at all interested. Oh, shoot. I also have Deep Freeze available still, too, so I can cast this, I can refreeze them again. That's my highest damage number yet, 92 million. Yeah, 92 million. Crazy damage numbers. Yeah, I have no boss powers, right? Because next season... Some of my builds I'm going to need to rework next season because I'm not going to have an extra free 50% crit strike chance, which means that I would need to get crit, like, elsewhere. Okay. Like, even, like, 60% crit isn't terrible. Like, obviously 100% crit is ideal, but... like, even this build that I'm looking at, it's, not critting, but... still fine. There is actually one other thing I am kind of curious about, and it's that little thing that I mentioned earlier about uh, if I use Elementalist's aspect, does it work with Blizzard or the Ice Spikes from Blizzard? Because it comes from a core skill, but Ice Spikes itself is a completely different mechanic from Blizzard. Oh, thanks, Lee Burgess. Nah, I'm not the GOAT. You guys are the GOAT. I'm just here to showcase my gameplay. That's it. I'm not even trying to like, well, and to help people, put their builds together. Like you talked about like Dance and Knives, and yeah, I'm trying to help folks play whatever build they want to play in this game. That's mainly it. Nothing special. Okay. Oh shoot, I used my skills in the wrong order. All the wrong order. My ice armor's not up. But I guess it doesn't matter. Like, look how quickly he's melting. Like, this isn't even fair. Like, actually, it's not even fair. Like, it's not even comparable, the difference in damage between my old setup and this current one that I have going. There, dead. That was like, what? 8 minutes? 7 minutes? With no boss powers. So that was an 8-minute run. 8 minutes. Dude. That was like, I think my previous run, I had died like twice or once or something, and I had like 2 minutes left on the clock. So let's just say that one was 4 minutes. This one's 8 minutes. Dude, I think I'm onto something with this setup. Like this is pretty sick. Okay. I think I'm pretty much done though with this guy. I tested everything I needed to. And this is with 0 boss powers, right? Like I can't emphasize that enough. This is with no boss powers. If I had boss powers or any kind of heraldic powers, the build would be even stronger. This is still running movement speed. I could have subbed out movement speed for intelligence to get more damage. Like everything's only masterwork rank 4 except for my helm. This is not even ancestral. Like what? Yeah, I'm like ready for next season for sure. My Fist of Fate, yeah, it was a high roll on Fist of Fate though. I'll admit that much. Intelligence and max life, and yeah, I know this is like a 2 GA helm, but the other GA was on max life, so that doesn't really impact damage. Amulet is also 750 item power, not even 800. Otherwise, I could have gotten a bit more resistances, and instead of life, I could have rolled for glass cannon. That would give me even more damage. But of course, this was this amulet was the best I had. I had resource cost or resource generation here, but I think resource cost reduction would be better. Blue Rose, Tau Loop, etc. So I'm gonna have to oh, Hail of Varglass, nice. So I think off stream, I'll do it off stream so that way I'm not like wasting your guys' time. I do want to maybe do that thing where I kind of like go over all my equipment, one item at a time, and then, show like all the stats and my setup for clearing Torment 4. Or I guess I don't even need to do that for this season. I'm going to be doing that next season. This season, I only really need to look at the character, like the items I'm using. Well, actually, wait. I'm going to put the build guide together, or like the build guide video. What am I talking about? No, never mind me. I'm crazy. I could make the build guide video, like, let's say today, but I'd rather do it next season when I actually do have the boss powers for Blizzard specifically, because I'm going to be playing Blizzard anyway, and I'm going to have to make a video on it, so there's no doubt about that. So really, this was just to experiment and figure out what works. And so far, like you folks have seen this. This is completely not busted, but it's really good. Or at least it comfortably clears Torment 4. So, yeah, and I was able to do that with more ranks into Blizzard. So I feel like it might be better to just max out Blizzard here, instead of I'm losing out like some damage reduction for it, but again, that's okay. I'm glad that I took the time to playtest everything. No, this is good. This is a really nice setup. And there's ways to like amp up my damage even more. But I think this is a good place to stop for Blizzard. Now, the last setup I wanted to try was Ball Lightning. So actually, for Ball Lightning, do I have a build planner for Ball Lightning? I do actually. I do have a build planner for Ball Lightning. So here. Ball Lightning. So it has to be a wand then. Here. Ooh. Ooh. Um, I mean, I lose out on an aspect. Yeah, it should be fine. I'll throw this on for now. This is my only available wand, really. It's either that or Flame Scar, but, you know, running Flame Scar on the Ball Lightning build would not really make much sense. What's my gloves and my amulet? Oh, right, I was running Banished Lords. It's starting to come back to me a little bit. And then Skill Tree. Okay, let me respec. Let me refund everything here. So these I don't care about. 1 point here, 3 points here, just to unlock the next category. Okay, these 4. Hmm. To 3 points and all that, and then I think I max out this and this. Increase damage while I have a frost skill on my action bar. I'll probably have Ball Lightning, so that's fine. Max out this, and 1 point into Unstable Currents, but I don't remember why I had Unstable Currents, or for that matter, why I didn't bother to get any of the modifiers. Oh no, I actually do have all the modifiers. What am I talking about? Then 3 points here, and what did I pick up? Veer's Mastery? Right. And I wanted Mage's Ball Lightning, but I think Wizard's Ball Lightning is best in this case. So this is for Ball Lightning build. It's too bad, really. Would have really wanted to play around more with a lot of the Sorcerer builds we could have made with Overpower, but yeah, it's all going down the drain. Okay, no to Blue Rose. Oh, okay, I see. I need a ring with attack speed. Intelligence, attack speed, resource cost reduction. Do I really not have a good ring I could use? I guess I could just try to gamble for one. It's Torment 4, right? Yeah.
Well, oof, too bad,
Uh,
friend.
what ring? Int max life attack speed.
Not a bad shame that. Well, there's something special.
See some steel, you know? What's left, you ask?
All right.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
I'm gonna try one more batch of rings. This one's got attack speed, though. I'll save that one just in case I don't find anything better in a second. Rings. I think I can afford,
Hello, shining beauty.
Not a bad
I
day,
am both impressed and mortified that I haven't gotten a single ancestral ring out of all those rolls. I mean, sure. Fine. In that case. Shock finesse, right? This is for shock critical strike chance. That's what I was using, I believe. Yes, and then invigorating conduit? Don't even know what invigorating conduit does. Fiery surge. Invigorating conduit, nice. Okay, so what is invigorating conduit? Oh, okay. Anytime I grab crackling energy, I get 20 mana. Alright, I see. I think I understand how this is supposed to work.
There's a good one.
Yeah, okay, sure. Shock crit strike chance.
There's magic
I would have
in
preferred
all
int,
things.
but whatever.
Let me
Oh,
show you.
also just have to switch out poison resist here for max life. Who you calling a goat? Oh, my boy Invento. I prefer Inventor, but, yeah. I mean, I guess Invento is fine too. It's just because the name Inventor was taken. Wish I could have gotten it, but oh well. It is. I'll just make do with what we have. That's all we can do. Alright. Where's my ball lightning? Okay, so why do I even have Blizzard? Oh, it's because of my items. I had teleport enchantment this time, and I don't remember what my other enchantment was. Ball lightning. Okay, well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Critical strikes have up to a 33% chance to spawn a static ball lightning. Alright. And then I'm gonna refund all, and I think I had a properly set up Paragon board, right? Yes, I did. Alright. All this effort, like, I honestly did not realize how much time it takes to put these builds together, like, or did not really think about it. Usually I just put it together and I'm like, oh, this is like the easiest thing in the world. But even though it's easy to put these build guides together, it is, or these like build guides, build planners, whatever you want to call them, it still is quite it is quite time consuming. And I guess like putting these builds together, I can better understand why so many people prefer to just follow build guides rather than make their own, considering that, yeah, like it does take a lot of time to put all this together. Not trying to toot my own horn. It's just, yeah, like you guys haven't seen me the last few days, but I have been like nonstop writing up like build guide or making build planners for like I think like 10 different builds I mentioned. Why do I have a dex node here? Get rid of that. Uh yeah, it's fine. I'm on retooling Blood Surge Arduino or Arduino. I see you. Well, what do you need for your character? Maybe myself or Simon might have it. Now we have a go kill boss for the pants. Oh, you guys are funny. Okay, I'll let you add each other and sort all that out. If you need any help, let me know. But otherwise, I'm just gonna keep trying to work at my build, you know? Probably this one would make the most sense, right? Wait, what? I think it would... Yeah, I don't know why the build planner operates like this. This is so strange. Doesn't really give me as much int as I'm looking for. Anyway, whatever. Sorry. You folks can't see my other, like, the build planner that I'm copying, but I'm realizing that they kind of do it a little weird. Some of the points that I'm like putting, some of the normal nodes are not going where they're supposed to, let's just say. Adept. Oh, I don't have adept glyph. What's adept again? Oh, it's for mastery skills. Well, it's fine. I can use this one as to compensate. Yeah, it also uses intelligence, so that works out perfectly fine for me. 1 second. Yeah, you're Torment 4, okay. So, you guys are still talking about that. So, I'm gonna go down this way, or... Nah, this is quicker, okay. And then I unlock a new board. That's gonna be Frigid Fate. Where's... Okay, it's like this. Like this, like this. And I was supposed to run Elementalist on this, I think. Oh yeah, and my Elixir's Instant's gonna wear off, but at least I have enough mats now that I don't think that should matter too much. 4 is fundamental release. 2 minutes. I actually do want to try the build out, but well, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't need to have the elixirs and incense active if I'm just trying out the build. Fundamental release. Why is it fundamental release then searing heat though? Oh, it's because it's much farther out. I don't always have enough crit strike damage, I think. Yeah. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I should just make the build planner and then do a video where I go over the build planner and then talk about my thought process for some of the, like all the nodes that I take. That might be a quicker way to do things than, like, putting the character together in the game. I mean, that's like the right way to do it, though, in my opinion. Yeah, that would be the right way to do it because, it doesn't... I don't feel comfortable putting a build guide together unless I've actually proven that it can handle itself in, like, Torment 4, or at least, like, reaching Torment 4. You know, being able to speed farm Torment 4 is a whole different demon, although, I mean, it's worth noting that, yeah, if a build can make it to Torment 4 and they don't even have all their masterworking completed yet, or their glyphs aren't, like, maxed out, then almost certainly they should be able to... They can be Torment 4 viable. I would like to argue that most, if not all, builds in the game can be Torment 4 viable. It's just really a question of... It's varying degrees of effort that you have to put into builds to make them Torment 4 viable. I think that's the main... That's really it. That's the main issue, I guess. When people say a build is a build viable or not, the answer is always going to be yes. Like for Torment. But hold on a second. I think it's this way. Yeah. It'll be viable for reaching Torment 4 always. Just question of how much time it takes. And of course, the average player. Well, the thing is, I don't know how much time that the average player would have. But if you're like coming here and asking questions about if something's viable, then probably you're not an average player to begin with. How long have I been streaming for? You mean like... You mean this... How long have I had this channel up for? Or are you talking about how long did I stream for today? Because today I streamed for 3.5 hours. But this channel that I have, yeah, like Inventor, right? I've been streaming for like since the game came out, pretty much. I think I started this channel around the launch of D4, so like what, June 2023, around there. You're on at 10:30 and you're still working. Arduino. Oh yeah, you're talking to Lee Burgess about that. Yeah, I see. Okay, there. So this is the build at its, well, as a baseline. I'm gonna replace my boots real quick. I'm like almost done hacking it together, so might as well just finish it. If I don't have a good set of ball lightning boots, then I can just use Rakanoth's. Wow, I don't have one that has mastery skills? Like boots with mastery skills? This is very surprising. You're telling me all the boots that I picked up, I didn't get a single pair of boots with ball lightning. I know that I have ones with core skills. Core skills, attack speed. In fact, I might even use one of those sets of gloves now. Ice shards. Yeah, okay. Wait, no, that's for Barb, though. I had one which was just core skills. Yeah, this one, oh, but this one's willpower. Ah, max life, core skills. Willpower, core skills. Core skills, armor, resistance to all elements. Intelligence, armor. Do I really only have one set of, well, one good set of core skills? Well, this is like the last character I'm making for the season, right? I don't think I'm ever going to consider making any other ones, so I guess I can just throw this one on. Yeah, that's okay. 3 to core skills, max life, and I mean, ideally would have wanted attack speed for ball lightning, but I can get away with just using rolling for intelligence here. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, yeah, and what gloves? I want to run here. Elementalists, I think.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Of course, working man. Yeah. Yeah. He is quite the worker, that Lee Burgess. But, okay. What am I looking at here? My helm is acceptable. This is acceptable. Static discharge. This has juggernauts, it's fine. This is actually pretty close to what I had. Oh, except I don't have Tybalt's. That's the one thing that I'm missing. My resistances are surprisingly okay for being here. I think like this is fine. Alright. I'm gonna run pit 45 and see. Oh, yeah, right. I'd forgotten that I should probably Wait. Just remembered some stuff. So this is Frozen Wake aspect right now, but if I am making a Ball Lightning Sorcerer... Oh, right. For Ball Lightning, I used Banished Lords. I mean, I can just use this Banished Lords. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, lose out on int, lose out on max life. That's fine. That's acceptable. I'm gonna have like no survivability though. It's the only drawback here. But otherwise, should be okay. Like that. And then accelerating aspect. So I can get more attack speed. See, that's another thing too. I wanted to get like to make this build in such a way where I get like a lot of attack speed for ball, like these orbiting ball lightnings, but I just don't know if I have enough. I'm gonna have enough mana for it. Oh yeah, and this I should probably try and temper some shock finesse lightning damage, crackling energy damage. There. That's fine. We'll do for now. Static discharge. Alright, good. Static discharge. Alright, nice. For Blood Surge, which mercenary did I use? Did I use for Blood Surge? Let me take a look. What did I run? I think I always run, like, when I'm trying to level through from, like, level 1 all the way to, like, Torment 1, nowadays I prefer Subo, because he's, like, a walking map hack. But when I start trying to do pit pushing to Torment 4, like Pit 55, I go for Rahir. Rahir for Ground Slam, and then... Here, I can actually just show you here, because I have Rahir. Yeah, I usually just go Valiant or Valiance. I don't know if it's Valiance or Valiance, but yeah, then I go Ground Slam. Rahir's Aegis for 15% resistance to all elements. It's mainly just this. I like the 15% resistance to all elements. It helps me save resistances and other like affixes, right? Like, you know, maybe my helm doesn't have resistance to all elements. So, yeah, I can just use Rahir to help me reach the cap so I don't just die outright when I run the pit. Same thing here with Bastion. Well, I mean, I don't really need Bastion, though. I just like... I mean, this is the main reason I use Rahir, but then I also take Bastion and Inspiration because that also gives a bit more damage. So, yeah, that's that. Okay, and I think this is pretty decent setup for Ball Lightning. This is actually pretty close to how my Ball Lightning build looks is like looking for next season. But oh, you know what? I'm actually missing some boots. Let me try to see if I can get like a decent pair at least. Oh yeah. Here, let's see. +1 mastery skills. Yeah, something like that, right? Ah, there we go. Intelligence, yeah, this is a much better roll here. Now I can replace cold resistance with either life or mastery skills. I ideally would want mastery skills, but obviously either mastery skills or Ball Lightning, but I'm not expecting to be quite so lucky. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Wait, what am I doing? I'm actually missing Yen's Blessing. Wait, no, this is the wrong character. I meant to ask if you started posting my builds. I haven't, but I do have the build planners for them ready. I was gonna like make them all public once the campfire chat comes out, because if the campfire chat comes out and then they suddenly announce some very big sweeping changes to Blizzard, like they nerf ice spikes in the ground, for example, then suddenly I have to rework my whole Blizzard build, right? Also, Maxroll only lets my builds stay up for like a set amount of time before it gets taken down due to inactivity. So I'd rather release them when it's like closer to the start of the season, but they're already ready. I think all of them, every build that I would consider using, aside from Stinger, Spiritborn for next season, are all already ready. The build guides for every single one. So you tell me, do you need a build guide for Companion Druid, Whirlwind Barbarian, Blood Surge Necro, Razorwing Spiritborn, Seeker Spiritborn, Minion Necro, Dance of Knives Rogue, Flurry Rogue, Blizzard Sorcerer, Ball Lightning Sorcerer? If you need a build guide for any one of those, I can give you one, and almost guaranteed it should be able to, like, it is like, I'm gonna call it from now on T4 certified, because yeah, like all of the builds that I have hacked a build, or all the build guides that I've hacked together are able to clear Torment 4. Like, and I've like confirmed this, or I think it's very reasonable to expect that a certain level of equipment could reach there. Especially, like, except for Ball Lightning, which I'm like, because I'm checking that right now. So yeah, I haven't started posting the builds, but they're all ready. I just haven't like made them public. So if there's one that you're curious about in particular, you just tell me, and then I can give it to you. Yeah, like no problem. Crippling Flames, and then I need evade cooldown reduction. Mobility cooldown reduction. No, I need evade specifically. I mean, yeah, whatever. I don't think it matters too much. Well, what's the, oh, I remember. I'm supposed to run Gravitational. Okay, I think it would help if you posted your favorites for starting the season, and then add builds as you theorycraft. It's funny that you mentioned that. I understand the reason, like the logic you have behind this. I don't, oh, hold on. This is the wrong, that was the wrong item. It's this one. Oops. This boots that I want to throw on. 1 second. This damage scales with Ball Lightning, so without a doubt I have to max out Ball Lightning. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting a bit sidetracked, but that's because I'm trying to like piece this all together, but I'm sure you understand the situation here. Okay, good intelligence. Good. And this is a tax reduce evade cooldown too, which is exactly what I would have wanted. And what's my helm? Helm is resistance to all elements. No, this is fine. Yeah, this is about as good as it gets. Except I didn't bother to masterwork this for some reason. So I'm gonna do that real quick. And I'm gonna hope for either int or core skills. Let's see. No, I have enough gold and materials. Ah, max life. Okay, that's acceptable. All right, what's my CSC at? 19%. My attack speed is at 21%. Both are pretty pathetic. I still need to roll this out in a little bit. This is fine. This is like a lot of attack speed, but I've been kind of like looking at how attack speed caps work. So there's some like weird damage numbers that go into all that. Oh, here we go. 32% attack speed for 5 seconds after casting a defensive skill. So I'm getting attack speed from like a couple different sources. So I'm gonna get a chance to see just how well this whole setup works. Anyway, before I start this run, so I just want to go and address what Simon Gentry was saying. You said that you think it would help if I posted my favorites for starting the season? You mean like... Because I was just gonna post all of them. Wouldn't that just be better? Right? Like, I have 10 build guides available. Like, the way it worked out was that I have pretty much 2 for every class at this point, except for Druid. Because there's only one Druid build that I'm really interested in playing, and that's Companion Druid. I don't think that's really much of a secret. I didn't actually... Oh, weird. I don't have a Thorns Barb set up. Okay, I need to make one for that one. But anyway. Blood Surge, Necro, Spiritborn, Sorcerer... Oh, right. No wonder. I have... Like, my math skills are bad. There's 6 classes in the game. So I have almost 2 for every... 2 for every build. Coincidentally, that's just how it turned out. 2 Sorcerer, 2 Rogue, 2 Necro, 2 Spiritborn, 2 Barbarian. And then 1 Druid. Yeah, so... I'm gonna be adding builds as I go along in Theorycraft. Yeah, like Stinger. Spiritborn, but I'm not sure when you say like post my favorites, and then he said for starting the season. Like these are like two separate statements, right? Like I can post my favorites. I mean, like my favorite of each class, unless you're talking about. Oh, hold on, hold on. Ooh, this isn't bad actually. Whoa, 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 whoa! I am dying though. Where's my overpower? Oh. I can't even survive. Well, sure, if you want to post all of them, but if it were me, I would post your solid favorites to start off the season, then add builds specifically for the season. Okay, well, first of all the builds that I've made are specifically catered for season 9. Like, I painstakingly, like the last 2 days, I've, not 2 days, sorry. I think it was like Thursday and Friday, I pretty much nonstop did nothing but put together build guides. Those were those 2 days gone. I was supposed to stream on those days. I didn't even get to do that because I was doing nothing but putting build guides together. That was it. So when and those build guides were specifically for season 9. I didn't just copy and paste it over from 8 to 9. Like I actually went through each one and then I was like, okay, well, do these Paragon boards look right? And yeah, some of them actually looked way off. My companion druid in particular was not right at all. I needed to readjust a bunch of stuff. Oh, then I'm golden? Okay, yeah. I'm not trying to play contrarian here, just so we're clear. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you're saying because all my build guides, like I made them for season 9, so I'm a little confused in that regard. And then you said like I would post my solid favorites to start off the season. Like this is the part which I'm a little uncertain about, right? Because okay, what builds do I have? Like here's the thing. To start off a season, Companion Druid, obviously, I would play that from level 1 all the way to Torment 4, right? But I guess you could, and then the same thing goes, but it's not just Companion Druid. Like, if I look at my Whirlwind Barbarian, that's one of my favorites too. And would I recommend it to other people for leveling? Probably not, but it's still plenty strong enough to get from level 1 all the way into Torment 4, right? But on the flip side, we have something like the Seeker Spiritborn, which I gotta be honest, yeah, if you're gonna play Seeker Spiritborn, that's probably the one build that I have because it's ultimate. It's an ult, right? It's an ultimate, so it's actually quite dependent on cooldown reduction and flicker step and other ways to reduce the cooldown of Seeker before it really gets online. Meaning that pretty much the only way that I would be able to level with the Seeker is actually by going through Vessel of Hatred campaign. So. Yeah, I mean, if you want an argument, well, I don't want an argument. I just am trying to understand like fully so I know what I'm agreeing or disagreeing with. For instance, you always play certain builds kind of in order. Okay, yeah. Elaborate. Based on how well you know the builds. Okay, yeah, okay, so I can... this is partially true, but not fully true. Companion Druid I always start off with first. That much is certain. But then after that... the order does get a little weird sometimes. It really depends on certain factors in a season, right? Like Dance of Knives Rogue Thorn's Barb this season. I chose to do it last because I thought Thorn's Barbarian would take forever. But then last season, I did Thorn's Barbarian first after the Companion Druid because I knew that it was going to be very quick or something like that. So it really depends. It's not always the case that I always play in the same order all the time, I think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's just what I recall. Okay, hold on a second. Something's wrong here. Let me go into Pit 50 and see if I stand any chance of clearing Pit 50 because I'm getting demolished in Pit 54, which is just one tier down from Pit 55. Oh, I'm liking this actually. But wait, where's my overpower? Hold on, something's wrong here. I'm not getting any overpowers. Like, look at this. I have Banished Lords. But I got one overpower. But I don't even think that was from the Banished Lords. Hold on, something's wrong. Yeah, none of mine are overpowering at all. Let alone... Okay. That's good to know. Well, I mean, if none of my attacks are overpowering, then that means I have to get rid of Banish Lords because I'm pretty sure it's bugged. It has to be. Oh, wow. 30-second evade. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. Okay, let me do this. Okay, well, that should get me out of here. So, I always place certain builds kind of in an order. So, no, I mean, it tends to be a little bit more complicated than that. So, like, going back to this discussion, right? Right now, I'll tell you the order that I intend to play, and this is changing, by the way. This is constantly changing. I'm still going back and forth about it. I've been thinking about it for hours on end. After Companion Druid, it would be, at least at the moment so far, I'm thinking to do Blizzard Sorcerer second, Thorns Barb. No, I already did Thorns Barb during the PTR. Whirlwind Barbarian third, Dance of Knives Rogue fourth. Then it would be Stinger Spiritborn fifth, and then what was the last one? Oh yeah, Necro. And here's the thing, like I know Necro better than Spiritborn, for example, but I don't really want to do more Necro gameplay when I know that there's already going to be so many other people who are like Necro mains who know the build or who know the class better than I do, with more viewers and fans, right? Who are yeah, so they are more knowledgeable. They have more hours and content and time spent on those classes. They know them intimately better. And I think, generally speaking, because Minion Necro this season is getting a new unique, Hand of Naz, or whatever it's called, everyone's going to be playing it. So there's no reason for me to play Minion Necro. It's even though I myself am familiar with it, I would rule it out as one of my first characters to play. So that's like, and on the flip side, like Blizzard Sorcerer, I pretty much have never started off a season on Blizzard Sorcerer, right? And yet this season I'm actually playing it second. At least this is the intention. And same thing with Whirlwind Barb. I don't think I've ever started a season on Whirlwind Barb, but during Season 8, I happened to Theorycraft a Whirlwind Barb that happens to, I mean, kick butt, right? So I'm kind of, yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure I agree even with playing builds in a certain order. I do like the idea of posting my builds and then adding builds as I theorycraft. I think that's going to be a key component or key part of the content that I'm going to be putting out for seasons to come. And in fact, I'm doing it right now this season, right? I've learned a lot from making content over the past 2 seasons, and I think I'm at the point now where I have a good cadence going. Put the build guides together before the season begins, based on what I think will we can reasonably expect, and that's what I'm testing right now. What we're witnessing is me putting that into practice. Like I want to know what Ball Lightning is capable of now with no powers, and then that would entail that when next season actually begins, that the build can only get better from there, right? Assuming that there haven't been any additional buffs or nerfs. So post all of them, post my solid favorites. Yeah, but with regards to posting favorites specifically, like that's another thing too, right? Like I'm not sure if we're talking about favorites to start with or favorites just in general, because if you're starting off the game, like I already talked about that earlier, but yeah, there's some builds that are my favorites, but they're pretty bad for like leveling, right? Minion Necro is like amazing for leveling, but it starts to fall off in like Torment 2 until you get like Ring of Mendelin, then suddenly it's a massive power spike. I know my builds, I kind of have to. I can't call myself inventor, the off meta guy, without actually knowing how builds work. That just doesn't make sense. I don't want to be somebody who's like pitching like, oh yeah, here's I don't know, let's say a hemorrhage necro, okay, like the basic attack hemorrhage, a hemorrhage necro, but it's only viable for Torment 1. I mean, I could do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to diss anybody who wants to promote that.
but ideally I want to show to people like, okay, well, Torment 4 is the highest difficulty in this game, barring any like pit content, right? In order to reach it, yeah, you could feasibly reach it with these builds. And in order to do that, you need some baseline level of understanding for the game. And it's totally okay for you not to have that, for anyone not to have that. But I'm not okay with myself not having that when I myself am trying to put out videos trying to, I guess, highlight or showcase these builds. How can I go around showcasing that, hey, yeah, I can clear Torment 1 now that I have a much better understanding of how the game is played, right? That just doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. Simon, hopefully I didn't like scare Simon off with all my explanations and ranting here, but there is one other question I had for Simon. So earlier your idea was to post solid favorites to start off the season and add builds specifically as I go along. So I'm gonna have about almost a dozen builds ready for next season, come probably a day or two. Do you think that I should release all of them simultaneously when the season begins, or well, because yeah, that was my intention. I was just gonna release them all on Friday into the wild, right? Or should I stagger them for some reason? That's I guess the main question that I had. And if so, if you think I should stagger them, then why? Because originally I was thinking, okay, I'm just gonna release all dozen of these builds, build planners on. What I like build planners, maybe not the build video specifically. Hey, Zayor, what's up, man? Yeah, no, you're the Zayor is the bit like the crazy druid guy, I think, if I remember right? Like you're playing like a whole bunch of druid, and I think that you're playing that next season. But yeah, nothing much. I'm just in the middle of trying to put together my final build for season 9 specifically. So because like I think last stream I was doing a whole bunch of theory crafting for Spiritborn and seeing if I could come up with builds that are able, like, it is my belief that every build in the game, or almost any build in the game, can achieve Torment 4. It's just varying levels of, I guess, different builds have different levels of equipment and how strong their setup needs to be to clear Torment 4. I think that's a fair statement to make. And so when I streamed the last time, I was playing my Spiritborn, and I tried to do the Seeker, the ultimate skill of the Seeker, and then there was another build, Razor Wings, right? And I kind of did enough experimenting with those two. Razor Wings is pretty weak. Seeker was pretty strong. Now I'm kind of doing the same for Sorcerer. Because there were two builds that I was eyeballing for next season that I really wanted to play. The first one is Ball Lightning, and the second one is Blizzard. I've already tested Blizzard before you got here, and then now I'm trying to mess around with Ball Lightning so that I know kind of roughly what to expect going into the next season. And I think that it's a really, really good thing that I did this, because if I didn't, then I wouldn't know that, for example, my Banished Lord's Talisman does not work with Ball Lightning. Here, let me just do something really quickly. Yeah, my overpower damage... Here, I'm going to do this really quickly. Vulnerable damage, save, and all that. And then I'm going to go into the pit and see if I get any orange numbers. Because if I don't get any orange or blue numbers, then for whatever reason, I guess that just means Ball Lightning cannot crit overpower, and that completely defeats the purpose of me having Banished Lords. I think even more concerning is the fact that this, like, why wouldn't this crit overpower? That just doesn't make any sense. It's a basic skill like any other one, right? Oh, you know what? I think I know why. It's because of Okun's Catalyst, I bet. And I'll take a look at that in a second. You sounds like you have it all well organized, planned. What? Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty well organized, my plan. Usually going into a season, I just go and do whatever. It's true, but this is one of those seasons where I decided, hey, I'm gonna test it out and actually use my brain for a change. You know. and this is the end result of that. I stopped attacking so that hopefully they can kill me here. Now I can go back to town. I think I know what is preventing Overpower from activating now. I realized it. The Sorcerer's got a ton of fun and powerful builds this season. Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be playing all the classes, of course, with emphasis on Companion Druid, like I said. Companion Druid is far and away my favorite class, or build, I mean, you know this. But one of the things I like to do on this channel is I like to put out like T4 viable builds on... Or, sorry, yeah, T4 viable builds on, like, every class, right? And, like, with the more off-meta ones, too. Like, obviously, yeah, I can throw on Lightning Spear, and yeah, of course I can clear T4, but that's not interesting to me, because, well, everyone knows that a Lightning Spear can clear T4. What I want to see is whether or not, like, for example, Necro basic skill Hemorrhage can clear T4, right? Or, like, what level of equipment you need, so... I do think that, yeah, it has a lot of fun and powerful builds this season. I think that the majority of players are going to, like, a lot of the really popular content creators are going to be playing Hydra, as you could imagine. You know, like, Hydra is one of the most... This is one of the strongest builds. It's probably, I mean, maybe they'll nerf it. I don't know. If they don't, then everyone's going to play Hydra. And if everyone plays Hydra, all that means is that there's far fewer people who are playing Blizzard, who are playing Meteor, who are going to be playing Ball Lightning. And some of these builds are like very fan favorite sort of builds. A lot of people really liked Ice Spikes, and it was great to see Blizzard show it some love this season. And the next season... you know, there's going to be a lot of people who really want to see the resurgence of Ball Lightning, or some people, like, even when Season 8 PTR took place, there were some people who were like, oh, hey, look, finally I can play Blizzard Sorcerer again, because I put out a Blizzard Sorcerer build. I made it to T4 in 5.5 hours, but that was abusing the much stronger, at the time, boss powers. So... Zayor says, that's some great content, brother. Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Showing not just the meta builds, but the ones that actually work. Yeah, of course. Like, I don't... Dude, like, my channel has 300 subs, okay? Like, I have, like, a fraction... Here, hold on. Let me just... Not to make this about popularity, right? But what the point I'm trying to make here is, I don't think that it's a waste of my time to do the 100th lightning spear video in 1000th lightning spear video in existence. There's no point. Not even from, like, you know, not even from, like, a subscriber standpoint or anything like that, but there's just... Even if I did have, like, a whole bunch of subs, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's not interesting to me personally to do another video where I'm playing Lightning Spear and trying to push pit, like, some arbitrary number in the pit. Like, oh, here's pit 175. Like, who cares, right? I care a lot more about putting out a video where, you know, like if I... Okay, about a month and a half ago, I looked up Thorns Barbarian Season 9. Or Season 8, sorry. No results. No one, except for Do Not Hit Me. There's the Thorns Barb guy, Do Not Hit Me. But aside from him, there were no other results for Thorns Barb, right? And I could probably do this with Ball Lightning, too. No one cares about Ball Lightning this season. The reason why no one cares about Ball Lightning this season is because, like, Blizzard did some reworks, and they kind of, I wouldn't say nerfed it into the ground, but I would say they reworked it into the ground, so no one wants to play Ball Lightning. But players have such a fond memory of Ball Lightning, or Season 3 Ball Lightning, they'd love to give it another run, but they feel like, hey, maybe it might not be possible to run it in Torment 4. And my purpose here, the whole purpose of my channel, ever since the day that I made it, was to kind of show people that no, it's not, it's more than possible to run, like, Ball Lightning or Blizzard or whatever other build you want in these higher difficulties. You just need to set it up a certain way, and I'm trying to demonstrate that to people. And I also require it for myself that I have to reach Torment 4, right? Like, I can't just be like, oh, hypothetically, this is what's going to happen. I'd rather show people rather than tell them. Anyone can kind of be like, hey, yeah, oh, no, this should work. No. I need to prove it to people that it works. So you get the idea. That's my plan. That's kind of what my focus is, my intention. And yeah, like you said, showing not just the meta builds, but the ones that actually work, for sure, right? It's not even just about builds that actually work. I firmly believe that all the builds in this game can actually work for reaching Torment 4, but the minimum level of the minimum level of equipment required to do so will vary from build to build, from class to class even. So that's exactly what I'm trying to set out and show to people, to set up for people so that you kind of have a good idea as to what to expect. Actually, you know, it's funny because I think I figured out why my BLT is not proccing. I think it's because of Okun's Catalyst. So I'm going to test this now. But that's some guy going with Sorcerer because meta. Honestly, I'm not sure what you're saying there. There, yeah. It's because of Okun's. Okun's is the thing that's causing it. Not to be able to proc Overpower. I see. So no wonder no one wants to play Okun's. That's too bad, really. That makes no sense. Why shouldn't this be able to proc Overpower? I imagine this has to be an oversight. This has to be like a glitch, right? It's a shame that I didn't know about this sooner, or else I would have reported in the PTR, because what the heck, why shouldn't this be able to, you know? I wanted to make like an orbiting ball lightning overpower, and I think like chain lightning allows you to do that with the axial conduit pants. Why can't you do it with ball lightning? It's stupid. Well, okay, fine. So all this means for me then is I'm going to have to ditch Banished Lords, and then I'm going to have to replace it with a non-overpower sort of amulet. So I'm going to do this one instead. Aspect of Frozen Wake, amulet with permafrost on it. Then I'm going to need to replace aspect of Frozen Wake with some other offensive aspect out there. Can you proc overpower hits with the lightning ball? Oh, that's a brilliant question. Hold on. Ball lightning. Isn't there? Do I not have? It's called the Strike of Stormhorn. Do I not have Strike of Stormhorn? I might not actually. I might have actually salvaged that one. Okay, hold on a second. I might have to test that. That's a good point. Although, to tell you the truth, one of the next season, ball lightning overpower is being nerfed into the ground anyway. So like, because ball lightning is being overpower is being nerfed into the ground, at least I don't feel like it's a necessity to have ball or overpower to begin with. Because yeah, like this season right now, I throw on overpower and my damage will go up like by like 2, maybe 3 times just having overpower. But next season, if that's not the case, then yeah, I don't need to really sweat so much about not having overpower available to me. So let me look this up. Strike of Stormhorn. I don't. Just trying to see. How do I find this? It can be target farmed by defeating beast in the ice. Do I have? It doesn't look like I have any boss summoning mats right now. All right, hold on a second. I think I know where I need to go to get some boss mats. Parserac. Does anybody have a Strike of Stormhorn by any chance? If somebody has a Strike of Stormhorn, you're going to be saving us all like, you know, maybe some 20 to 30 minutes of time minimum. Oh wow, I'm actually already really close to the resplendent cache. Yeah, there we go. Greater lair, lair cache, greater lair cache, sword. Oh, blue rose, another blue rose. Is this account bound? No, it's not even account bound. Huh. Razor plate, get rid of that. Yes. Attack speed, no, I don't care there. I also remember considering Azarath. I might actually use this. It would have been nice for the GA to be on Lucky Hit, but this might actually be worth putting on in place of my current wand. In fact, I might do it. I get a lot more. I apply vulnerable and get cold damage. Actually, yeah, why don't I already have that on my build planner anyway? I'm running like conceited for like no reason. Spiritborn Thorns, yeah. Ball lightning splashes on contact and stunning. Okay, I think this is enough, right? Okay, I have enough for one beast in the ice horde. I'm so sad. Like, this is the only unique that I need, that I still need right now. What do I want to do here? Is it Purveyor? No, it's not Purveyor. Oh, yeah. Here. It's supposed to be Torment 2. Probably handle him on Torment 2. And You know what? Hold up. I just realized. I should probably... Okay, this goes in here. I think I'm just gonna salvage this. I don't think I care enough for these 2 items, and this too. Okay, I'm gonna save my ball lightning build as it is first. And then I'm gonna load up my ice shards build so that I can go mop the floor with Beast in the Ice real quick. Yeah, this should be a lot quicker than Beast in the Ice. Where's Beast in the Ice? I think it's here, right? Yeah, Beast in the Ice. No, not an aspect, Simon Gentry. It's a unique. Strike of Stormhorn, specifically. Yeah, yeah, Thorn's build does look really nice. So the thing about Thorns though, Zayor, I don't know if how many people are gonna be running Thorns. I was actually really looking forward to trying Spiritborn Thorns for myself, but then the realization hit me that I mean there's that new unique for Thorns, right? So might not be. I mean, if everyone's gonna play Thorns, then I don't see a reason to play Thorns myself. What about you? What build are you going for? Yeah, I was also kind of wondering what you intend to play for next season. Okay, there we go. Alright, that speeds things up a bit for me. Okay, please tell me that this is the thing that I'm looking for. Come on, strike a Stormhorn. Oh, focus. Yes! Yes, first try! Strike of Stormhorn, good. Alright, alright. Oh, we're gonna be getting in on this soon. Yep, that's the end. Tribute to Titans, Betrayer's Husk. Ah, nice. Okay, Frostburns. Ball Lightning. I think I salvage all of these. Yeah, I don't need a single one of these items except for Strike a Stormhorn. Yeah. Good. So, yeah, Zayor, that's a really smart idea, though. Running Strike a Stormhorn. Let's see if this is any better. I feel ripped off, though, that I can't make Ball Lightning overpower. That's so stupid. It's not even a dot skill, so I'm pretty sure that's gotta be a glitch. Strike a Stormhorn, Ball Lightning, Projectile Speed, so it probably orbits around me instead of... Oh, yeah, right. I guess I should probably switch it back to Ball Lightning first. Okay, so where's my Strike a Stormhorn? There it is. Yeah, alright. So, Strike a Stormhorn, and now with Banished Lord's Talisman. I also just realized I haven't, don't think I set this back to what it used to be. I was wondering if, like, the display was bugged or something, that's why I turned that off. Okay, let's check this out. So, this is my first time actually running Ball Lightning, so... Oh, is that how this one works? I thought that it orbits around you, but that it's just one really big Ball Lightning. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. It's 14 million. Like, look at that. So my regular damage hits right now... Oh, hold on. I'm actually dying. If I hit them... Oh, and oh, man, this is terrible. It blows up on impact, but does, like, no damage... Or it has, like, no AoE on it. Hey, look at this. So I hit them for, like... I think I was showing this in the first place to people. It was Medivh. I remember. Medivh was there when I showed it. 4k damage. Then suddenly when I get a crit overpower, it hits over 46 million. So there was very clearly something that needed to be done about that. Like, I can understand, like, I was saying that I can understand why they're trying to rework overpower for next season. Like, I know there's plenty of people complaining about it, and understandably so. But also, yeah, there's no way they could keep it like this for next season, where any random, like, half-baked build can throw on overpower and then go from doing, like, 4 million damage to, like, 50 million damage in one fell swoop. So, yeah, but at least I do know that this does work with overpower, but frankly, this is not the Ball Lightnings are larger. You hit chance. Yeah, this is not the kind of Ball Lightning build that I wanted to make. I wanted the one where it, like, orbits around you, so I'll kind of take that one off. So really, what I need to do here is very apparent to me. What I need to do here is replace Banish Lords for a proper amulet that has an aspect that is not... hold on a second. I think I had Blizzard, but the thing is, like, I don't think I care what aspect I put on this because I'm never touching Blizzard again, I don't think. Jewelry. I just realized I have this ring. I could have totally just used that ring instead. Oh, whatever. Oh, here's a good one. I could use this amulet. Either that or Glass Cannon, Devouring Blaze. Had some spare amulets. Might as well use one of these. Intelligence, attack speed. Yeah, I'll use intelligence and attack speed. Yeah, and I'll replace resource cost reduction with something else. With one of the passives, ideally. I'll try maybe 5 times. Icy Touch? What's Icy Touch? I don't even know. I don't know. Okay, let me actually take a look if Icy Touch helps at all, because if so, then maybe I just keep it as is. Oh, increased damage to vulnerable? It's not the worst. It's not the best, but it's definitely not the worst. So...
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
what other offensive aspects can I put on then? If you try with the Zan rune with Ahu, yeah, I could do Zan Ahu, but I don't really like relying on Zan rune or Ahu rune, like, because I'm trying to theory craft this build with going from level 1 to Torment 4 in mind, and I think that it's reasonable to expect that I would reach Torment 4 before finding a legendary rune in some cases, so I don't want to bank on Zan rune. I can bank on Banished Lords because I can get a Banished Lords just fine. I just go, farm some Duriel mats somewhere, and then I can spawn Duriel, Ooh, yeah, here's my Banished Lords. If I get unlucky, I might miss it, but I'd have to get really lucky to pop an Ahu and Zan. Or even just Zan by itself. But I'm almost certainly that Ahu Zan works. I could try that if you're curious, but I predict that Ahu Zan would work perfectly fine. I think it's just... yeah, I'm sure Ahu Zan would be perfectly okay. It's just the issue of trying to find it that's the problem. Okay, so... well, that leaves me at a loss then. Too bad there's no, like... I remember, for Shock Finesse, I remember being disappointed it's crit strike chance rather than, like, attack speed. Because if it were attack speed, that would help a lot more than what I have here. Shock Finesse, Pyromancy Finesse. Yeah, this one's got Pyromancy attack speed. I wish it was that for lightning. It'd make things a lot easier for me. Whatever, I'll just do Shock Crit Strike damage for now. And then, although that might be a mistake too. Maybe it might be better to do, like... a utility? No. Mobility? Maybe mobility. So I could do evade cooldown reduction. But, I mean, that's like for way later on in the game. I think it would have to be resource cost reduction. Resource cost reduction for worldly stability or unstable currents cooldown reduction, maybe? I don't know. Invigorating conduit? I could do resource generation. Like, next season, I have, like, a really weird tech that I want to try, too, where I use Crown of Lucian, and then... oh, well, actually, that doesn't even work. The whole point of me using Crown of Lucian in the first place would have been to proc Banished Lord's Talisman, but if I can't even overpower my Ball Lightnings, then there's actually zero use in doing that, so I'm gonna have to come up with something else. Anyway, whatever. Let's just throw something on for now. Sure. That's good enough. I just wanted to masterwork. That's why I'm doing this. That's mainly it. I guess I don't need to. Oh. How much? I have still enough. Okay, there we go. Intelligence. Nice. I can always respec as needed. Yeah, I can always respec as needed. So this is Torment 2. I'm gonna set it back to Torment 4 here real quick. And then probably throw a diamond in here. There. Okay, so I can reach the cap in Torment 3 for sure. Or in Torment 4 for sure. But now the question is... Oh, you know what? I'll throw on Azarath. Yeah, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to throw on Azarath here, and then I think I had Conceited, right? Conceited aspect? I think the CD for the ultimate hat could be good. Oh, you've got a point there. I could use cooldown reduction. I'll probably put that in the build planner, but I'm not going to do it on... Yeah, I'll probably put that in the build planner, but I'm not going to do that right now. I think this is fine where I'm at, but that's a really good suggestion. I like that one. I'll probably do CD for like on my helm. I do CDR. I mean, it works for everything, not just my ult, but everything, right? So, oh yeah. And then for this, I really do wish there was some other more interesting offensive aspect that I could use, but let me just do one more pass on this real quick. No. Aspect of control. Unstable currents. Has a 40% chance to cast an additional shock skill. This might sound a little ridiculous, but I don't really want to pump up damage on stable currents. I want the damage to come primarily from ball lightning. I want it to be like mainly dependent on ball lightning for this setup, but it might end up being the case that unstable currents is just too good to give up. So I might have to dig more deeply into that later at some point. Critical strike. Yeah, see, there's like nothing for ball lightning for some reason. There's plenty for all the other skills, just not ball lightning. Blood boiling. Crit strike. Oh, maybe elementalist's aspect. Core skill. Well, actually, no. That's pointless because I already have. There's like a passive where I'll eventually be able to make my ball lightning crit, so I don't think I care. Apart from having CSC on my tempers. My gloves themselves should also have attack speed. And luckily my amulet has attack speed. Serpentine, Shattered, increased damage based on how much they are chilled or staggering. Well, how much they're chilled. Well, what if they're frozen? Does that count as being chilled? Like fully chilled? Well, unstable currents is not active. Okay. Increased damage while ice armor is active. Maybe something like this. Vehement Brawler, and then just max out unstable currents, so I just always have that up. Is that how it would work? Ball lightning, random core conjuration or mastery shock skill. This spawns other skills, right? Not just ball lightning. I think it would. Yeah, I just don't really have too many options. The only other one would be using some other unique gloves here, like Fists of Fate or like Frostburn here, but I can't really get behind that. Conceited, I think, is like the only one. I don't like just getting raw damage though. I feel like it doesn't do enough. But whatever. The Orange Herald. Let me take a look at Orange Herald. What is that one? Oh, I like that. I mean, it's interesting for sure. But I don't know if it's like lucky hit, what, like 6% on ball lightning? I don't know how often that would trigger. And honestly, if my goal was to really pump up my ultimate skill, I would probably just replace my boots with... I could just replace my boots with like Flicker Step and call it a day. I don't know. All right, that's let's start off with this and let's see how far we get. Heal, and I'm gonna try again. My previous run was pit 50, so I should be able to dog walk this now that I actually do have Elementalist aspect already. On the boots. Oh, on the boots. Well, then where would I put gravitational? I guess I could go, like, put that aspect on the boots and then put gravitational in my pants. And just get rid of Snow Veiled. I don't need Snow Veiled. That's kind of a stretch goal. Also, aren't I supposed to have Tybalts? Am I crazy? Where's my... Yeah, I'm actually supposed to have Tybalts on this, too. Oh, oops. That was, like, all tabbed. Yeah, I was also supposed to have Tybalts. That was the other one. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I was supposed to have Tybalts, but I don't always have Unstoppable. That's the issue. So let me see. Let me see how far we get here. I'm gonna try this again one more time. I feel like my damage is a lot higher, though. Running Azarath, then I have a way to constantly apply Vulnerable. That's also really good. Gotta run, guys. Later. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Simon. Appreciate it. Hope you had fun. Thanks for coming by, and yeah, maybe I'll see you in time for the start of the new season, with any luck. Oh shoot! Wow. Yeah, they hurt though. I don't know. Like low on survivability, I think. Kind of liking this. They are taking a while to go down, but oh, I saw a an overpower there somewhere. I don't know what that was from though. Yeah, I activated my ult just now, but I think that it does like a little bit of everything, right? Like it does spawn lightning spears, even though I don't have that. It'd be great if it only spawns skills that you already have on your skill bar or something, but fortunately that's just not how it works. Otherwise, yeah, this would be a bit of a no-brainer ultimate for me. I just hate how it spawns like everything, not just ball lightning. This is not bad. I think there's some serious potential on this. But I am running out of mana very often. But I guess with Crackling Energy, that doesn't matter. Like, I'll just spawn enough Crackling Energy, and then I'm just back to full. I probably don't even really need to worry about resource generation and all that. I could probably get away with... Yeah, like, I'm already, like, at max ball lightnings. That's how I know whether or not it's working. If I'm, like... If I already have max charges on ball lightning, then who cares about how much more mana that I... Like, I don't really need much more. So I might have to consider replacing my resource cost reduction for something else. Okay, I'm still dying a lot more often than I should be. Why is that? What's my resistances at? They're maxed. It's kind of insane. Is it? Oh, you know what? It's because I don't have enough life. Not enough life, not enough DR, and I don't have Fortify either. I think for this build, you definitely need Starless or Air of Perdition. Well, yeah, I mean, it boils down to the same thing that I mentioned earlier. Like, I'm just... like, okay, if I have... if I'm going towards Torment 4, I don't expect to have Mythics. The same thing with Zan and Nahu. Like, I definitely wouldn't expect to have Mythics while climbing to Torment 4. But yeah, for sure. If I ran Starless or Air of Perdition, like, it would certainly boost up this build by a mile. Same thing with the Ahu Zan, I think, too. Oh yeah, I'm actually missing some runes. And I have Kurgar. I wonder if there's anything else I could throw in. I think that rares are reasonable to expect, like rare runes, like because you can get them from running those tributes, right? And yeah, like I'm just looking to see which of my items I can like switch out to get more damage. That's really it right now. Again, not trying to be difficult at all. I just I'm kind of explaining why I'm not trying to just throw on like the very best equipment. Like, yeah, I could also just masterwork everything too. I mean, I don't have enough materials, but if I did, I just masterwork everything. That would be the easiest solution. And then, of course, in terms of glyphs, well, okay, here I'm taking a bit of a creative liberty. I'm running like 5 legendary glyphs and nodes, but I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that a player would have 200 Paragon points by the time they push Torment 4. I think that's fine. But yeah, I'm like trying to work within the boundaries here, and I think right now I'm just being bottlenecked on survivability, but I don't really have too many other sources of life. This is kind of crazy to me because I think I'm missing like a big chunk of life from, like, normally I would have like a staff that gives me like 1,000 life or something, right? Like this one, right here. This one's got GA life. I'm getting like 2,000 life from that, and that's all down the drain right now. So really, it just boils down to DR. I need to get DR while healthy, because my resistances are okay. My armor stat is my armor stat okay? Yeah, I'm in Torment 4 right now, so Torment 3, my armor stat is okay too. There is one other possibility. I don't really like it, but I could actually try to go for Fortify on Rahir. Yeah, or in the new season with the Herodic powers, I can get Fortify through that too. Those are two very feasible options, but it's just not my cup of tea. Is it season 9? No, hey, hey, Johannes. This is not season 9. This is season 8. This is season 8, and I'm just trying to theorycraft, and then put into practice some of these build ideas that I have for season 9. One of them, like the one that I'm testing right now, is Ball Lightning. I'm just trying to see how strong this build can be, at a minimum, without the boss, or without the Herodic powers from next season. And then, of course, it'll get only better once I have the Herodic powers, and there's going to be the Nightmare Dungeons and whatever other changes they have. So, yeah, you get the idea. So, not Season 9 yet. Season 9 is going to be in 8 days. We are 8 days away from Season 9. It's going to be Tuesday morning. For Pacific time, I think. PST. Alright, whatever, try tier 70. You're funny. You're so silly. Okay. Back to testing here. So I was running Azrath, like, need another source of damage. Or, all my glyphs are already 46. That's the other issue, right? Like 46 or higher. So it's already like some really good conditions. Maybe mastery skills gain increased damage, something like this could boost my Ball Lightning up. Not sure. Anyway, I'm not here to try tier 70, Joe Johans. I'm trying to put together like a character off of scraps so that I know how well it'll perform for next season when I'm trying to go from level 1 to Torment 4. And, you know, I should point this out ahead of time so that there's no misunderstandings. Like, yeah, players such as yourself and others might be inclined to only really care about the pit, like pit pushing, like, you know, pit 70, pit 80, pit 90, pit 100, and so on. But, of course, there are plenty of other players, such as myself, who care about playing other builds too, and would rather see how strong the build can get into higher Torment tiers rather than focus on, you know, just trying to grind out, like, you know, the strongest builds into a season and see how far you can get. In this particular case, like, yeah, with Ball Lightning, right? pushing pit 70, I imagine, might be possible, but you would need like a much better level of equipment than what I have currently right now. And also more Paragon points, evidently. So let me go back to town and adjust this then. Maybe I try elixirs and incense. Maybe with elixirs and incense I might be able to pull it off now. I'm at 4K, right? And how much? Yeah, 12 minutes. Okay, I'm at 4K life. Oh, nope. Here. One more elixir, and then a little bit of everything else. Okay, good. And then for my helm, my helm and chest armor, reduce my active ultimate cooldown 6 seconds. Freeze and vulnerable. Oh, I guess because I already have ways to apply vulnerable. Do I have ways to apply vulnerable? I don't know. Or maybe I should just do countering concealment. Or no, not that one. Mott? So that I can actually get like damage reduction from shadows. Black. Vortex, pull them together. That could work. Bro, I don't think you should use Azarath. Okay. Well, what do you think would be better? And please don't say a mythic. Do you have any better ideas on what weapon to use for a Ball Lightning Sorcerer? Have you played Ball Lightning Sorcerer? You got any good ideas for this one? Because right now I don't really have any good, like yeah, I could throw on Storm Swell or something like that, but I feel like there's got to be better options than just Storm Swell. I think I'll do Cur. Probably Cur. Wait a second. Why? Oh, am I already running Cur? Oh, I think my game froze. It's stupid. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to restart my game. I don't know why this issue keeps occurring. It was like a recent patch that caused all this. Ball Lightning is lightning, okay. But Azarath has a lucky hit chance to do 6,000 extra cold damage. Right? There we go. Is my stream still up? You guys, I think, can still hear me, right? Yeah, you guys can. Invok, get on. You what? Run level 60 pits? No, I think I'll pass on running pits right now. I mean, like running pits to grind glyphs. I don't care about that. I'm just testing. That's it. Okay, so again, like I said, Joe, I mean, fair point, right? Like Ball Lightning is Ball Lightning. I should use a Ball Lightning aspect, or if there was a Ball Lightning aspect for a weapon or an offensive aspect, then I would gladly use it. But I don't believe one such aspect exists. So if you have some sort of recommendation, rather than just telling me what I shouldn't use, I would appreciate it. Like, do you have, like, do you think I should use like an aspect, a different unique? And again, please no mythics. Yeah, like what, you know? You're on now? Nice. Yeah, because the thing with Azarath, this has attack speed, this has lucky hit chance to deal more damage. Try typing in Ball Lightning aspect. Oh, you're funny. I did that earlier already. Here, you can take a look with me together. Oh, wrong one. Here. Ball Lightning. Right? Oh, would you look at that? There's one aspect. Gravitational. And guess what? It's a utility aspect. Ergo, it goes in my boots or my pants instead of my weapon. So, yeah, there's they're kind of after season, like what? I don't remember which season it was. Like season 3, season 4. Like after season 3, Ball Lightning was dominant with just gravitational aspect by itself, and then I think it was season 7 they introduced Okun's Catalyst, if I remember right. Okun's Catalyst and Strike of Stormhorn, and then they reworked gravitational to not do what it used to do, where it used to give more damage per Ball Lightning. I miss that aspect. If I could throw on the old gravitational aspect, well, my life would be significantly easier, but it is not because they chose to really really shut down Ball Lightning on this. Did I pop my Elixir of Incense yet? No, I didn't. That's lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough. Can I see all my aspects? Okay, how about... Okay, here. Let me just... What aspects am I missing on Sorcerer? Jolting. Okay, aside from jolting, I have every available aspect. I'm not going to go over every single aspect in my codex, all right? You can look up all of the uniques and all of the like you can just search it up on Google. Every aspect that you can that you would be able to find would be there. And then you can look up all the unique weapons too, or unique anything really, if you really had some ideas about it. Because yeah, like I could tell you which ones I have every aspect pretty much. It's just a question of which ones work with Ball Lightning. And yeah, there's some that work with Ball Lightning, right? But I already did a pass and I decided that I think I'd be better off running Azarath, or at least trying Azarath. You see, that's the whole point of theory crafting, right? Or like playtesting before the next season begins. Next season, I don't want to be lacking. Like, I don't want to be caught lacking in the sense of, oh, well, I don't know if Azarath or some aspect might be better. You snow veiled in my pants. This snow veiled? I'm using snow veiled on my pants. But why snow veiled in pants, and why aspect of elements in my amulet? Is there some specific interaction between these that you're suggesting? I would appreciate some sort of explanations as well, rather than just, oh, I should use this, I should use that. Like yeah, I'm sure I'd get a lot of damage out of aspect of elements, but do you not think that aspect of, or conceited aspect might be better, for example? I guess I'm not really running, I don't have any barrier right now, but again, like, that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm trying to test out, right? So I didn't even get around to finishing my, like, playing around with different builds. You know what, actually? I know what I should be using. I should actually be using Edge Masters, because I'm pretty much always at, like, full mana. I'm probably going to switch my amulet out for... I think I'm going to switch... Well, I mean, I have Barrier now, but that's because I actually used one of my skills. Yeah, no, I don't like this. I should go... I actually should be using Edge Masters. So, you're advocating for Aspect of Elements, which, understandably, like, Aspect of Elements gives a pretty substantial amount of damage. Here, let's take a look at this together, even. So, Aspect of Elements, right? Aspect of Elements... So Aspect of Elements, if I put it on my amulet, there's two things that happen here. First of all, I gain 45% increased damage with set of damage for 7 seconds. So, yeah, and it alternates between Fire, Lightning, Physical, Cold, Poison, Shadow. So, half the time I would have 45% more damage, which, that comes out to about 23%, right? So then in this case, I'm trying to find something that isn't dependent on, like, something that isn't just active half the time. And that's why elements on amulet becomes stronger. Yeah, aspect of conceited on my legendary sword. Yeah, see, that's what I originally had. See, there you go, right? You're saying elements on amulet. This is, again, like I said, if aspect of elements only gives me 45% boost half the time, that means that the effective damage increase is only about 23%. But if I use Edge Masters, well, I'm pretty much always at full mana, so this is closer to a 32% damage increase. The reason why I was trying to use Conceited is because, yeah, like, if I have Barrier up all the time, which I don't, then it would be okay. Like, my other build, I have Barrier up all the time, so it would make the most sense to use Conceited, right? So, elements on Amulet, maybe aspect of Conceited. So, that's a possibility, though. I might actually just switch this back over to aspect of, like, Conceited aspect. But, you know, honestly, there is a much easier way to test all this. And let me just double check something. Overheating aspect. What's my current roll on it? Oh, it's actually surprisingly low. That's fine, though. Whatever. I don't think I care. So why don't I just do this? This is the easiest way to test this, okay? Well, why don't we do this? Not Edge Masters. think... Hold on, I want to check a couple things out. Storm Swell... I'm actually tempted to run Storm Swell aspect. I actually think Storm Swell might not be a bad option. But sure. Let me... You might need Harlequin Crest. I already said, no mythics. I don't know how many times I have to repeat that. No mythics. The whole point of me testing this out is so that when the season actually begins... When the season actually begins, you need to be... Like, I want this build to be set up in such a way where people can actually put it together while going from level 1 to Torment 4. Like, within a day. In your case, I don't know about you personal. Like, I don't know about you, but me personally, I do not get mythics on the first day. Maybe you do. If you are, then you're a nasty player. Like, you're crazy. But yeah, no, that's not how the game works for me. Ice armor isn't too long, but sure try. Yeah, see, that's a good point too. That's one of the reasons why I'm a little like skeptical about running a Storm Swell aspect. That's one of the reasons why I never really like to have this like active, like 42% while ice armor is active. Now, the one upside is I can choose when ice armor is up or when I use ice armor. But I can't even extend the duration on ice armor either. While ice armor is active. So this is active for what, 6 seconds? And then it's down for like 18 seconds? Or it's down for another 12 seconds after. So it's only up like a third the amount of time. So I'm only getting like, what, a 15% increase out of that, really? And then, of course, against bosses, they're not even frozen unless they're staggered, right? So probably not. Bro, I ain't getting the... Okay, so you agree with me that yeah, Harlequin Crest is not something that I should be considering on this build then. Yeah. Are you using the most important affix in the skill tree? Okay, what's the most important affix in the skill tree? It's Glass Cannon. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, sure. Just hook me up with about 100,000 gold and maybe about 1,000 veiled crystals. And yeah, I'd be happy to throw on Glass Cannon and Inner Flames. But unfortunately, the Icy Touch was the best I had. I don't have unlimited materials. I don't have unlimited gold, or else I would have gladly rolled for Glass Cannon over Icy Touch. So yeah, yes, that's another thing that I'm missing on this character too. Yes, you're right about that. You're right about like this being an important affix for sure, like Glass Cannon. But unfortunately, that's just a no-go here. Okay, so we were talking about testing, conceded. Look, the thing with the conceded is I don't always have barrier active though. I only have it active right now because they're not hitting me back, and I have energy focus. Just refund it. Okay, I'll just go and refund my gold, or refund my materials. Yeah. Okay, here. So there's an easy way to test out whether or not this Azarath is any good. Maybe I should set it down a little bit, the difficulty. Yeah, this is gonna take forever. Yeah, no, hold on. I'm gonna tone down the difficulty. I don't want to be testing going up against the testing dummy for like a while. It's a 2 times damage multiplier. As I just said, as you said to refund it. I have 20 million gold, all right? And it costs about 1 million per reroll. Now, I could luck into it, but also if I don't luck into it, then I have no gold to do literally anything else. So, would you like to hook me up with 100 million gold? If you hook me up with 100 million gold and 1,000 veiled crystals, we can sit here and roll Glass Cannon together on this stream right now. How's that sound? That sounds pretty fun, doesn't it? Anyway, I'm gonna set it to Torment 3. You can give me gold? Okay, sure. Okay, do you have veiled crystals you could give me? Because I'm also really low on veiled crystals. I'm down to 400 because apparently it's a bottleneck for this season. I don't know what they were thinking rather than it being Obdicite, but yeah, that apparently is the... for whatever reason, they chose that as the bottleneck, so... Oh, okay, this is better than before. Okay. Actually, wait. I got a better idea. Let me test with Azarath first on the normal training dummy, see if I can notice a difference. Wait, but you didn't answer my original question. Do you happen to also have 1,000 veiled crystals you can magically pass over? Because I can do bosses Belial. Okay, sure. Yeah, would that work? We can try it. Okay, give me a second. Before any of that, though, let me run this real quick. Okay, I'm gonna time this. So, okay, so I'm just gonna spam Ball Lightning by itself here, right? Take a look at this, because earlier you were saying Conceited might be better, right? And we can look to see here which of these two, whether it be Azarath or this Conceited. Which, again, like, Conceited is only active whenever my barrier is up. But, sure, like, even if we consider that, like, a non-factor, if this build can do better than the other one while it's permanently active, then... Okay, close enough. I'm gonna say 30 seconds, right? It took 30 seconds to bring down the boss training dummy. Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay, now I'm gonna set it to Conceited here. Boss training dummy. I'll reset this here real quick. Alright, now this is with Conceited. Oh, hold on. I actually need to start the timer on the other screen here. Okay, there. Check it out. Notice anything different about the runtime? This is with Conceited. 25% damage increase versus with Azarath. What aspect am I using on Amulet? I'm using Edge Masters right now. You suggested Elements, but for the reasons that I described, or that I mentioned earlier, I think that Edge Masters is better than Elements. Oh, I'm still going at it. Hold on. Almost there. Almost. Almost got it. And... there. Done. 60. So it actually is double the damage. You can see. Test it first. Sure. Like you said, test it. Test what? Like, you want me to test going aspect of Elements rather than Edge Masters? I can do that. Try Elements on Amulet? Sure, I'm okay to test that. But you can... hopefully we can at least come to the consensus that Azarath is better than Conceited, even though Conceited is a 25% damage boost. An Edge Master on Sword Legendary? No, I'm not going to test every combination. I'm going to test whether or not Conceited is better or Edge Master is better. I've already determined that Azarath is better than Conceited here, right? It's very clearly better. With my Azarath, I cleared this in half the time. Yeah. I cleared it in half the time with an Azarath versus Conceited. So as I originally predicted, Conceited is worse than Azarath. Like the substantial margin, really. Hold on, no. You were talking about testing aspect of Elements versus Edge Masters, right? So I just finished doing a run on Edge Masters. Now why don't I try it with aspect of Elements? I'm gonna do that first, and then I can invite you after, and then we can do some boss runs, so that we know, so that we're not left wondering, right? If Elements is somehow magically better, then hey, I ain't complaining, but I don't think it will be. But hey, who knows? This is the purpose of testing all this. Conceited aspect. All right. Wait, you said Conceited? No, not Conceited. It was, you said Elements. Conceited would be better than both of these, by the way. But again, like, this is under the assumption that barrier is always up, which it's not. On my Blizzard Sorcerer, it would pretty much always be up. But that's because I have Mind's Awakening to keep pumping me more barrier. Someone trading 3GA Azarath for free, that's fine, but I don't care. Am I going to have a 3GA Azarath at the start of next season? No. So I'm not really interested in that. I only care about whether or not, well, yeah, I don't really care much for anything for this season. I'm just trying to see if this build can get into Torment 4 with and what level of equipment I would need to get there. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna try again. This is with Aspect of Elements, okay? So I'm gonna start now. Aspect of Elements. It's not bad. Okay, there. 28 seconds. So what this number suggests is that these two are comparable. Aspect of Elements versus Edge Masters. Like, yeah, I shaved off like a second or two, but that's not really like a huge difference in this case. Like, it could be a margin of error, but like 50% difference or like double the amount of time taken is kind of crazy. I told you, bro. Told me what? It's doesn't really. The only thing this is really shown, 2 seconds slower. Wow, 2 seconds slower. But you also told me that Aspect of Elements, or sorry, you told me that Conceited Aspect would be better than Azarath, and look how that turned out. Like a double the time difference is actually a pretty massive difference, but like 2 seconds, okay. I mean, like if I run it again, I might even get like a better time. Here, hold on.
Let me show you.
It doesn't really matter either way. I'm not happy with either of these options, really. I want something that's like there all the time. Not Inner Calm. Like I could throw an Inner Calm and it would be like a constant 22% increase, but that's not. It's not. I mean, faster. 2 seconds faster. Yeah, I get what you mean in this case, but all right. Training dummy, and hold on a second. I'm gonna try this one more time. Okay, so here's the training dummy. 3, 2, 1, and go. I think the problem here is that I don't always have my primary resource up. Or I don't have it up often enough. Oop, that was a mistake. I kind of the activating teleport kind of skews the run. I have to redo this. That was a mistake. My bad. You're gonna eat pizza? Bye. Okay, sure. See you later. Gonna do Overpower Boulder. I'm guessing then that you don't want to run Belial. It's my last build that you're doing in Season 8. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that would be all, that'd be all the time you have left for Season 8. Okay. Here we go. Hitting again. Let's go. Yeah, this is not looking too bad, I think. Doesn't really spawn like lightning as often as I would want though, or the crackling energy, I mean. But it's something. Okay, there. Yeah. So honestly, yeah, it also took 30 seconds. So I admit, I think this is slightly worse for bosses. I think that's the issue here. Because if I try to do this, multiple training dummies, yeah, I bet you that I would be able to pump out way more damage on this. Because I have so many more targets to hit. And so many more crackling energies to pick up. That's my guess. Yeah, I'm gonna try that really quickly. Maybe multiple training dummies could be the trick here. Alright. I'm gonna reset this. And 3, 2, 1, go. And yeah, it's the middle training dummy that I'm gonna try to pay attention to, how quickly it goes down. Maybe Frostburns? Frostburn might work too. More lucky hit. Although I'm surprised that it takes longer. Okay, there, done. 36 seconds on that. So 36 versus if I go to Karagar, and I'm going to switch over to Aspect of Elements. Let's see if that's any better. Either way, like, Banished Lord should just be the go-to option, plain and simple, but apparently that's still, I mean, unless they fixed it, it's still apparently quite, it's bugged,
How may I
so.
help you?
Elements. And I think this is the last of, like, how many more Veiled Crystals do I even have? Yeah, see, I'm actually still running pretty low. It's a little silly that I'm bottlenecked on Veiled Crystals rather than any of the other materials. That just makes no sense to me. But anyway. Boss training dummy. I'm gonna reset. So 37 seconds, or 36. I'm gonna say 36 seconds. Versus. Alright. Wait a second. Okay, there. Did at the same time. I think maybe the other thing that skews it too is it might matter when I start the run on Ball Lightning, because this one I actually started the run right away, like when it was set to lightning as the element for that aspect. But now suddenly I do like a lot less damage. Oh shoot, I did it again. I actually triggered teleport, so I think I do more damage if that happens. Okay, hold on. I gotta redo that run. But, I mean, it's like 32 seconds? 33 seconds? 33 seconds. So 33 versus 36 so far. Okay. And then... There. I do like the playstyle. It just does not have enough damage for it. For all of it. Yeah, as I pick up more crackling energies, that's where all my mana's coming from right now. Okay, there. So 34. 34 seconds. So indeed, this does seem to be slightly faster. Slightly faster. But I think if I could get like a resource cost reduction, maybe that's what I need to do. I was running Invigorating Conduit, but oh, I'm running Invigorating Conduit because this entire build hinges on the assumption that that Banished Lords actually works. Okay, well, again, I've learned because I've learned yet another useful thing. I should probably make some adjustments then. I had no resource cost reduction on my build before, but now I'm going to throw on resource cost reduction. Change item. Okay, so we do glass cannon, I think, and then the other one would have been permafrost. Yeah, permafrost is a really good one since it's always active. Okay. Then I think I ran offensive. I wonder if there's any better options, but I don't think there are really. Critical strikes with shock skills have a chance to form crackling energy. Kind of tempting to get that one, but I don't think that's as necessary. Oh, I know what I should have. It would probably be evade cooldown reduction, if anything. Well, but that would be for much later, though. Teleport cooldown reduction. Unstable currents cooldown reduction, maybe? Yeah, but I think I mentioned before, I don't really like running unstable currents at all. Now, how does this work? Whenever I cast a shock skill. So yeah, see, it spawns Lightning Spear. And Lightning Spear isn't even on my skill bar. It's exactly what I don't want it to do. So, how's your Boulder Druid going, Lee Burgess? Do you need any help with that at all, or are you okay right now? Resource cost reduction. Yeah, I think I would want resource cost reduction on my tempering. Resource cost reduction, and I guess I would do shock crit strike chance. And then for my aspect, more damage to immobilize, stunned, or frozen enemies. That doesn't work against bosses unless I stagger them. Pierces through enemies, dealing 8k damage after 3 seconds. I could do Aspect of Elemental Constellation. That sounds like a really strong one, actually. You're okay right now? Okay, good. Aspect of Elemental Constellation. I might try that one in a little bit. That could be... Trying to see if there's any other options. Aspect of Shredding Blades. Oh, hold on. I think I found one. Aspect of Shredding Blades. I might do Aspect of Shredding Blades, because that would actually always be active. Because I apply Vulnerable to everything via Azarath. Nice, nice. Unstable Currents is active. I don't care about that. Okay. I already have Vehement Brawler. So it really is just going to be either this... Yeah, okay, I'll try that real quick. Why not? Why don't I give that a try? Shredding Blades, was it? Gain 25% vulnerable damage. 38% damage. So this is like all the time. Actually, this is probably the one I'm going to end up keeping. So I'm going to do Blades first. Wait, no. Constellation? I've never used this aspect. I'm really curious to see how well it works. Yeah, let me see how this works. I've never used this aspect in practice, or at least I've never paid attention to it. So maybe this could work out really well. And if not, then oh well. Yeah, I see the dagger, and it exploded. Oh, and it went that way. So if I do 2... 1, 2... but there's like a cooldown on it, or I guess internal cooldown, whatever it's called. It only does 1 at a time. This spear itself does like 1.6 million. So it's not bad in terms of damage. It's not great either. Okay. I start the run. This is with Aspect of Elemental Constellation. I'm almost certain that it's going to be Shredding Blades that's going to be better than all the other ones. Like, there's almost no doubt in my mind about this. Ooh, wow, 21.4 million. And I'm almost there. That took way too long. Okay, 30 seconds, actually. So, funny enough, that was about the same amount of time as Edge Masters. But now we get Shredding Blades. Shredding Blades is going to be the really big one, I think. And I kind of wonder about this, my gloves, too. If I might be better off running something else like frost burns or something of that sort. Yeah, that could be really helpful. Frost burns. Would I run Fists of Fate? Probably not. Not on this build, but... Well, Frostburn's... All I really get out of that is Lucky Hit. It helps fire and cold damage, but not lightning, so I don't really care. Except for Lucky Hit, I guess it pumps that up, but I would then need to light them on fire first with, like, Flame Shield or something. It's way too much... Way too many, conditions for not enough reward. Okay. Alright. Right, I remember what I'm trying to do now. So it's supposed to be vulnerable damage, so shredding blades? It's gonna be kind of nuts. Yeah. So this should always be active. Azarath. And now, this will be way better. Almost certain of it. There, start the run. Huh. Why am I not doing as much damage? I mean, I'm clearly applying vulnerable on him. Yeah, I guess I am doing more damage. Yeah, just not as much as I was expecting, but still more damage, of course. Or is it? Okay, so 9 seconds. Why is... This is like, I gain vulnerable damage, but oh, you know what? Let me test against a single training dummy. Yeah, that way it doesn't complicate things. Let me try this again and hopefully it'll be a bit better. Alright. Hold on a second. I messed that up. Timing. Yeah, okay. Close enough. Yeah, I really do need some resource cost reduction, though. Resource cost reduction would help me a lot. And actually spamming more of these. Because right now I have, like, a good amount of attack speed to keep cranking them out, but... I think that's what I'm being gated by. Oh, there we go. 27 seconds on that run. So that was 27 seconds with shredding blades. Now I'm gonna do one more, and this would be with the aspect of elements. That would make 0 sense though. Like for aspect of elements to do more damage than shredding blades, that would actually like that mathematically has no... Yeah, I have no idea why that would be the case if, you know, this actually outsped the other one. So 27 seconds is the time to beat. So I'm gonna run it and okay. 16.7 million, and done. 23 seconds. Guess maybe it really is. That still makes no sense to me. Why would a 45, like, I imagine this has to be bugged because that just doesn't make any sense. Or maybe I just haven't tested it or run enough tests, but because here's the thing, right? Like, Aspect of Elements is only active half the time, and it grants 45% damage boost. But then Shredding Blades gives me a 2% damage boost all the time because I apply Vulnerable. Or maybe not? Kill enemies. Maybe that's why. Maybe the initial premise is incorrect. My cast with this weapon apply vulnerable. My cast. You're kidding, right? Well, if it's not Azarath that's applying vulnerable, then what is it? This is so stupid, this strike of Stormhorn. It's actually ruining everything. Yeah, I think it has to do with strike of Stormhorn because like right now, yeah, now they got vulnerable applied to it. Something is applying vulnerable. Yeah, something is applying vulnerable to it. That's what's happening. I always thought this entire time that it was Azarath, but it's not, which is even stupider than I thought it was. That's actually so aggravating. Like, that I can't just have these overpowered ball lightnings just orbit me. Freezing an enemy has a chance to make them vulnerable. I don't care about that. Immobilized, stunned, or frozen. There really isn't anything better? It's actually crazy to me, but Fist of Fate might be the best option, just because it gives better average damage. Yeah, I put on Fist of Fate on my gloves, and then I throw on the crit strike chance aspect on my amulet, or I just don't use it at all. Like how Chain Lightning gets so many aspects, but Ball Lightning only has one. Every 3 seconds I zap a nearby enemy for 935 lightning damage. It's a shock skill, but it has nothing to do with Ball Lightning. I think it needs to be Edge Masters. I think it needs to be Edge Masters, actually. It needs to be Edge Masters, but I need something that gives me like a bunch of resource cost reduction so that it's like always active. I think that's the only way. Yeah, like forget Invigorating Conduit and this lucky hit. It needs to be RCR. Oh yeah, and I'm also missing Tybalt's too. But I can get behind not having Tybalt's. That's okay. Okay, at least I now know though that yeah, the lucky hit on this is insanely strong. But the chilling enemies part, or the vulnerable rather, not so much. That is a little silly. I run Frostburn to get lucky hit chance. Same as what my weapon gives me, really. Or maybe... no. Okay, well, teleport would trigger vulnerable. I don't know. I might have to think about it some more. I might have to call it early for the night and just take a step back and really try to figure some stuff out, because right now I'm not really there's like so many questions I have. Could run Thulrune or something with Kerr. cast 5 Ball Lightnings and then activate Frost Nova. Wouldn't be the worst combination. But I already have Kurgar. Gonna pull in enemies. Wow. This is quite frustrating. I'm gonna take a look to see if there's any other better uniques for sorcerers. Lockrins? Or, yeah, Lockrins. Mother's Embrace. Core skill hits 4 or more enemies. I don't even know if that works with my Ball Lightning. Now, obviously, Mythics would be a clear-cut choice. There's no question about that. Core skill hits 4 or more. First generation. No, Resource generation would be nice on boots, but Ball Lightning is better. Get a lot of damage out of Ball Lightning. Way to constantly apply vulnerable. Is there no way? Offensive, utility. Chance for your skills to inflict vampiric curse. Yeah. Actually, wait. Where's Ezidora's? Is there sorcerer unique Ezidora's somewhere? Ah, fractured winter glass too. What does Ezidora's do? Oh, just lightning novas. I mean, like, I feel like that actually has the potential to do a lot of damage, but don't think that I want to use that because it might be stronger than ball lightning itself by a lot. Yeah, I may have to revisit BLT or BLT on ball lightning in a future season. Or I might even have to test it at the start of next to see if they've fixed the issue, because yeah, that seems like a pretty big glitch if you know, that ball lightning can't inherit overpower. I think that's kind of dumb. Well, in the meantime, at least I have my winner here. Aspect of elements. I would have much preferred shredding blades aspect instead, but this Azarath doesn't even work the way that I thought it does. Cast with this weapon, apply vulnerable. Cast an ultimate skill? Those don't help me. I take health damage all the time. become injured or crowd controlled, well, it might be too late by that point, and I have no way to constantly keep proccing. I don't want to rely on getting injured. I feel like I'm actually at a bottleneck without Banished Lord's Talisman as a crutch. That is
There is
quite...
magic in all
For
things.
ball lightning, I mean. That
Let
is
me show you.
quite unfortunate. That's crazy, though. Why would this not do as much damage as if I had Lucky Hit with 6,500 cold damage on it? $900 to 2,400. That's like nothing in comparison. The best I've got would be... Is there one for ball lightning? There's gotta be, right? Yeah, chance for ball lightning projectiles to cast twice. I mean, but I already have that, though. That's the issue. Yeah, chance for ball lightning projectiles to cast twice. And I think I would do... Well, I'll just throw anything on, really. Lightning damage. Alright. And then conceded, right? I already have conceded on this, actually. I'm gonna try it one more time. I've already timed it. The fastest I've gotten is 26 seconds, so I'm gonna try one more attempt here. Alright. The only other thing is my attack speed is a lot quicker with this, but I don't know if that really much matters if I don't have the mana to compensate for it. Yeah, no, this is pretty rough in comparison. It's not even... It's not even comparable. Okay, 45 seconds. That's... No. No. This is the way to go. Only question now is... And this is with conceded up all the time, too. Only question is, for my gloves. I think there was frost burns, right? Chance to deal cold and fire damage. And cold damage gives attack speed. Increased fire damage to chilled enemies. And increased cold damage to burning enemies. Because if I do get some extra cold damage off of this... And what I just realized, too, is this is an ancestral weapon too, so I don't know if I were to get like, I mean, it's unlikely that I get like an ancestral on an actual run, so it'd probably be 750, but still, I think I would still use it, even if it were a 750. $800 to 1,600? Yeah, that is a pretty big difference. Frostburn. No. Oh, this is actually too bad. I would have to use a conceded. Or some other wand. I can't rely on Azarath, I don't think. Do I have like a plain Azarath? Or is that my only one? Oh. Oh, nice. That's lucky. Here. 1,100 damage on this Azarath. I want to see if this is... Oh, I have an even better one. But yeah, I want to see if this is even remotely worth considering if it's just like a 750. Alright. It's not the worst. I mean, it's something. And then I think If I use Frostburns, maybe that could help too. I'll have to look into that in a second. Done. 28 seconds. Wait a second. 28 seconds? That's like the exact same as if I had this Azarath. What? Is it because of the lucky hit being inconsistent or something? I'm also losing out on a bit of attack speed too. Alright, and try again. Wait, no. So this was 29 seconds, and then... I'll try this one again. So 46, I think. I should have written all these numbers down, but the general takeaway from this play session is that an Azarath is better than any one-hander that I can really cook up, as far as I can tell. Even better than Conceited, which would have given me like a 25% like multiplicative damage boost constantly. Is it because Aspect of Elements was up at the right times? Maybe that. This is kind of funny. My run with the plain Azarath does more, or was faster than with the Ancestral version, which makes 0 sense. Okay, I don't understand the reasoning behind it, but the one thing I can be sure about, I think, is that I think a plain, like even just Azarath, a normal Azarath would be better than this. I could also try with Frostburn. That could be kind of fun. And then I could potentially move this Elementalist's aspect onto my amulet, maybe? Alright, I'm gonna try this again. Hold on. I need to replace this, otherwise it'll take forever to finish this run. Aspect of Elements. I think I could use maybe Inner Calm or something. Actually, Inner Calm might not be bad. I could just stand still with Inner Calm, but then again, if I do that with Inner Calm, I wouldn't... I'd run out of, like, mana fairly quickly, because I need to run around and grab Crackling Energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. No, actually, let me do... not Conceited. What's the other one? Not Shredding Blades. Okay, what if I just stood still? Well, like, let's keep it consistent then, this time. I'll do Inner Calm, I'll just stand still, and then I'll just hit, and then I'll test it that way. Yeah, that might work. I'd run out of mana in a practical setting, but this at least allows me to test between the 3 options. So this is Azarath by itself. I can at least write these down. Where... I was like writing these numbers down. Where did I put them? Oh yeah, I have them here. Okay, so... FD item power Azarath, 800 item power Azarath. Using Inner Calm aspect for lightning, or ball lightning. Sorcerer. And then I think the last one was Conceited. Wand. Okay. Versus T3 boss dummy. And okay, I have the power or the aspect, so all I need to do is start the timer and just start hitting it. Oh, kind of lost it. I accidentally moved. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for all my buffs to wear off here. Alright. Oh, I'm just waiting for that crater to dissipate too. Oh, maybe that has something to do with it. Anyway, whatever. Hit. I just stand here. I actually do pick up ball lightnings, even if or the crackling energy, even if I stand still. Maybe that's what I gotta do. Yeah, maybe inner calm is the way to go. Yeah, okay, maybe I'll just do inner calm. Wow, that was my fastest one yet. 21 seconds. And that was with a plain Azarath, so 21 seconds on that. And then for my 800 item power Azarath, almost like that should mean that my run will be even quicker, right? I just need to time it here. Okay. Also have more attack speed, but I don't think that really makes as much of a difference. What is going on? Why is it taking longer to... What? It's taking longer for me to clear this run with a 750 item power Azarath versus like a generic Azarath, like a way longer time. You know, I think I know what's happening. I think the boss training dummy has varying amounts of health. That has to be it. Disable player damage variance, maybe? I'm gonna try one more time because that run made by far the least amount of sense ever out of all the runs that I've done yet. I did even, oh yeah, like I had inner calm and everything too. Yeah, this is a little bit better, but still not ideal, I think. Oh, there. Yeah, there we go. That run was made a lot more sense, right? Did you see that? 17 seconds. Okay, so that was 17 seconds. And then finally the last one I've got is Conceited Wand. Oh, you're back, Joe. Well, yeah, for Glass Cannon, right? Yeah, okay. Last attempt, and then sure, then we can do some runs just so I can get materials and gold, I think. Just before the end of the season. Okay. Last thing I'm doing is with this wand. So I'm gonna reset this boss training dummy, and then I'm gonna test. And as I would expect, this is quite a bit worse than even the plain Azarath, I think. I can retime this one, but yeah, I think I would ball lightning. And done. Okay. 43 seconds. Yes, Azarath is definitely stronger, but I wanted to know by like roughly how much. I'm just gonna say 42 seconds. So my 750 item power Azarath was 21 seconds. My 800 item power Azarath was 17 seconds, and Conceited One was 42 seconds. And the funniest part, Joe Johans, I realized when after you had left, is that if you pay close attention, you'll see that even though this says your casts with this weapon apply vulnerable, you'll see that the boss training dummy, if you look closely, does not have vulnerable applied to it, even after I casted ball lightning a whole bunch of times. So, oh, now it's like that, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't like that before, unless I do this, I think. Yeah. Now it'll always apply vulnerable, but Okun's messes it up like crazy. I need to put in a bug report. Honestly, if they fixed Banished Lord's Talisman's interaction, we wouldn't even need to do any of this testing to begin with. By the way, I'm not using a ball lightning build, but for some reason I deal 100 million on just ball lightning. Oh, let me guess, you're playing a lightning spear sorcerer with like unstable currents, right? Like, it would make sense that you're pumping out 100 million damage, or more than 100 million damage if you're playing Lightning Spear, just because of the nature of how all those go together. Because the thing is, I'm guessing that if you have a Sorcerer, I'm guessing that you have more Paragon points invested than I do, and your glyphs are all probably much higher level than mine. I bet you. Yeah, of course you're running Lightning Spear. So you're running Lightning Spear with unstable currents, and I'm guessing that there's probably some combination that also allows you to overpower, right? For your unstable currents. So your unstable currents might pump out a ball of lightning, and that thing's going to be overpowering on top of everything else that it already does. With Lightning Spear, it's trillions. Right, right. But you're saying with just ball lightning. Okay, well, what rank is all your glyphs at? And what how many Paragon points do you have? Because I'm sure that you have way more Paragon points invested into your Paragon board, and your glyphs are probably up to like rank 100 or something by now, right? If you have those things together, then it's no surprise that you're hitting 100 million on just ball lightning. Like I can hit like 2 or 3 million on ball lightning, and I don't even have overpowers. So if as soon as I put on overpowers, suddenly I'd hit for like 50 or like what 20 million or something. So like it's not that far fetched. Wait, I know why you deal no damage. Rank 100 Algos Paragon 266. Oh, well there you go, right? I'm confused. Like, use Enlightenment passive. Did they fix Enlightenment passive this season, or was it next season? Ah, yeah, it's next season. No, they're nerfing Enlightenment. They're making it so that it's not equal to all of them combined anymore. It's just equal to the highest among them. So yeah, no more fun for you with Enlightenment. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? I just throw on Enlightenment and then it activates and then I just get like 1 trillion damage out of nowhere, right? Yeah, that's getting nerfed. You see? Things like that. That's another thing I gotta look out for next season. I can't just use Enlightenment this season and hope for the best. Yeah, I know. Enlightenment increases your damage by like 20 times, but again, it's getting nerfed next season, so who cares? Like, great. Good for you that it boosts your damage by 20 times, but yeah, come next season, it's... Yeah, I agree. Enlightenment is crazy fun, but it's not going to matter next season. Try running Enlightenment next season and tell me you do 20 times more damage. I dare you. Try it. Let me know how that goes. Okay, I'm going to switch, and then I can add you, I guess. Do I already have you on my list here? Yeah, what's your... You won't be playing Season 9? Like, what are you gonna do then? Just not play, or you're gonna... What's your plan there? Actually, you know what? Do I even need to do any of that? I just realized something. The whole reason I was trying to play other game... Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that would make sense. I just realized that the whole reason that I was trying to test all this was just to see which of these gives the most damage. You know what? I didn't even get to try Pit after all that testing, but I've already learned a lot of invaluable information from these runs. My initial build, I think when I tested it was, what, 30-second clear? Now I've upped it to like 17 seconds, so maybe it might be a little quicker. Oh, it's because of the 1 DR monster. No wonder nothing's dying. Yeah, never mind trying to run Belial now. For now, by the way, Joe. I think I'm okay. Like, the whole reason I was supposed to run Belial was supposed to be for Glass Cannon. But I don't need... I mean, I don't even really need to clear... I don't think I need Glass Cannon to clear Pit 55 for this season. I don't think so. I think I'm okay. Thanks, though. Thanks for offering to help me out with gold and mats. I should be fine. Yeah. I don't... Still am lacking on damage. I don't like that. Oh, hey, the other reason why you also have... Well, there's a lot of reasons you have a lot more damage, but the other one is I'm also running without boss powers. Yeah, really appreciate it, though. Thanks, man. The other reason I have no boss powers, and again, this is on purpose, because, or this is intentional, because, yeah, like, next season, I'm not gonna have boss powers, I'm gonna have Herodric powers. So right now, right, again, I don't know how to explain this, because I feel like I explained this, like, many times, but I don't think people really understand what I'm getting at. Like, when next season shows up, right? I don't have access to Herodic powers, or I'll have access to Herodic powers, but I don't have them right now. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to test next season. Like I'm pretending like this is next season, but the thing is, if I use a level of power, like if I'm not using the Herodic powers and I'm still able to clear Torment 4, then, clearing Torment 4 with the Herodic powers should be even easier. So that's why I'm kind of, not using Enlightenment. Enlightenment, like if I had Enlightenment, I think you and I would not be having this conversation right now. I would have been done like 3 hours ago. Because it's like way stronger in Season 8, right? But in Season 9, it's getting nerfed, so I can't rely on Enlightenment to carry me. Okay, so that leaves what? So that leaves like the boss powers. Well, the boss powers are getting removed next season in place of Herodic powers. Yes, exactly. That's the whole point of today's stream. Season 9 Theorycrafting. I even wrote it in the title. I'm pretending it's next season. So I am not like Ball Lightning itself has not been changed for next season. The only change I could see them doing for next season is them making it so that Okun's Catalyst actually works with the vulnerable proc on Azarath and Banished Lord's Talisman, because there's definitely some problem there. Like because it wasn't always like that. Before they added Okun's Catalyst, I know for sure that you used to be able to apply Overpower on Ball Lightning, but not anymore. So there's a problem there. But and I mean, it would be stupid to assume that that's not how they want it to be, because like there's already Boulder Cane. Boulder Cane can crit Overpower. Why can't Ball Lightning? That makes no sense. Anyway, but yeah, so I am trying to see with the stuff that I have available in Season 8 what Season 9 would be like if I made a character, like an equivalent character, right? So hopefully that kind of gives you a little bit more insight onto what I'm actually trying to do here, rather than just, oh yeah, I'm like, why don't I just roll for Glass Cannon? Why don't I just throw on all my boss powers and max them out? Like, why don't I max all my glyphs? Why don't I use all 74 missing Paragon points, right? I specifically have just under 200 Paragon points because I'm simulating that, yeah, hey, somebody might be Paragon level 175. Would they be, or maybe even a little less than that, would they be able to clear it on this level of equipment, right? Assuming that they didn't have boss power or Herodic powers. If they have Herodic powers, it'll be even better. But that's the I guess motivation for what I'm trying to test here. So, yeah. Tal loop. Everything else seems to be in order, though. Maybe this? Ice armor makes me unstoppable. Okay. Maybe it would have to be my helm. Like, maybe if I replace this with... Or if I replace my pants for Tybalt's. But I don't constantly get unstoppable, though. Even with the boss powers next season, or the Herodic powers, I guess I could. Next season, if I use the Herodic powers, there's one that gives me unstoppable, but I'd have to keep proccing. It's like the effect on it. Mana Blast, I think it's called. That could work with Tybalt's. I would lose out on armor, though. And resistance to all elements, so I need to find a way to make it up there. Okay. Gonna go next. What do I... I just stand still and I wait. And then activate Flame Shield for a little bit. Ooh. No, I can't. I just can't face tank him. I don't have enough damage reduction. I think that's the issue here. It's got to be something that gives me more DR than what I have right now, because I just do not have enough life. I think that's the big problem I'm being faced with here. Oh, I know. I got this thing. Gain max life for 6 seconds. So how can I activate that? I kind of wish there were more possibilities for like these runes of ritual. I think it's kind of lame that there's so few of them. That's kind of something I'm surprised they haven't done anything about. DR. Are there other aspects that give me DR that are better than my Snow Veiled? I don't want to keep relying on that. Why can't it be like the Necro, which just has an aspect where it's like, hey, here's a free 20% damage reduction? I don't get something like that. Dodge. This is stupid. If I had Banished Lords, this would be like 10 times easier. Like, that's what it boils down to. Yeah. Actually, hold on. I want to test something really quickly. I bet that if I think I had Strike of Stormhorn, right? If I just ran Strike of Stormhorn with this, I bet I would suddenly be able to just clear it. Like, clear the packs a lot more easily. Just a hunch. I want to try this really quickly. Let me see how absurd the damage difference is with Overpower. But I mean, like, that's getting nerfed next season too, so I guess it's all the more reason for me not to keep relying on it. Oh yeah, there. 38 million. Actually overpowering them too. Yeah. DR. Like, I still can't kill them fast enough. Maybe, like, what if I just use, like, a two-hander? Two-hander and then throw Inner Calm aspect on there. But then I'd lose Azarath, and that's where a good chunk of my damage is coming from, too. I don't really want to play this build without that, though. Yeah, I'll have to see. And how much more... I don't really have that many more materials. Oh, I still have one more batch left. Well, 2 more, to be precise. Perfect for testing out one last time. Sure. I guess I could just cast it while running. I don't need to wait to get into a pack. Then again, I do need to stand still in order to get the most damage out of Inner Calm. That's the thing, though. It can be cast while moving. I don't know if there's a way to take advantage of that at all. I'll activate my ultimate here. Wow, they die really fast with this setup, huh? And all it takes is just life. I just didn't have enough life. Now that I get more life, now suddenly they are dying a lot faster than before. Okay. Okay, I have a good baseline now. I know what's good. I know what to expect. Yeah, I mean, teleport does not count as... Like, it doesn't break Inner Calm, because I guess it doesn't count as me moving, like, running around. Like, I'm obviously moving with it, but not quite the way that they count it, I think. Running low on potions. That's not bad, but all these explosions, I don't know if that's ball lightning or if that's just my ultimate. Because I activated my ultimate just now and suddenly I was doing way more damage. Yeah, this is me without activating my ultimate, so... Oh, yeah, I can't afford to get hit by that explosion. I'll die if I do. Oh, shoot. Yeah, they take a lot more damage suddenly once I hit them with Frost Nova, but this is good. So at least this proves that I don't need Ball Lightning to be... for the build to be effective. But maybe the Crackling Energies are doing quite a bit too. That part yet remains yet to be seen. Okay. Good. I'm like barely keeping pace on a pit 50. I think this is one that I'll have to adjust as I go along, but again, at least I've figured some stuff out here. Yeah, survivability issue too. The damage is always within Ball Lightning's damage per active ball. So, I think I get it now. These orbs by themselves, they don't do as much damage when they hit anymore. That's not how the skill works. That's kind of stupid then. That's pretty stupid, I think. So 20 is the limit, right? Like I can't get higher than 20? Because when I have 20, I do like way more damage. So actually attack speed I think is pretty important here. Maintaining like 20 Ball Lightnings all the time. Yeah. Channeling Shrine. Yeah, I should be activating my ultimate more, but I don't even know if it's worth it, I guess. It doesn't really give me any damage, just attack speed, which I almost have like maxed out, really. I don't know if I even really need this. It just gives me like more damage from casting multiple shock spells. I don't know if Deep Freeze might at all be more helpful. I don't think Deep Freeze would, though. No, I think it really does have to be this, and I just have to keep spamming it. Yeah, I get so many lightning spears out of it. I think I'll have to. I'll have to use, or I'll take advantage of my ultimate more often. Just how it is. Can't afford to be so stingy on it. I'll use Rahir to tank some of this. At least I have a pretty good idea as to what to expect. This is good. Oh, shoot. seven and a half minutes so far. He said, you're still here? Aw, I appreciate it, dude. Glad you're still with me for this ride. Thanks for hanging out, Lee. A Spirit Caller of Frost too. Should be like one of the easier ones too, right? Yeah, this does take a bit of time. This take a while to go down. Oh shoot. I see. Because I have more life, the barrier that I get from ice armor is also a lot tankier too. Oh, thought that I was gonna die from that actually. I didn't actually end up taking any damage, surprisingly. I just realized too, I don't have a way to do any cold damage, do I? Because there's an aspect, or I think one of my glyphs needs me to do damage with like a cold skill. Oh no, that's Tal Loop actually, I just realized. Okay, 6 minutes. There's plenty of potential here to reach pit 55, I think. I could push for it right now, but I actually think I'm satisfied. Even if I were to do that, like, I don't think I would make a build guide for the Ball Lightning Sorcerer before next season begins. Yeah, I don't, like, I'd rather actually show this Ball Lightning Sorcerer with the Herodic powers before next, like, when next season actually starts, so yeah, I could just level this, why not? Yeah, in light of the fact I'm playing a mastery-based build. Yeah, Chris Strike chance. Huh. Okay, I think I'm done. I think that's it. Oh, hey, look, Ball Lightning. That's perfect. I could actually do one more. I could do another run now that I have Ball Lightning boots. It's kind of funny. Didn't expect to get something like this. You're still playing too? Nice, man. Your next Ball Lightning implodes, pulling in surrounding enemies. Ah. Cool. And crit strike chance, max resource. Okay, I don't care about those. So it would just be the boots. How convenient is it that I finally, on my last run, I actually was gonna hop off just now, but since they gave me this, which is exactly what I was looking for since like way earlier, I guess I can try and see what I can do with these boots. I can do movement speed, whatever, who cares. Static discharge, I think, right? Snap freeze. It doesn't matter. Let me get the right aspect on it first. I think that's most important. Gravitational aspect, and then I throw on these boots. And then I can masterwork these. There, done. Ball Lightning is the roll too. Okay, so this, I'm gonna try the run that I just did again, but this time, like the difference between this run and the last run is that I do have a little bit less life, but I also do have, wait, yeah, there we go, less life, 6.2k to about 5.8k, but my Ball Lightning damage has gone way up from 17.6k to 20k? That doesn't even seem like all that much, to be honest. I know this doesn't have intelligence roll on it, and it's like non-G, or it doesn't have a GA int. It's not even ancestral, but 30% damage difference. Something along those lines. This should be about a 30% damage difference. And one other thing too, instead creates a separate static field. I need to test something out. So what's doing the crit here? because I'm gonna let myself die on this one. Because I'm just trying to figure out, like, if I were to... Oh. If I were to replace my gloves with, let's say, like, Frostburn... Either Frostburn or, like... I don't know. A Fist of Fate or something. That might be better than throwing on Elementalists. Yeah, but I do lose out on, like, a lot of life out of that. So, I'm not sure I'd be willing to do so. I'm already, like, short on health as it is. Go, like, non-GA. Kind of funny. I have non-GA, like, boots, pants, and ring. So, that's where I'm also missing out on, like... I'm missing out on at least 600 life just off those alone. Okay, I'm actually going to try to do the run for real this time. Ball Lightning Sorcerer. Next season. Yeah, I'll wait until next season, but I will take advantage of what I've tested to put together, or to finish, to finalize my build guide going into next season. Yeah, I think that's the right call. Dude, this feels so much easier than the last run, though. Like, actually. This is the wrong way to go. Oh, can't quite go that way. There. I just realized, too, on my last set of boots, I had attacks reduce evade cooldown by, like, 1.5 seconds, and I spammed, like, Ball Lightning like no tomorrow, so... I think those two things could go hand in hand quite nice. Oh, I guess I can't face tank that. My resistances should be maxed out, right? So it is really just an issue of I can't survive these kinds of explosions, not without ice armor, not without some kind of buff. Yeah.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Inner Calm. Crit strikes with core skills increase my attack speed. Attack speed is 35% right now. And then I get 32% after casting a defensive skill. I get more off of this, but there's also different, like, attack speed buckets I learned, or that I was kind of learning more about this. And I think that there's, like, 2 different buckets that that attack speed modifiers go into. So you can actually get more than just 100% attack speed if you know how they work. But I don't know how they work with things like Dance of Knives and all that. Yeah, this guy takes forever to bring down, too. Yeah. I could try to, like... I think I know how this build should actually work. I think I'm supposed to keep spamming teleport with it. Yeah, I think that's how it's supposed to go. Like, because I have, like, if I had attacks reduce evade cooldown reduction, and I had evade cooldown reduction, then I could really just keep spamming Ball Lightning while teleporting like this, and then keep spamming Ball Lightning, and then I can just keep pulling monsters in using Raiment. Yeah, I think that would be the best case scenario, but of course the problem with that would be that I actually need, like, a much better level of equipment, which I just don't have. That I wouldn't have, like while going through the game. That's like a completely different setup that I would need. Good news is, the build feels way stronger than it did. Oh, they pulled me out of the. Pulled me out of the explosion. Oh, hold on a second. There were some potions here. Alright, folks, I think this is going to be my last run. It's either this or, like, would I want to run a Pit 55? I don't think I do. I don't think I gain anything out of Pit 55 is the issue. I'd probably only want to do a video on it after the new season comes out. But Blood Surge, I need to finish my video on that, and then I need to put together the build guide for maybe for Spiritborn, actually. Seeker Spiritborn. I think I might do one like that. And Blood Surge Necro, I'd have to finish that on like Season 9 live servers rather than... Sorry, Season 8 live servers rather than Season 9. I don't know. Or maybe not. I'll think about it. How to think about it. I might just leave it. I've already finished all my build planners. Like, that was the most important thing. Now that I have all the build planners in order, I think maybe I can go and just chill for the rest of the week or something. I don't know if there's anything else I'd want to do until then. Dude. Why is this taking so long to kill this one guy? I might just move on to the next pack. It actually might be quicker if I just hit, like, anything else. Or maybe I just lure him the rest of the monsters that I want to hit. Oh yeah, I should actually just keep casting this. In fact, I should never stop casting Ball Lightning. I think the problem is that I have Ball Lightning on left click. I should not. Might be better to have it on, like, the 1 key or something. But that might mean I have to get rid of something. Compensate. Oh, no, I can't tank that. I die if I do. Okay. A flame shield. And then I think I can kill the rest of them. Oh, that's good. I forget. What was my previous run? Like 6 minutes or something? You're gonna get off Call Night. Oh, shoot. I was reading chat. Oh. And then all of them showed up at once. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think we both, you know, we put in a great deal of effort today and getting our builds in order and everything, so I think we've both earned a well-deserved rest. There. That's much better. Ice Armor, I become unstoppable. Gotta be some better way around that. Alright. Yeah, I don't really need to see if I can clear a pit 55. Yeah, I have a guideline. I think that's what's most important on what to make. And then I can, like, when it comes time for next season, I can just play the builds or go through them one by one and, like, build them in order. I wanted to, like, make the build guide videos preemptively, but I just don't feel comfortable doing that without actually having access to the Herodic powers. I'd be okay making the build planners, because there I just need to talk about what items I could expect to have and which Herodic powers to use. But when it comes to actual gameplay, I'd actually like to see the builds themselves with the Herodic powers, not a worse version of what next season's would be like. Oh, shoot. Am I dead? No, I'm still okay. Oh, he activated his skill there. I'm just gonna flame shield real quick. Ice armor. Oh, yeah, I can't quite tank all that. It's nice that I have like a few ways to pull them in, but I do think it'd be kind of cool if I could just have attacks reduce evade cooldown and just keep infinitely teleporting. Yeah, something along those lines. Okay, 7 minutes. I thought this run would go a little quicker now that I had the +3 ranks of ball lightning, but apparently not. I was quite mistaken, it looks like. Yeah, I can still stand here. I just wish that there was a way to, like, stand still in one spot, and they can't. Like, prevent me from using Inner Calm. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, this run's taking longer too because it's Spirit Collar or it's like last one was Spirit Collar of Frost. This one is not Spirit Collar of Frost. So that further makes the run a little slower, but I think in general... still, it should be quicker. Like, it doesn't even matter. All I really changed was one item. That was like the Ball Lightning versus Intelligence. It was GA and Ancestral Boots or Ball Lightning, and to tell you the truth, I think I get like slightly more damage out of Ball Lightning, but it's not worth it for the amount of survivability I had to sacrifice, because some of these runs I have to actually run in circles to avoid getting killed. Okay, there. 5 minutes. It was a 5-minute run, clearing pit 50, and I think that's it for me tonight. Right, I'm just gonna put together the final touches on my build planner, and I think that'll be it for now. The Seeker, Spiritborn, like, if I do another stream later this week or next week, I think it would have to be on the Spiritborn. Just trying, me trying to figure out whether or not it, whether or not it's worth it to play Razor Wings. Basically, that would be the only other thing left for me to do. So I'll save that for next time, though. I'm gonna probably chill for the next couple days. Next stream that there's also the campfire chat. Maybe I'll return on Friday. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, I think maybe I'll come back on Friday for the campfire chat. I could start my stream when the campfire chat goes, and I can talk about, I can actually discuss like what changes are good. That could be fun. Then I can end off that stream with, or I could do the second half of that stream on the Razor Wing Spirit Bar. I've already done the Seeker. The Seeker is already like ready to go. Like, I know that that build can comfortably clear, like up to T, like you could make it to T4, but everything after that, I don't know. I don't know. This torch. Isn't there a flame feeder somewhere? Yeah, there. Sure, why not? Alright. So I'm gonna take just like another minute or two to finish putting my build, or finalize my build planner, and then I think I'm gonna hop off for the night. So if anyone has any final things they want to chat about, go ahead and mention it. Otherwise, I'm gonna stop here. Eliminator. Adept. Okay, so on my build planner, I run Adept Mastery skills have 30% increased area. Well, that doesn't really help my ball lightning, though, I don't think. So I might actually have to sub out Adept. So again, I'm glad that I took a look. It does boost mastery skill damage specifically, though. So I don't know if there's a better option than Adept here. I did Unleash. Tactician? I have Tactician already. Adept. You don't really have any better options. It really is just going to be either Unleash or Adept. And what do I have Unleash on right now? Here? Which magic nodes? Doesn't even give me any magic nodes. Pointless. What does my stat sheet say? Yeah, I think I should do Adept. Probably Adept would be best, because... Oh, I actually get a lot of vulnerable damage, huh? Next season, damage to lightning might not actually... Or damage with lightning might not actually be my highest damage value after all. If it's vulnerable damage, then I might have to use the lightning infusion. I have fire infusion. Adept. I might just do Adept. How much int can I get, though? What's the highest amount of int? Let's just say 115. 115 divided by 5. That's 23 times 13.8. I'd be getting about like 300 damage. No, I should do Adept. Adept, because like in the long run, Adept's gonna be way better since I can actually scale my mastery damage by a lot. Okay, so Adept is good. I'm gonna finalize that. Amulet is fine. Ring is okay. What other ones do I have? Ball Lightning. Oh yeah, I was running Tybalt's on the Yeah, I was running Tybalt's, but I actually think that realistically it'd be better to have some pants that um have proper stats on it. Total armor. And I think for a utility, I don't know, like, strike chance. He's using static discharge, but I don't know if there's anything that has better lucky, or there's anything that has that could be better for lucky hit or for the utility aspect. I'm kind of tempted to run teleport Nova size so that I can like keep pulling monsters in with Raiment, but I think it says close enemies are pulled you. It has nothing to do with the size of my teleport, so I think I should just do static discharge. Yeah, so static discharge, static discharge, static discharge. It's the only option. It's kind of stupid. I wish there were other better options. There's also the one where I can generate, like there's barrier generation if I want to do that. And that could boost my tankiness by a bit too. But I think if I have good amount of life and armor and all that and resistances, then it shouldn't be too bad.
Snow Veiled. I could do Snow Veiled for now. Wait, this one's less damage from crowd controlled or vulnerable? Wait. Mage Lords. Why didn't I run Mage Lords? Mage Lords looks like a really good aspect. I run Veers, don't I, on this? I do, actually. Yeah, there's Mage Lords aspect. I should have run Mage Lords. Yeah, I may have to do just one more pass on this. And then... Mage Lords. Oh, this is huge. Earlier I was complaining about not having DR, but now Mage Lords aspect. Yeah, it's defensive aspect. It would probably go into my pants. Don't get ice armor though, but they're like unstoppable from ice armor. But yeah, this is how it would look. Grants damage reduction tripled while fighting a close enemy. Sure. And I think maybe you can unlock this from some, or maybe not. Yeah, Max Roll says you can't really unlock it from a dungeon, so it's fine. What did I have here? Kurgar? Yeah. I think the other possibility is if I had Pock Lum. I don't know why I didn't think to try that. If I had Pock Lum, it would be a lot easier to maintain my mana pool. Yeah. Can't really go wrong with Pock Lum. That might be a bit overkill, though. Pock Lum with all the other stuff that I was messing around with. Alright. So... Int max life, resistance to all elements. I think we were talking about cooldown reduction earlier, but maybe I'll just stick with resistance to all elements for now. Raiment, ancestral gloves. This is fine for now. Mage Lords. 3-ball lightnings. Oh. I ran Inner Calm. I'd forgotten. But yeah, this is a good choice, I think. Any other modifiers I need? I think everything's okay. So then I got Okun's. Oh, and Conceited Bone Wand. I gotta replace the Azarath though. Yeah, and replace the wand with Azarath. Yeah, be great to roll like GA lucky hit with like Master working on it. I think that would just amp up the power of this weapon by a colossal amount, but it's fine. I'm gonna leave myself a reminder somewhere that Ball Lightning, Okun's Ball Lightning doesn't work with. Ball Lightning does not trigger Overpower via Banished Lord's Talisman. Azarath Vulnerable.
Aspect of elements. Inner calm over aspect or elements over edge masters and over shredding blades. Unless there's a way to consistently activate vulnerable. Okay. Oh, much was discovered today. And then the last thing that I was sort of curious about is I was running a smoldering ember, but I think I might be better off switching it back to lightning. What Paragon stuff did I use? Did I do anything with burning? No, I guess not. Thunderous particle. Okay. Yeah, because if I use like critical strike damage, gems or sapphires or something, then it'd also pump up my my lightning damage too. That's good. 668. You have destruction glyph. Oh, you know what I'm missing? Vulnerable damage. Maybe I should replace something with vulnerable damage on my boards. Eliminator? Oh, I can get rid of Eliminator. Or Tactician. But I actually like 15% more damage from Tactician. Yeah, I think I'd replace this with Exploit. Good. Ah. Okay. Yeah. Seems like a pretty good trade-off. It's 800% damage. Okay, cool. Yeah. Made yet some more adjustments that I think will make or will allow my build to be even better. And then there's Invigorating Helix, which gives me Fortify and Heal. I mean, there's other options, but frankly, I think this is better. Okay. I think I'm done for today. Oh, I'm going to constantly apply Vulnerable with Astral Pillar, too. Yeah, that could work with Shredding Blades. I could maybe even replace my Elementalist aspect with Shredding Blades or something. Ooh, invoking my catalyst grants unstoppable for 5 seconds. Right, I think if I ran that with Tybalt's, I'd get a great deal of damage out of that. And resource, but more so damage. But again, like, that would be something for once I have enough Paragon points to adjust my build. I think this is a great setup, what I have right now for Breaking Torment 4. You grinding tonight, lol? Yeah, I didn't expect to play this long, but that's how it always is. I always end up playing a lot longer than I mean to or expect to. That's just how these things go, I guess. But it's fine. I'm enjoying myself, and I think that's what matters the most, right? Here's key passive grants 9% damage reduction. I
Great aura.
can't help but be just a little curious what that would be like. 27% damage reduction? Like, I'd actually just become immortal all of a sudden. Might as well. Why not? This is the last of my veiled crystals. And considering that, yeah, the next time I'm playing is going to be probably next week. Or later this week with Spiritborn, I think this will be a good time to test out Mage Lords. Yeah, I can't wait for next season for me to get, like, Fortify. Wow. I really am tanky. It was like all of a sudden this one... Yeah, like, I am taking a lot of damage, but it's going down a lot more slowly than before. Like definitely. Okay. Yeah, I'm set then. I have everything I need. I've tested it. I also discovered that vulnerable damage could be a good choice because of the power that I'm using. Hmm. Maybe shredding blades. Yeah, but I'll have to try that next season. Shredding blades in place of either my ring or my gloves. I'll have to write that in too. I actually do wonder about this. If I were to take this off, is there any noticeable amount of yellow numbers? Say like you tired. Oh, yeah, sorry. I've put in so much work into the game. Z Z Z Z Z. Okay. So what I want to check for is whether or not I can notice a difference. Take off normal damage and vulnerable damage, and I just see crit and overpower. That's it. So this is against just a regular monster. And then if I take this off, now the aspect is gone. Why am I running out of mana faster, though? Huh? Oh, is it because of lack of static discharge? That might be it, actually. Because if I have more static discharge, then that means I have more crackling energy, which I can use to refill my mana, maybe. But either way, I do notice I notice a difference, but I don't know if that's just because of I don't know if that's because of this particular aspect or because I'm just not spawning enough ball lightnings now. Okay, if I put this on. I feel like there is a difference. I do feel like there's a difference in how often the crit goes off. I'll have to maybe check that, but I don't know if there's an easy way to tell if this is actually having any kind of impact. But I'd probably switch it out. I'd probably switch it out just because If I have something that's constantly applying vulnerable, then I run like shredding blades, and that's like 26% more like damage for free. Yeah. And then if I have enough attack speed, I can replace accelerating for inner calm, but I doubt it. Accelerating for uh okay, I'm done. That was the last thing I needed to check. I'm just gonna do one last head count on all my equipment. Comparing the two. Glass cannon, gloves. Yeah, attack speed would have been nice, but sure. I guess life is good too. Maybe I do need more life, actually. Maybe I'm leaning too heavily into attack speed. I don't even think, even with all this attack speed, I don't really know if... I'm gonna have a lot of DR too, but... yeah, I might need more life. Fitting in with Veers. It's hard to say. Anyway. All right, folks, that covers it for me. I think I'm done for now. It's been a blast, so thanks everyone who participated, and I do hope that you enjoyed watching this today's stream, which turned out to be a much longer theory crafting session than I expected by far, but very productive, and I think I've improved my build even further from last time. I learned a lot too, so yeah, and the fact that Banished Lords doesn't work. I'm glad I found that out now rather than struggled to figure that out later. So this saves me a lot of time. I mean, this is a lot of effort now to help fix the situation later. So, okay. Yeah, take care, Lee, and to anyone else who is watching. Hope you had hope you all enjoyed the stream. Thanks everyone for watching, and venture out.